Although Dongfang Zhu was not severely injured when Dongfang Qian kicked him, he was extremely shocked. He did not expect this at all. He could not understand why his father had done that. It did not take long before he turned pale when he saw what happened next. Bang! A loud noise reverberated in the main hall as clan leader Dongfang Qian from the Dongfang clan kneeled down at Duanling Tian's feet. This scene was similar to when Qiu Ji had knelt down earlier. Dongfang Qian looked like a humble servant bowing to his master. My lord, please forgive my son for his disobedience. Please forgive him, Dongfang Qian said in a trembling voice, and he kneeled in front of Duanling Tian. Fear and anxiety could be heard in his voice. It was as though the person who stood before him was not human but a Grim Reaper. If I didn't hear wrongly, your son said you intend to kill me when you asked the Zhou clan to hand me over? Duanling Tian said calmly as he looked at Dongfang Qian, who was kneeling by his feet. A hint of killing intent could be heard in his calm voice. No, that's not true. Dongfang Qian hurriedly denied this as his body trembled in fear. Well, since that's not true, you can swear on the lightning penalty oath that you didn't think of killing me at all, Duanling Tian said. It was obvious he did not believe Dongfang Qian's words at all, and was intentionally making things difficult for him. Dongfang Qian's expression changed drastically when he heard Duanling Tian's request. The expression of the people from Dongfang clan, including Dongfang Zhu, changed drastically as well when they heard Duanling Tian's request. The purpose of their visit to the Zhou clan was to ask them to hand over the purple-clad young man to them so they could kill him. How could Dongfang Qian swear on the lightning penalty oath like Duanling Tian had requested him to? If Dongfang Qian swore on the lightning penalty oath, he would definitely be struck by lightning until he died. The clan leader of Dongfang clan is finished. Second Elder Qiu Ji, who was standing behind Qiu Muqing, thought to himself as he watched the scene unfolding before his eyes. He was certain Dongfang Qian was going to die. My lord, I was wrong. It's a mistake. Please forgive me, my lord. Please forgive me. Dongfang Qian began to beg tirelessly when he saw Duanling Tian's gaze turning colder and colder. He could sense the impending danger. Bang! 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 Dongfang Qian began to kowtow. It seemed like he had no intention of stopping anytime soon. Humph! Duanling Tian scoffed as his expression gradually hardened. It seemed like he was not moved by Dongfang Qian at all. I have this rule, Duanling Tian said in an icy-cold voice. I won't allow those who intend to kill me live. At this moment, Dongfang Qian realized there was no way Duanling Tian would let him go. He stopped kowtowing and said, then you should die. He moved and shot up to his feet. So, in just a blink of an eye, Dongfang Qian seemed to have transformed into a cannonball as he charged toward Duanling Tian at a high speed. Based on how quickly Dongfang Qian had mobilized his saint origin, it was obvious he had been planning this from the beginning. Wah! While Dongfang Qian shot forward, whirlpools began to appear around Duanling Tian again. It began to absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Zhou clan's main hall, raising Duanling Tian's sun, saint energy, to its limit. Meanwhile, Dongfang Qian was only a few feet away from Duanling Tian. You have to be strong if you want to kill me, Duanling Tian said calmly as wind from Dongfang Qian's movement blew around him. Almost at the same time. Show! Just like before, the short-lived sound of a sword whistling in the air reverberated in the main hall. Following that, everyone only saw Duanling Tian stomping his feet and as he leaped 3 meters up into the air. As soon as Duanling Tian leaped, clan leader Dongfang Qian of Dongfang clan suffered the same fate as Qiu Gangyi, the second master of Qiu clan. He was decapitated. His body and his head slammed against one of the walls in the main hall, leaving a copious amount of blood in his wake. Bang! Bang! 2 loud bangs could be heard as the body parts fell to the ground, sending chills running up everyone's spines. After all, the person whom Duanling Tian killed was not just a cultivator at the quintessential saint stage like Qiu Gangyi, he was a saint celestial stage powerhouse. Someone like that was considered one of the top elites in Clarity City. Someone like that had just died in just a blink of an eye. The silence felt palpable in the Qiu clan's main hall. How weak! He couldn't even withstand a strike, Duanling Tian said disdainfully, causing everyone to regain his senses. FF father! When Dongfang clan's second young master, Dongfang Zhu, regained his senses, his face was pale and his eyes were filled with fear. He did not think his father, who had seemed invincible to him, was killed just like that by Li Feng, who was a sexless cultivator. Dongfang Zhu felt regretful at this moment. Why did he doggedly try to win Qiu Muqing's affection when she had made it clear she was not interested and rejected him? He would not have gone to the restaurant with Qiu Muqing today if he was not so persistent. If he did not go to the restaurant, he would not have met such a sinister and powerful person. Things would not have escalated to this extent if he did not meet this person. Run. Only one thought was left in Dongfang Zhu's mind. He shot one last look at Dongfang Qian's body, and his body seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning as he charged toward the entrance of the Qiu clan's main hall. He only wanted to leave this place. His father was killed even after he begged for mercy. He did not think Li Feng was going to show him any mercy. However, could Dongfang Zhu escape? Trying to escape? Duanling Tian raised an eyebrow when he saw Dongfang Zhu trying to escape. His Sun Saint energy began to stir immediately, but he did not move. This was because someone else had made a move. Swoosh! Dongfang Zhu was easily caught like a chick that had been caught by an eagle before he could even leave the Qiu clan's main hall. Ji Grand Elder, what are you doing? Dongfang Zhu said in disbelief. He was shocked when he saw the person who had caught him like a helpless chick. The person who had caught Dongfang Zhu was none other than the Grand Elder of Dongfang clan. He was a very tall old man. He was almost 2 meters tall. His body looked strong as well. He really did appear like an eagle as he clutched onto Dongfang Zhu. Lord Li Feng, the Grand Elder of Dongfang clan, ignored Dongfang Zhu and placed him in front of Duanling Tian. He asked Duanling Tian respectfully, Dongfang Zhu, how do you plan to deal with Dongfang Zhu, Lord Li Feng? How do I plan to deal with him? Duanling Tian looked at the Grand Elder of Dongfang clan coldly before he said, did you not hear what I said earlier? When the Grand Elder of Dongfang clan heard Duanling Tian's words, his heart sank. He looked at Dongfang Zhu with a piercing gaze. No! No! Dongfang Zhu screamed, and his expression changed drastically when he saw the Grand Elder of Dongfang clan's gaze had turned piercing. He knew something was wrong when he saw this. Grand Elder, why you can't do this? You can't kill me. You can't do this. Snap! The Grand Elder of Dongfang clan snapped Dongfang Zhu's neck, effectively killing him. His action was fast and decisive. The people from Qiu clan could not help but shudder when they saw this. The Grand Elder of Dongfang clan was truly ruthless. After killing Dongfang Zhu, the Grand Elder of Dongfang clan said respectfully and apologetically, Lord Li Feng, I came today because I was misled by Dongfang Qian and his son. I didn't intend to offend you, Lord Li Feng. Please forgive me. At this moment, the second elder of Dongfang clan quickly said, Lord Li Feng, similar to the Grand Elder, it's not my intention to offend you. Bang! Bang! As for the 2 ordinary elders from Dongfang clan, they quickly kneeled on the ground with trembling bodies. Lord Li Feng, please show us mercy. The shocking scene continued to unfold in the Qiu clan's main hall. A seemingly ordinary purple-clad young man stood unmoving as 2 noble-looking old men bowed respectfully. Their faces were filled with anxiety, as though they were criminals awaiting their punishments. Not far away, another 2 old men kneeled on the ground with trembling bodies. Duanling Tian, who is he? Qiu Muqing thought to herself. Her beautiful eyes shone brightly. She was extremely curious about Duanling Tian's background. Wait, Duanling Tian? He's Duanling Tian. Qiu Muqing seemed to have recalled something as her eyes widened in shock. Could he be the great prodigy from the fire worship sect? After thinking about it, Qiu Muqing remembered the prodigy who had recently risen in ranks in the fire worship sect. Before Qiu Muqing had gone to see her father, she was stunned when she first heard Duanling Tian's name. This was because she had heard of his name before. In fact, most people in the Dao Martial Saint Land had heard of this name before. Although Clarity City, where the Qiu clan was based, was located at the border of the Western region, they had heard of news in the Western region. Most newsworthy things usually revolved around things that happened in the fire worship sect that was located in the Western region. Apart from being the religion for most people in the Western region, the fire worship sect was also one of the three strongest forces in the Dao Martial Saint land. Therefore, most people paid a lot of attention to what was happening in the fire worship sect. Recently, a piece of news had been circulating from the fire worship sect that shocked not only people from the western region of the Upper Province, but the entire Upper Province of the Dao Martial land. The news was about a great prodigy who had emerged in the fire worship sect. Ever since that prodigy had entered the fire worship sect, he had risen in ranks quickly until he became one of the fire worship sect's 8 great prodigies. The fire worship sect's 8 great prodigies were all very young but powerful. They were ranked on the Supreme Saint ranking. Even the weakest among them was at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage. Duanling Tian, isn't that the name of one of the great prodigies? Xiao Muqing thought to herself when she heard Duanling Tian's name. This was her first thought because that name was etched deeply in her mind. Xiao Muqing knew some things about Duanling Tian, one of the 8 great prodigies in the fire worship sect. He was newly crowned as the 8th great prodigy. He had only joined the fire worship sect for less than a year. During that time, he managed to make a name for himself. He was ranked 4th among the fire worship sect's 8 great prodigies. He was ranked only behind 3 people whose cultivation base were at the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage on the true ranking in fire worship sect. Moreover, he was ranked at the 537th place on the Supreme Saint ranking. This was the extent of Qiu Muqing's knowledge about Duanling Tian, a great prodigy from the fire worship sect. However, she was unaware that he had recently defeated and replaced Bu Hong, who had a cultivation base at the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage and was ranked 2nd on the true ranking, making him the 2nd strongest among the 8 great prodigies of fire worship sect. Apart from that, Duanling Tian had also risen up to the 421st place on the Supreme Saint ranking, taking over Bu Hong's place since he had defeated him. Qiu Muqing was unaware of this because news of it had yet to reach Clarity City. Both of them are called Duanling Tian, and they're both so young and powerful. Could he really be Duanling Tian, one of the 8 great prodigies of fire worship sect? Qiu Muqing thought to herself. She became even more certain that the purple-clad young man she met in a restaurant in Clarity City was Duanling Tian, one of the 8 great prodigies of the fire worship sect. If he's Duanling Tian, it makes sense that he asked me to keep his name a secret. According to the news, he has offended many high-ranking officials in the fire worship sect. He must have chosen to hide his name because he's worried the high-ranking officials from the fire worship sect would act against him when they find out he's in Clarity City. It had to be said that Qiu Muqing was quite smart. Just by piecing the news that she had heard together, she managed to correctly guess half of Duanling Tian's inner thoughts. She was only half right because she did not think Duanling Tian decided to hide his name because he did not want to implicate the Qiu clan and Qiu Muqing. Duanling Tian was not worried about himself since he did not plan to stay long in Clarity City. When the high-ranking officials from fire worship sect found out he was in Clarity City, he would be long gone. All of you don't want to die? Duanling Tian finally said as the 4 elders waited anxiously for his reply. Upon hearing Duanling Tian's words, the clan leader of Qiu clan, the grand elder, and the 2nd elder of Qiu clan were rendered speechless. If the people from Dongfang clan wanted to die, would they have acted so humbly? They thought his words were redundant. Naturally, they only thought about this. None of them dared to voice it out since they were afraid of offending Duanling Tian. Based on the strength Li Feng had demonstrated, it was clear it would not take him much effort to kill Saint Celestial stage powerhouses. My lord, I don't want to die. The grand elder of Dongfang clan took the initiative to answer. If he did not want to live, he would not have made an effort to capture the 2nd young master of Dongfang clan, Dongfang Zhu, for Duanling Tian. Although it was impossible for Dongfang Zhu to escape with Duanling Tian around, it was a chance for the grand elder of Dongfang clan to curry favor with Duanling Tian. My lord, I don't want to die either. The 2nd elder of Dongfang clan quickly chimed in. Lord Li Feng, I don't want to die. Lord Li Feng, I don't want to die. The other 2 elders from Dongfang clan who were kneeling on the ground also said anxiously. Currently, all their lives were in the hands of the purple-clad young man standing before them. They would only be able to live if he allowed it, and they would die if he did not. It's not that difficult if you don't want to die, Duanling Tian said before he paused. The eyes of the four elders from Dongfang clan lit up immediately as though they were given a chance. However, you'll have to show your sincerity, Duanling Tian continued to say. At this time, Duanling Tian shifted his gaze from the four elders of Dongfang clan to the young miss of Chiu clan, Chiu Muqing. Then he fell silent. When Duanling Tian stopped speaking, the four elder of Dongfang clan who had been paying careful attention to Duanling Tian instantly noticed his gaze on Chiu Muqing who was standing in the distance. The grand elder of Dongfang clan regained his senses and quickly pricked his finger as he said loudly and clearly, I, Dongfang Pa, swear on my blood that I'll accept young Miss Chiu Muqing from the Chiu clan as my master. I won't harm her. I'm willing to be struck by the 99 heavenly tribulation if I break my oath. As soon as Dongfang Pa, the grand elder of Dongfang clan, finished speaking, rumble, 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 rumble. 9 claps of thunder reverberated from the sky in accordance with Dongfang Po's oath. Chiu Muqing was shocked. She had another slave? Moreover, this slave was even stronger than Chiu Ji, the second elder of Chiu clan. His strength was comparable to the Grand Elder of Chiu clan. The Grand Elder of Chiu clan was equally as shocked. He did not expect Dongfang Pa, who was equally as famous as he was in Clarity City, would swear to accept Chiu Muqing as his master in order to live. However, after he considered it for a moment, he thought he would have acted the same way if he was in Dongfang Po's situation. After all, it had taken him a lot to finally achieve his cultivation base. He could live for many more years, at the very least 1,000 years. In order to survive, dignity was not important. Chiu Ji, the second elder of Chiu clan, was not shocked. He had expected this outcome. Clan leader Chiu and Ping of Chiu clan, on the other hand, was also shocked. Dongfang Pa, the grand elder of Dongfang clan, was as strong as the Chiu clan's grand elder, who was someone he looked up to. However, someone so strong had just sworn on the lightning penalty oath to accept his daughter as master? I'm not dreaming, am I? Chiu and Ping was delighted when he realized he was not dreaming. Since Dongfang Pa had sworn to accept his daughter as his master, he could be considered as a man from the Chiu clan. If the number 1 clan in Clarity City, the Feng clan, intended to act against Chiu clan, there was no way Dongfang Pa would refuse to help. Soon after, Chiu and Ping was shocked again. This was because he heard Dongfang Liang, the second elder of Dongfang clan, had also sworn the same oath as Dongfang Per to serve Chiu Muqing. Chiu and Ping was not the only one who was excited when he heard this. Even the grand elder of Chiu clan was excited. Previously, the Chiu clan and Dongfang clan were afraid of the Feng clan because the Feng clan had 5 Saint Celestial Stage powerhouses. 2 of them were as strong as the grand elder of Chiu clan, while another 2 were as strong as the second elder of Chiu clan. The Chiu clan and Dongfang clan needed to be allies in case Feng clan decided to attack either of the clans. Chiu and Ping, the clan leader of Chiu clan and the grand elder of Chiu clan, were excited because as long as Chiu Muqing stayed in the Chiu clan, they did not have fear the Feng clan looking for trouble with them. I'm also willing to acknowledge Miss Muqing as my master. I'm also willing to do that. At the same time, the 2 Dongfang clan elders kneeling on the ground swore on the lightning penalty oath as well. Thunder began to reverberate from the sky after the 2 elders finished swearing on the lightning penalty oath. 9 claps of thunder had sounded 5 times within 15 minutes. It shocked all the elders, disciples, and servants in the Chiu clan. What's the matter? It's the 5th time now. Who swore on the lightning penalty oath 5 times consecutively? It seems that it's someone in the main hall. I heard the people from Dongfang clan came to look for trouble with the Chiu clan. Speaking of, young miss has really gone overboard this time. It has to be the clan leader and the others swearing on lightning penalty oaths to appease the people from Dongfang clan. I agree. Why does the Chiu clan have to yield? I'm so upset. Everyone in the Chiu clan, elders, disciples, and servants, thought the thunder was caused by the clan leader and the high-ranking elders swearing on lightning penalty oaths under the coercion of the people from Dongfang clan. How could they not feel embarrassed if news of this spread out? Everyone from the Chiu clan felt extremely demoralized. Fortunately, clan leader Chiu and Ping, the grand elder, and the second elder were unaware of their thoughts. If they knew, they probably would not know whether to laugh or cry. In Chiu clan's main hall, Duan Ling Tian looked at Qiu Muqing with a smile after the matter had been resolved. Miss Qiu, let's head back. Qiu Muqing was momentarily stunned, and she nodded in a daze. When she noticed the meaningful gazes that were shot her way, her cheeks reddened immediately. She quickly left the main hall with a shy expression on her face. After Qiu Muqing left with Duan Ling Tian, everyone in the Qiu clan's main hall sighed in relief. With Duan Ling Tian around, they could help but feel pressured, causing them to feel as though they could not breathe. Now that he had left, the pressure was naturally gone as well. At this moment, the Qiu clan's Grand Elder and Second Elder congratulated Qiu and Ping. Congratulations, clan leader. Grand Elder, Second Elder? What do you mean? Qiu and Ping was stunned when he heard the Qiu clan's Grand Elder and Second Elder's words. Clan leader. Everyone with eyes can see that Miss Muqing has a good relationship with Lord Li Feng. I don't think it'll take long before they become a couple, Qiu Ji said with a smile. However, when he mentioned Lord Li Feng, a hint of fear could be seen in the depths of his eyes. The Grand Elder of Qiu clan nodded in assent. Meanwhile, Dongfang Pe and Dongfang Liang, the Grand Elder and Second Elder of Dongfang clan respectively, and the two ordinary elders congratulated Qiu and Ping as well. Clan leader Qiu, congratulations. A hint of envy could be seen in their eyes. They were envious that Qiu and Ping's daughter had such a good relationship with Lord Li Feng. Qiu and Qing smiled wryly when he regained his senses. People, isn't it too early to congratulate me? He did not agree with them. When he saw Li Feng's strength, he knew Li Feng was not an ordinary person. Could his daughter really attract the attention of such an extraordinary person? Even if Li Feng had a close relationship with his daughter, he was afraid it would only a temporary situation. Clan leader Qiu, Lord Li Feng has done so much for young Miss Qiu. It shows that he values her. It won't be long before you become a grandfather, Dongfeng Pe said with a laugh. Everyone else nodded in assent. Soon after, Dongfeng Pe looked at Qiu and Ping and changed the topic. He expressed his loyalty again. Clan leader Qiu, I've discussed this with Dongfang Liang. Miss Muqing is our master. As long as we're in the Dongfang clan and Miss Muqing is in the Qiu clan, the Dongfang clan will be loyal to the Qiu clan. When we return to the clan, we'll find someone obedient to be the new clan leader. From now on, both clans don't have to worry about the Feng clan anymore. Qiu and Ping's eyes lit up when he heard Dongfang Po's words. Even the Grand Elder of Qiu clan looked happy. At this time, Clarity City's #1 clan, the Feng clan, would not expect that such a huge change had taken place. In just a day, Qiu clan became a clan that was comparable to the Feng clan due to Dongfang clan submitting to them. Naturally, no outsiders were aware that Dongfang clan had become part of Qiu clan. They only knew there was no conflict between the two clans. Moreover, the two clans' relationship had become very good. The clan's alliance was a threat to the Feng clan. In the years that followed, Feng clan did not dare to plot against the two clans at all. Naturally, these only happened later on. The Qiu clan's main hall was located quite a distance away from Qiu Muqing's private residence. However, Qiu Muqing felt the journey was too short as she followed behind Duan Ling Tian. It felt like only a moment had passed. She did not even have time to speak to Duan Ling Tian before they arrived at her private residence. Since Duan Ling Tian had kept quiet, Qiu Muqing found it difficult to initiate a conversation. This was because she was certain of Duan Ling Tian's identity. Duan Ling Tian was one of fire worship sect's 8 great prodigies. He was someone far above her station. She was only an ordinary girl compared to him. When both of them arrived at Qiu Muqing's private residence, Duan Ling Tian walked into a pavilion in the front yard. He sat on a stone chair before he asked with a smile, "Why are you so quiet?" After Qiu Muqing entered the pavilion, she walked to the other side of the stone table, but she did not sit down. A complex emotion could be seen in her eyes as she stared at Duan Ling Tian. "Miss Qiu, you are..." Duan Ling Tian was confused when he saw Qiu Muqing. Could she be afraid of him after seeing his strength? He felt this was a logical reason. However, when Qiu Muqing spoke, the smile on Duan Ling Tian's mouth froze. "You're Duan Ling Tian, one of the fire worship sect's 8 great prodigies, right?" Duan Ling Tian was shocked by Qiu Muqing's words. "You? How do you know that?" Despite the surprise expression on Duan Ling Tian's face, he did not deny it. He only took a deep breath. Your strength in your name. Moreover, you even asked me to keep your name a secret. With Qiu Muqing's words, Duan Ling Tian was reminded he was no longer a nobody who had just arrived in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Currently, Duan Ling Tian did not only build a name for himself in the fire worship sect, but he had also built a name for himself in the Dao Martial Saint Land after he was ranked on the Supreme Saint ranking. It seems like I'm right. Duan Ling Tian's reaction confirmed Qiu Muqing's speculation. Qiu Muqing took a seat after Duan Ling Tian motioned for her to sit down. She looked at him gratefully and said, Brother Ling Tian, thank you. She thanked Duan Ling Tian for helping the Qiu clan out of a dire situation. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and said, It's nothing. You're my friend. You don't have to thank me for something so trivial. It might be trivial to you, Brother Ling Tian. However, to me and to the Qiu clan, it's an extremely important matter. Qiu Muqing said solemnly, Since you've already thanked me, there's no need to mention this matter anymore. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and changed the topic. Miss Qiu. Before Duan Ling Tian finished his sentence, he was interrupted by Qiu Muqing. Brother Ling Tian, you can just call me Muqing. How does addressing me as Miss Qiu sound like we're friends? Her face reddened as she spoke, looking like a young and shy girl. Then I'll call you Muqing. Duan Ling Tian agreed. Brother Ling Tian, what were you going to say? Qiu Muqing asked with an apologetic expression since she had interrupted Duan Ling Tian. She knew that it was rude behavior. It's nothing much. Duan Ling Tian shook his head before he asked. I just wanted to ask if you know a place in the upper province that has the most wicked men? A place where the wicked gather. This was the purpose of Duan Ling Tian's visit to Clarity City. He wanted to find a place with many wicked men so he could devour their innate spiritual roots. Duan Ling Tian did not forget the purpose he had left the fire worship sect. He left to devour other people's innate spiritual roots so he could improve his innate spiritual root and become strong in a short time. He could only save Kuer and their daughter from the fire worship sect if he became stronger. Today, except for Dongfang Zhu, the second young master of Dongfang clan, he did not devour the innate spiritual roots of Qiu Gangyi, the second master of Qiu clan, and clan leader Dongfang Qian of Dongfang clan. Naturally, there was a reason for that. When Duan Ling Tian was in the Qiu clan's main hall, he had killed Qiu Gangyi and Dongfang Xian with a clean and precise attack that scared everyone. It made him look extremely strong. If he had devoured both their innate spiritual roots like how he devoured Dongfang Zhu's innate spiritual root at the restaurant today, it would undoubtedly affect the image he wanted to portray. He wanted to come off strong so the others would be afraid of him. Moreover, whether it was Qiu Gangyi or Dongfang Qian, both their innate spiritual roots would not improve his innate spiritual by much anyway. They probably possessed green innate spiritual roots. In fact, Qiu Gangyi might have had a yellow innate spiritual root. It would not improve his dark blue innate spiritual root even he had devoured their innate spiritual roots. After some deep and careful deliberation, he decided not to devour their innate spiritual roots. Naturally, there were other factors as well. If there was nothing restraining Duan Ling Tian, he would certainly devour their innate spiritual roots as well. After all, even the smallest mosquito had some meat. A place where the wicked gathers? Qiu Muqing was stunned when she heard Duan Ling Tian's words. A hint of fear could be seen in her beautiful eyes as though she had just thought of something. Duan Ling Tian, who was looking at Qiu Muqing, naturally, saw the change in her expression. He could not help but ask in an urgent tone, What? Do you know of a place like that? After all, he was desperate to find a place where the wicked gathered so he could devour their innate spiritual roots. As long as they were weaker than him, he would be able to devour their innate spiritual roots. He would not blindly devour just anyone's innate spiritual root. He had his principles after all. I'm not sure if that place can be considered as a place where the wicked gathers. However, from what I know, there are a lot of terrible people there. It's common for people there to kill and injure as soon as there's a disagreement. Qiu Muqing said slowly. She sounded slightly frightened when she spoke about the place. It's common for them to kill and injure as soon as there's a disagreement? Upon hearing Xiao Muqing's words, Duanling Tian could not help but ask as he stared at Xiao Muqing intently, "What place is that?" "That place is located in the central region. It's next to one of the three great sects, the Black Kshetra sect. However, that place has nothing to do with the Black Kshetra sect. In fact, if the disciples from Black Kshetra sect goes to that place without an elder accompanying them, they might even be killed. Even the Black Kshetra sect would have a hard time finding the culprit," Xiao Muqing said, growing more afraid. Black Kshetra sect. Duanling Tian's expression changed drastically when Xiao Muqing mentioned the Black Kshetra sect, one of the three great sects in Dao Martial Saint Land. Duanling Tian was agitated when he heard the sect's name because he still remembered the person who came to the lower province and broke into the Azure Cloud Mansion had killed Elder Ku and took the Devil Seal tablet away. That person was none other than Black Kshetra sect's Elder Xiezong. He was also the only son of the Golden Lion King, one of the four great dermas in Black Kshetra sect. Xiezong, the figure of a man dressed in light gray robes, appeared in Duanling Tian's mind. It was a middle-aged man with crossed eyes and a sullen expression on his face. Up until now, Duanling Tian could still remember the day Xiezong had come to the Azure Cloud Mansion and killed his father's right-hand man, Elder Ku, before snatching the Devil Seal tablet from him. Apart from that, a team of black armored guards had died in Xiezong's hands as well. There was deep enmity between them. When Duanling Tian heard Black Kshetra sect being mentioned, it was only natural that he became agitated. "Brother Ling Tian, what's wrong?" Xiao Muqing could sense the change in Duanling Tian's mood. Duanling Tian regained his senses and shook his head. He said, "It's nothing. Muqing, can you please describe the place you just mentioned in detail?" Xiao Muqing nodded obediently and then slowly said, "Of course. The place I mentioned that's located in the central region is called Sin City." The fear in Xiao Muqing's eyes intensified when she mentioned Sin City. Although she had not been to Sin City, the stories she had heard were enough to strike fear into her heart. Sin City. Duanling Tian narrowed his eyes as a thought flashed in his mind. However, he did not interrupt Xiao Muqing as he waited for her to continue speaking. Sin City has been around since the beginning of the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. It has a long history. According to history, Sin City was founded by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. That powerhouse was a sectless cultivator. For this reason, a majority of sectless cultivators in the upper province gravitate towards Sin City. Apart from that, I heard the sectless cultivators there are as strong as high-ranking officials in the three great sections. There are even people as strong as sect leaders from the three great sects. I think there's truth to that. Otherwise, how did Sin City remain untouched all these years, even though it's located right next to the Black Kshetra sect? Xiao Muqing said in one breath. She paused and let Duanling Tian mull over the words she had said. Sin City? A city founded by a sectless cultivator at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage? It's been around since the beginning of the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land? It's located next to the Black Kshetra sect. But the sect has never tried to take over the city? If that's the case, it's very likely there are powerhouses whose strength is comparable to the sect leaders of the three great sections. Otherwise, the Black Kshetra sect wouldn't have left them alone. Duanling Tian thought about the things Xiao Muqing had said. After a while, he said, "Muqing, please continue speaking." Xiao Muqing nodded and continued to say, "I'm sure Brother Ling Tian can guess there are many sectless cultivators there based on what I said. Since they are sectless, there are many kinds of people there. It's inevitable that problems would arise. For this reason, Sin City is very chaotic. People kill there every day. That's also why it's called Sin City. I also heard people who are not at the Saint Celestial stage wouldn't go out at night unless they're accompanied by a Saint Celestial stage powerhouse. That's how dangerous it is. This is all I know about Sin City," Xiao Muqing said. After a moment, she continued to say as she looked at Duanling Tian. "I don't know the reason why Brother Ling Tian wants to know about a place where the wicked gathers, but I feel Sin City fits the description. It's a place where many wicked men are gathered in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. I heard there are cannibals there as well." Her face turned pale when she finished speaking. "Cannibals? Sane people would not be able to accept this. Naturally, Duan Tian could not accept this as well. His expression darkened when he heard Qiu Muqing's words. He knew Sin City was the place he was looking for. It's decided. I'm going to Sin City. Duan Tian quickly decided to go to Sin City to devour innate spiritual roots. If Sin City was just as Qiu Muqing described, there would be many wicked men there. Duan Tian regained his senses after he took a deep breath. He looked at Qiu Muqing as he asked, Muqing, have you been to Sin City? No. Qiu Muqing instantly shook her head when she heard Duan Tian's question. She did not want to go to Sin City at all if possible. No? How come you know so much about Sin City? Duan Tian asked in surprise. I've also heard about it from the sectless cultivators when I'm out having meals in restaurants, Qiu Muqing said when she saw Duan Tian's surprised expression. Moreover, I heard that the leader of the sectless cultivators in Clarity City is originally from Sin City. Duan Tian had heard about the leader of the Sectless Cultivators Alliance in Clarity City in the restaurant today. The alliance existed to protect the rights of sectless cultivators and to protect them from being bullied by the three great clans in Clarity City. Naturally, the leader of sectless cultivators was not weak. His cultivation base was at the Saint Celestial stage. It was not a surprise. If he was weak, would the three great clans in Clarity City be wary of him? I don't know how's it like in Sin City. However, the leader of the Sectless Cultivator Alliance should know about it. If Brother Tian wants to know more about Sin City, I suggest you go to him. Qiu Muqing continued to say. Duan Tian nodded. That was what he planned to do. Duan Tian looked at Qiu Muqing and said with a smile, Muqing, I'm glad I met you in Clarity City, and I hope we'll meet again in the future. Brother Tian, why you're leaving already? When Qiu Muqing heard Duan Tian was going to leave, her expression turned tensed immediately. Duan Tian nodded. Didn't I tell that there's a purpose I came to Clarity City? I'm here to find the place where the wicked gathers. I've finally gotten my answer. Qiu Chuming did not know that was the reason Duan Tian had come to Clarity City. Her expression turned solemn. Brother Tian, you're serious about going to Sin City? Yes. Duan Tian nodded. He did not plan to hide this. Qiu Muqing's expression changed again when she heard Duan Tian reply. Brother Tian, although you're really strong and almost invincible in Clarity City, there are powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stages in Sin City. Not just that, but there are many powerhouses at the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage as well. Qiu Muqing became more anxious the more she spoke. She did not know what else to say. Duan Tian was touched by Qiu Muqing's concern, but he said solemnly, Muqing, I know you're worried about my safety. However, I must go to Sin City. My wife and my daughter are currently imprisoned in a place where they can't even see daylight. If I go to Sin City, I'll be able to rescue them in the shortest time possible. Duan Tian directly mentioned he was going to save his wife and daughter. Naturally, he did not say his wife and daughter were imprisoned by the fire worship sect. There was also another reason Duan Tian had mentioned his wife and daughter. He could see the way Qiu Muqing addressed him as Brother Tian and her shy demeanor that she was fond of him even if she might not love him. He had done this so she would not harbor any hopes regarding him. There was no doubt that Qiu Muqing was outstanding in every regard. As a man, Duan Tian was naturally slightly moved. However, when he remembered his 2 wives and his girlfriend, Feng Tianwu, whose whereabouts were unknown, he was not interested in flirting at all. A man could be passionate but not promiscuous. Duan Tian believed and followed this principle. Why, you have a wife? Sure enough, after hearing Duan Tian's words, Qiu Muqing's face turned pale and her twinkling eyes dimmed immediately. It seemed as if she had become lifeless. Duan Tian nodded and continued saying, Therefore, it's time for me to go now. Muqing, that 3 old farts are my parting gifts to you. As long as you in Clarity City, you won't have to worry about being forced to do something you don't want to do. After Duan Tian finished speaking, Qiu Muqing had not even regained her senses when he moved and disappeared from Qiu Muqing and the Qiu clan. With Duan Tian's speed, naturally, Qiu Muqing could not even catch a trace of his shadow. Qiu Muqing only regained her senses once Duan Lingtian had left. Duan Lingtian's words before he left still echoed in her ears. In Clarity City, you don't have to worry about being forced to do things you don't want to do. These words hit Qiu Muqing's heart. Before Duan Lingtian's appearance, she had been frustrated and helpless regarding the impending marriage between her and Dongfang Zhu. After Duan Lingtian's appearance, not only did he help her resolve that issue, but he had even given her 3 strong slaves, effectively making her one of the strongest people in Clarity City. Currently, in the Qiu clan, not only had her status surpassed her father's, but it had even surpassed the Grand Elder whom she had deeply respected in the past. Brother Lingtian, Qiu Muqing's eyes were trained in the direction where Duan Lingtian had left. A hint of determination could be seen in her eyes, but no one knew what she was thinking. Qiu Muqing only knew the direction that Duan Lingtian left, and due to the plants that were swaying violently as though a gust of wind had blown violently. Duan Lingtian had left like a gust of wind, vanishing before Qiu Muqing's eyes. Although she could no longer see him, there was no doubt he had left a lasting impression on her heart. In fact, the current Duan Lingtian would never expect that he would meet Qiu Muqing again shortly outside of Clarity City in the future. Currently, Duan Lingtian was looking for the leader of the Sectless Cultivators Alliance, who was a powerhouse at the first form of the Saint Celestial stage. Emerald Cloud's Pavilion is one of the largest brothels in Clarity City. It's one of the assets that belong to the Phone clan. They have the best dancers, musicians, and prostitutes. Most people with high statuses would occasionally come here to enjoy and relax. They would either watch some dance performances, listen to music, or spend time with a lady of the evening. Inside the Emerald Clouds Pavilion, in an independent, luxurious, and spacious courtyard, a middle-aged man with a medium build and ordinary appearance was seated in front of a stone table in a pavilion. There were 2 fairly pretty girls next to him. One of the girls was feeding him grapes while the other one was massaging his legs. Every movement was gentle and precise. However, his attention was not on the 2 girls. Instead, it was focused on the ground in front of the pavilion. 9 dancers were dancing gracefully on the ground. Even people who did not know anything about the art of dancing would appreciate their performance. TSK. Leader Wang really does know how to enjoy life. It's much more comfortable here compared to Sin City, right? A voice sounded suddenly. The man sitting in the pavilion was so shocked that his expression changed immediately. He quickly stood up. The 2 girls next to him had also turned pale from fright. "Who's it?" the middle-aged man cried out as his expression changed. He turned to look around his surroundings. The 9 dancers were frozen with fear. "Who?" At this time, a gust of wind blew in and a purple young man jumped down from the top of the pavilion and landed steadily on the ground. It was none other than Duan Lingtian, who had just left the Qiu clan's estate. It was obvious who the middle-aged man was. He was none other than the leader of the Sectless Cultivators Alliance in Clarity City, Wang Efo. When Wang Efo saw Duan Lingtian, his expression turned grim. He asked in a deep voice, "Who are you? Why are you disturbing us?" Hua. As soon as Wang Efo spoke, the sun-sane energy in Duan Lingtian's body surged out immediately and transformed into whirlpools. Elementary devouring tactic. In just a few moments, the surrounding heaven and earth spirit energy were absorbed by Duan Lingtian, raising his sun-sane energy to its highest limit. All this happened so fast that Wang Efo had a difficult time catching what was happening. Wang Efo instantly put up his guard as soon as he regained his senses. He quickly lifted his arm and a broad saber appeared in his hands. The saint energy in Wang Efo's body surged into the saber, emitting a piercing aura. Based on the aura, one could tell the saber was 100 inscriptions saint weapon. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian strode forward with a calm expression and said indifferently, "The 100 inscriptions saint saber is pretty good." As Duan Lingtian moved forward, suddenly, "Shou!" A short-lived sword cry rang in the air. Although it was just for a second, it made Wang Efo shudder inwardly. His eyes widened in fear when he realized he could not see the sword. "Kacha!" Suddenly, a clear and crisp sound reverberated in his ears. It sounded like tofu being sliced. At this moment, Wang Efo was extremely shocked when he saw the 100 inscriptions saint saber in his hand that had been infused with saint origin had been broken in half. Moreover, the cuts were smooth. It was obvious the weapon that had cut his saber was extremely sharp. Wang Yifo felt chills ran up his spine when he recalled the short-lived sword cry he had heard earlier. After that, he turned to look at the purple-clad young man standing nearby. Fear rose in the depths of his heart, and it could be seen in his eyes. Ah! Ah! When Wang Yifo's 100 inscription Saint Sabers was cut in two, the two girls next to him and the dancers cried out in fear. Their expressions were vulnerable, giving them a delicate aura as they stood rooted to the ground in fear. Leave. I have things to discuss with Leader Wang, Duan Ling Tian said. When the girls heard Duan Ling Tian's words, the fear they felt lessened slightly. However, they did not dare to leave even though he had dismissed them. All of them turned to look at Wang Yifo in unison. It was apparent they were waiting for permission from their esteemed guest, Wang Yifo. When Wang Yifo saw the girls' gazes, he was so furious he almost threw up blood. Could the girls not see the purple-clad young man was a lot stronger than him? It was fine if they died for not listening to the purple-clad man's order. However, when they looked at him to ask for permission, was it not akin to dragging him into trouble as well? My lord has asked you to leave. Why aren't you leaving? Wang Yifo shouted furiously and scared off the girls. One by one they scurried off. In just a blink of an eye, only Duan Ling Tian and Wang Yifo were left in the spacious courtyard. My lord, please take a seat. Wang Yifo's furious expression had disappeared when he looked at Duan Ling Tian. He immediately invited Duan Ling Tian to take a seat in front of the stone table in the pavilion. Duan Ling Tian did not bother with pleasantries and directly walked into the pavilion. He was not surprised at how rude Wang Yifo was when they first met. That was why he did not waste time and instantly showed his strength. With the Sun Saint energy that had been raised to the maximum by the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, and the help of the Jasper celestial sword, it was easy for Duan Ling Tian to cut Wang Yifo's 100 inscriptions Saint Saber that was infused with Saint origin into half. In front of the Jasper celestial sword, the 100 inscriptions Saint Saber was as fragile as tofu. Under Wang Yifo's anxious gaze, Duan Ling Tian walked into the pavilion and sat in front of the stone table. Then Duan Ling Tian took a grape on the table and put it into his mouth. After chewing for a moment, he spat out the seeds. The grape tastes pretty good. If you like it, I'll get them to prepare more next time, Wang Yifo said fawningly when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Now that he was fawning over Duan Ling Tian, he seemed like a different person from his arrogant self earlier. His change in behavior was naturally due to the strength Duan Ling Tian had demonstrated. In the beginning, he did not know that Duan Ling Tian was stronger than him. Currently, not only did he find out Duan Ling Tian was stronger, he realized Duan Ling Tian could easily kill if he wanted to. If the earlier strike had landed on Wang Yifo's head and not the 100 inscription Saint Saber in his hands, he would definitely be decapitated. Chills ran up his spine when he thought about this. Sit, Duan Ling Tian ordered as he looked at Wang Yifo. After witnessing Duan Ling Tian's terrifying strength, how could he dare to sit in front of Duan Ling Tian? He quickly said in a polite tone, "My lord, I'm not worthy. I prefer to stand." If Wang Yifo was not willing to sit, Duan Ling Tian certainly would not force him. He said without beating around the bush, "I came here because I have some questions for you. Please ask, my lord. As long as I know about it, I won't hide it from you." Wang Yifo sighed in relief when he heard Duan Ling Tian's purpose of looking for him. Earlier, he had felt anxious since he was worried Duan Ling Tian had come to look for trouble with him. With Duan Ling Tian's strength, he would be able to kill him in just a blink of an eye. "I heard you stayed in Sin City for quite some time?" Duan Ling Tian asked. Although Wang Yifo was curious about Duan Ling Tian's reason for asking this question, he did not ask anything unnecessary and nodded honestly. It was no secret to most people in Clarity City anyway. Yes. Moreover, he had bragged about it a lot as well. After all, not everyone was brave enough to go to Sin City. Even Saint Celestial stage powerhouses had to be careful in Sin City. Otherwise, calamity would only await him if he offended someone. "Tell me about Sin City," Duan Ling Tian said. "My lord, are you thinking about going to Sin City?" Wang Yifo asked in surprise with a glint in his eyes. He could tell the purple-clad young man did not come to ask him about Sin City because he was bored. It was very likely he planned to go to Sin City. Duanling Tian did not deign to answer Wang Yifo's question. His expression darkened as he asked in a cold voice, "Do I need to repeat my question?" The change in Duanling Tian's attitude naturally frightened Wang Yifo. He could not help but shudder. He no longer dared to ask any question as he hurriedly answered, "I'll tell you about Sin City." Following that, Wang Yifo gave Duanling Tian a detailed explanation about Sin City. He told him everything from the founding of Sin City to the current situation in Sin City. Since Wang Yifo had stayed in Sin City for some time, his understanding was, naturally, a lot better than Qiu Muqing, who only got her information from rumors. Thanks to Wang Yifo, Duanling Tian learned a lot about Sin City. After Wang Yifo revealed everything he knew about Sin City to Duanling Tian asked Wang Yifo curiously, "Leader Wang, why did you leave Sin City for Clarity City? It is really just to enjoy life." While Wang Yifo was talking about Sin City, he had left himself out of it. Since his cultivation base was only at the peak of the first form of the Saint Celestial stage, he would just be an ordinary martial cultivator in Sin City even if he was not a small pawn. He definitely would not be as carefree as he was in Sin City. As the old saying went, "It's better to be the head of a dog than the tail of a lion." Naturally, Duanling Tian knew there had to be some attraction in Sin City since there were many sectless cultivators who gathered there. Otherwise, was there anyone who would not prefer to live like a king in a small town? Wang Yifo certainly did not leave Sin City only because he wanted to enjoy life in a small town. When Wang Yifo heard Duanling Tian's question, he sighed before he said with an unwilling and helpless expression on his face, "Of course not. I only left because I offended a despicable man in Sin City. He has a strong force backing him, so I had no choice but to leave. Although life is certainly enjoyable in Clarity City, it doesn't help with my cultivation at all. It's difficult for me to improve my cultivation here." Based on your words, the cultivation environment in Sin City is really good? Duanling Tian's interest was piqued when he heard Wang Yifo's words. Not only is the cultivation environment good, but there are a lot of benefits of staying in Sin City that's difficult for me to explain. Since you're planning to go there, you'll understand once you arrive. Although Duanling Tian knew Wang Yifo was intentionally keeping him in suspense, he did not bother to ask anymore. He was about to depart to Sin City after all. After Duanling Tian learned everything he wanted from Wang Yifo, he stood and prepared to leave. Before he left, he did not forget to thank Wang Yifo. "Thank you, Leader Wang." Wang Yifo was slightly taken aback by Duanling Tian's courtesy. "My lord, you're too polite." He looked at Duanling Tian's gradually disappearing back with a hint of respect in his eyes. "He? Who's he exactly?" Wang Yifo only regained his senses when Duanling Tian disappeared from his sight. A hint of confusion could be seen in his eyes. Wang Yifo had lived in Clarity City for a few years now. This was his first time seeing someone so strong in the city. Clarity City was a small, insignificant town located on the edge of the western region. Most powerhouses would not stop here even if they were passing through. After leaving the Emerald Clouds Pavilion, Duanling Tian did not make any more stops and left Clarity City immediately. When Duanling Tian left Clarity City, he turned back to look at the city. His eyes glinted, but it was difficult to guess what was going through his mind. Golden crow wings? After a moment, a pair of flaming wings sprouted out his back. He had cast the high-grade movement divine ability, the Golden Crow's Wings. Duanling Tian flapped the Golden Crow's wings. In the next moment, boom, 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 boom. A thunderous noise reverberated in the air. Duanling Tian used the Golden Crow's wings to make his way to the central region of the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land at an extremely fast speed. The upper province of Dao Martial Saint Land was divided into the northern region, southern region, western region, eastern region, and central region. The northern region was covered in snow all year long. Saint stone veins were rare, causing the cultivation environment to be terrible. It was a remote place in the middle of nowhere. Very few powerful forces were based there. Currently, the temporary estate of the Seven Absolute Sect was located in the northern region. The southern region was also known as the Wildlands. Based on the name, one could imagine what a lawless and intimidating place it was. Out of 3 great sects in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, the Heaven Divination sect was located in the southern region. The Heaven Divination sect was the religion for most people in the southern region, similar to how the Fire Worship sect was the religion for most people in the western region. There was no need to speak much about the western region. The eastern region had very little Saint Stone's veins as well, but it is much better compared to the northern region. There was a number of first-rate forces that was based there, including the Dragon Clan. The central region was the most fertile land in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. It was rich with Saint Stone veins and other resources. Within the central region, the ancient Sin City and the Black Kshetra sect, one of the three great sects, were located there. Even the Black Kshetra sect was wary of Sin City. Sin City was not a force. It was merely a place where sectless cultivators gathered. However, if any forces wanted to act against Sin City, the sectless cultivators would band together to oppose them. Sin City. What's so special about it that so many sectless cultivators from the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land flock there? Duan Ling Tian was intrigued with Sin City as he made his way there. How did a city attract so many sectless cultivators? Duan Ling Tian had flown across many mountains, lakes, and deserts before he arrived in the central region of the upper province in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Duan Ling Tian had learned from Chiu Mu Qing that Sin City was located in the center of the central region. As soon as he arrived at the central region, he wasted no time in making his way to Sin City after he determined its direction. Meanwhile, in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, at the Azure Cloud Mansion. A swift figure shot across the sky and entered the Crouching Dragon Lake that was located outside of Azure Cloud Mansion. Bang! 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 As the figure was about to enter the Crouching Dragon Lake, the surface of the Crouching Dragon Lake rippled before 10 figures shot out from the lake and surrounded the figure. Who are you? How dare you trespass into the Azure Cloud Mansion? The 10 figures who flew out from the Crouching Dragon Lake wore black armors, looking imposing. The person they had surrounded was a curvaceous woman dressed in a bodysuit. Apart from having an attractive body, she had a beautiful face as well. It was as though God had given her the best. She had the face of an angel and the body of a devil. These words described her perfectly. The black-armored army of Azure Cloud Mansion? The woman muttered to herself when she found herself surrounded. Then she said directly, I'm Wang Fei Xian from Mystical Sky Mansion. I'm friends with your young mansion master. Wang Fei Xian was one of the people whom Duan Ling Tian considered friends back when he was in Mystical Sky Mansion. Friends of young mansion master? Upon hearing Wang Fei Xian's words, the 10 black-armored guards' gazes became less piercing. At the same time, one of them returned to the Azure Cloud Mansion to report this matter. Wang Fei Xian. In the main mansion of Azure Cloud Mansion, Duan Rufeng learned there was a girl outside who claimed to be a friend of his son. However, he had never heard of this name before. Naturally, it was impossible for him to remember all his son's friends. Fair, has Tiani mentioned a girl named Wang Fei Xian? Shortly after, Duan Rufeng found his daughter-in-law, Li Fei. Li Fei was accompanying his wife, Li Ro, along with her son, Duan Yen Tian. Wang Fei Xian? I think she's a friend of Rascal from the Mystical Sky Mansion. Li Fei was momentarily stunned. When she regained her senses, her eyes were filled with emotions. Li Fei had heard Duan Ling Tian mention Wang Fei Xian before. Although he did not say much, based on her womanly instinct, she could tell Wang Fei Xian liked Duan Ling Tian. She's really Tianer's friend? Since you know her, come with me and greet her, Duan Rufeng said. Duan Rufeng, who was standing nearby, ran over and blinked his eyes innocently before he said, Grandfather, I want to come as well. Grandma is coming as well. Following that, Duan Yen Tian turned to look at Li Ro before he reached out and held her hand with a cute pout. All right, Grandma will come along. Li Ro promised as she dotingly patted her grandchild's head. We'll listen to Yen Tian and go together, Duan Rufeng agreed as he looked at Duan Yen Tian affectionately. After that, Duan Rufeng raised his arm and enveloped Li Ro, Li Fei, and Duan Yen Tian with an invisible force and brought them away from the main mansion of Azure Cloud Mansion. After a few moments, they finally arrived at the Crouching Dragon Lake. Lord Mansion Master. Madam. Young Madam. When Duan Rufeng appeared along with Li Ro, Li Fei, and her son before the 9 black-armored guards, the black armored guards greeted them immediately. Li Ro was their mansion master's wife, so they addressed her as Madam. As for Li Fei, she was the wife of their young mansion master, so they had greeted her as young Madam. Mansion master? Madam? Young Madam. Upon hearing the black armored guards' greetings, Wang Fei Xian's attention shifted to the newcomers. She quickly greeted Duan Rufeng, who was standing next to Li Ro. Pleased to meet you, Mansion Master Duan and Madam. As Wang Fei Xian bowed at Duan Rufeng and his wife, she could not help but glance at Li Fei, who was standing next to Li Ro from the corner of her eyes. Currently, Li Fei was holding her son, Duan Yen Tian's hand. Duan Yen Tian was sizing Wang Fei Xian up as though he was curious about the stranger, whom he had never seen before. Lady Fei Xian, you don't have to be so courteous, Duan Rufeng said with a smile. I've heard from my daughter-in-law that you're a friend of my son in the mystical sky mansion. This is no place for a conversation. Do you want to come into the main mansion with us? Yes, please. Wang Fei Xian agreed immediately. As soon as Wang Fei Xian agreed to it, Duan Rufeng raised his hands again and brought all of them away from the crouching dragon lake. When Duan Rufeng and the others appeared, they had already arrived at the majestic main mansion of Azure Cloud Mansion. Took a while for Wang Fei Xian to regain her senses. After Wang Fei Xian recollected herself, Duan Rufeng introduced the three people standing next to him. His wife, his son. Although Wang Fei Xian had prepared herself for this, she could not help but feel depressed inwardly when she was introduced to Duan Ling Tian's wife, Li Fei, and their son. However, she still greeted Li Fei politely. Naturally, Li Fei responded politely as well. She did not snub Wang Fei Xian. After all, her man's friend was also her friend. It seems like this girl is also fond of Tian'er. This is all Tian'er's fault. He still has unresolved matters with Bai Yao and Lan'er. Why is he still attracting girls outside? Li Ro thought to herself. She was a woman as well. Naturally, she saw the changes in Wang Fei Xian when she heard that Li Fei was Duan Ling Tian's wife. Previously, Li Ro wanted to have as many daughters-in-law as possible. Otherwise, she would not have brought Xiaolan and Princess Bai Yao over from the mortal continent. However, she had changed her mind. In fact, she regretted bringing Xiaolan and Princess Bai Yao with her. She felt sorry for them since it was uncertain if her son would accept them. That matter had not even been resolved, but Wang Fei Xian had shown up. It made her feel dispirited. Miss Fei Xian, if you came to look for my son Duan Ling Tian, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. He's no longer in the lower province, Duan Rufeng said to Wang Fei Xian. I know, Wang Fei Xian nodded and continued to say, I didn't come looking for him. I came to tip you off, Mansion Master. A hint of fear appeared in her eyes as though she recalled something horrifying. Tip me off. Duan Rufeng was stunned. The mystical sky mansion is gone. My home, the fourth-rate force, the tyrannic saber mansion, is also gone. Wang Fei Xian said grimly. Terror could be heard in her voice. Monsters. Monsters with ox's heads and human bodies. They emit terrifying devil chi and are extremely strong. Even the mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion was killed in just a blow before he was turned into a dried corpse. The mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion was killed with just one move? Li Ro, in particular, and Li Fei were shocked when they heard Wang Fei Xian's words. As the wife of the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, Duan Rufeng, she was always with him. Naturally, she had heard about various things in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land from Duan Rufeng. She had a great understanding of the various forces in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Based on what she knew, although the mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion was not a match for her husband still would not be able to kill him with just one move before breaking through to the quintessential saint stage. However, Wang Fei Xian had just said a monster had managed to kill the mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion with just one move. If it was real, how strong must the monster be? Duan Yen Tian was the only one who did not understand what Wang Fei Xian had said due to his young age. Duan Rufeng, on the other hand, was not surprised by Wang Fei Xian's words. His expression darkened as he muttered, It seems like more than one ox devil have crossed over to the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. What he was most worried about had happened. Although Duan Rufeng managed to kill the Ox Devil who broke into the Azure Cloud Mansion back then, he did not feel relieved. Instead, he was laden with worries. The appearance of Ox Devils did not bode well for the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Ox Devils were creatures that existed in the Land of Exile. Now that it was confirmed more than one Ox Devils had appeared, there was no doubt there was a problem with the space barrier between the Dao Martial Saint Land and the Land of Exile. Since the Ox Devils had discovered the problem with the space barrier and managed to cross over, it stood to reason other Ox Devils or other devils would eventually discover it as well and cross over to the Dao Martial Saint Land. It was even possible that the Ox Devils had come as scouts before the others cross over. If that was the case, the Dao Martial Saint Land was about to enter the human devil era again and descend into chaos and misery. Ox Devil. Although Duan Rufeng did not speak loudly, Li Ro and the others heard him. All of them turned to look at him immediately. It was the first time they heard of Ox Devils. "Grandpa, what's an Ox Devil?" Duan Yentian asked as he blinked his eyes innocently when he heard Duan Rufeng's words. "Fair, bring Yentian away for now. It's time I tell all of you some things. I'll go ahead and tell Li Ro about it first. She'll tell you about it later." Duan Rufeng sent a voice transmission to Li Fei, asking her to bring Duan Yentian away. It was obvious what he was going to say was not suitable to be said in front of Duan Yentian. Although Li Fei did not know what it was about, she heard the solemnity in Duan Rufeng's voice. Therefore, she was sensible enough not to question him and coax Duan Yentian to leave with her. After that, only Duan Rufeng, Li Ro, and Wang Fei Xian were left in the spacious hall. "Brother Feng, did you ask Fair to bring Yentian away?" Li Ro asked. Since she was Duan Rufeng's wife, she could tell when he was behaving abnormally. It was not difficult for her to guess what her husband had done. It was obvious what her husband was about to say was not appropriate for their grandchild to listen to. "N." Duan Rufeng nodded and said solemnly, "Nian is still young. I don't want him to know about these things for now. I don't want him to live in a state of fear." Ox Devils came from the Land of Exile, and they were here during the Human Devil period many, many years ago. It would not be hard to imagine if his grandchild learned about such a dark time in human history. It would definitely be distressing for his grandchild. It would be detrimental to his grandchild's growth. In short, it would do nothing but harm him. Upon hearing Duan Rufeng's words, Li Ro knew she had guessed correctly. She took a deep breath as she asked, "Brother Feng, please don't scare me. What's going on?" Li Ro knew her husband very well. He was a cautious person and would not simply jump to conclusions. For this reason, she felt chills running up her spine when she heard his words. "The Ox Devils I mentioned earlier came from the Land of Exile." Faced with Li Ro's question and Wang Fei Xian's curious expression, Duan Rufeng revealed the origin of the Ox Devils. He also told them about the Human Devil era that happened more than 100,000 years ago. Whether it was Li Ro or Wang Fei Xian, they instantly turned pale from fright. War had broken out between humans and devils during the Human Devil era. Many humans were killed and devoured. Apart from strong powerhouses, many humans who survived were on their last breath. In turn, many of them became devil cultivators. During that era, it was pure chaos. No one could live in peace, not even people on the mortal continent. Devil clan? Land of Exile? Li Ro and Wang Fei Xian were scared speechless when they learned about the existence of the Land of Exile and the strength of those from the Devil clan. Miss Fei Xian, the Ox Devil that broke into the mystical sky mansion. How tall was it? Duan Rufeng suddenly asked as he looked at Wang Fei Xian. Wang Fei Xian finally regained her senses when she heard Duan Rufeng's question. After she mustered up her courage, her face restored its colors. She thought about it for a moment before she answered, "I think it's about 4 meters tall. It should be less than 5 meters tall, but it's definitely taller than 4 meters. If that's the case, the strength of the Ox Devil who broke into the mystical sky mansion is about the same as the Ox Devil who broke into the Azure Cloud Mansion back then," Duan Rufeng said calmly as he nodded. However, his expression was tensed. An Ox Devil broke into the Azure Cloud Mansion as well? Li Ro's expression changed immediately when she heard Duan Rufeng's words. She had a worried expression on her face as she hurriedly asked, "When did this happen?" "Brother Feng, you didn't tell me about it." It was obvious she was kept in the dark about the Ox Devil breaking into the Azure Cloud Mansion. I didn't want you to worry, that's why I didn't tell you about it. Moreover, I've already killed it, Duan Rufeng said with a sigh. Killed it? When Li Ro and Wang Fei Xian heard Duan Rufeng's words, both of them were stunned. The powerful devil that killed the mansion master of Mystical Sky with just one move was killed by Duan Rufeng? The Ox Devil's strength is measured by their heights. In the Ox Devil clan, there are many Ox Devils that are much stronger than the Ox Devils that broke into the Mystical Sky Mansion and the Azure Cloud Mansion. Duan Rufeng explained as his tone turned more solemn. Originally I thought it was possible only one Ox Devil managed to cross over to lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land and chanced upon the Azure Cloud Mansion. However, it seems like there are more than just one Ox Devils that have crossed over. Duan Lingtian said with a wary expression. I've killed one, and there's one at the Mystical Sky Mansion. I'm afraid there would be other Ox Devils in other places as well. A hint of fear could be seen on Duan Rufeng's face when he finished speaking. At the western region of the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Apart from the fire worship sect, very few people knew about another powerful force in the western region. Even the fire worship sect was wary of it. It was none other than the Phoenix clan. The Phoenix clan was an extremely mysterious clan. It was even more mysterious than the Dragon clan. This was because of the rules that had been laid down by the ancestors of the Phoenix clan many years ago. Members of the Phoenix clan could not leave the clan. Whoever left the clan without permission would be hunted down or expelled from the clan. With that rule in place, no matter how eager the members of the Phoenix clan were to see the outside world, they had no choice but to abide by the rule. As the old saying went, a phoenix does not roost on a land without treasure. The Phoenix clan's estate was located in the north of the western region. That place was like a paradise, completely isolated from the outside world. The reason Phoenix clan chose this place as their estate was because, similar to the fire worship sect, there was a quasi-celestial grade Saint Stone reserve below the ground. Naturally, it was smaller than the quasi-celestial grade Saint Stone reserve in the fire worship sect's estate. In the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, it was said that there were only 3 quasi-celestial grade Saint Stone reserves, and they were monopolized by the 3 great sections. In fact, this rumor was deliberately spread by the 3 great sects as a show of power. The Phoenix clan remained isolated due to a formation that was a combination of various offensive and hallucinatory formations. If one's cultivation base was not at or above the Saint Celestial stage, one would not be able to see through the hallucinatory formations in the formation. Moreover, without a cultivation base at the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage, one would not be able to defend against the offensive formations in the formation. However, today an uninvited guest that had come to the Phoenix clan. Who? A gust of wind blew past. In the next moment, an elderly figure materialized in front of the huge formation shrouding the Phoenix clan's estate. A white-haired old man with a sage-like appearance stood in mid-air, looking like a deity. If Han Xuanai was here, she would recognize this person. It was none other than the old prophet, the previous generation's heir to the 2nd absolute of the 7 absolutes sect, prophet progeny. The Phoenix clan's estate was shrouded in a huge formation. Normally, it would be difficult for people to notice the Phoenix clan's estate even if they were in close proximity. The Phoenix clan's estate was located in the mountains. It was like a paradise. Although it was isolated, it was surrounded by mountains, lakes, plants, and trees that formed a picturesque scene. However, that was just part of the Phoenix clan's estate. At the west of the estate, the atmosphere was scorching hot. The temperature was terrifyingly high. If an ordinary person was here, it would not take long before that person was cooked. The deeper one went in, the higher the temperature was. In the deepest part of the west of the Phoenix clan's estate, there was a huge altar. In the middle of the altar, there was a huge statue. If Duan Lingtian was here, he would be shocked if he saw the statue. There was a passage in an ancient text, the classic of mountains and seas, on Earth that said there was a type of bird on Earth. It looks a little like a chicken, but it has 5 colors on its feathers. It's called a fenghuang. Fenghuang was the earliest name for a phoenix. It was also the king of all birds on Earth. Generally, fengs were males and huangs were females. They were collectively known as fenghuangs. In Duan Lingtian's past life, Phoenixes were considered as sacred as dragons. They only existed in legends. During ancient times, since the Qin and Han dynasty, dragons were used as a symbol for emperors. On the other hand, Fenghuangs were used to symbolize empresses. Gradually, over time, Fenghuangs lost its gender identity and were only collectively known as Fenghuang. The statue in the middle of the platform on the altar was a lifelike statue of a phoenix. It was red, and the material it was made from was indiscernible. It emitted a scorching hot aura. A beautiful woman seated cross-legged before the altar. She opened her eyes suddenly and muttered to herself, "That old fart came so soon?" The beautiful woman's irises were different from ordinary people. It was not black. Instead, it was fiery red. With just a look, it made one feel as though one was being burned. When she stood up, her curvaceous body that was hidden under a robe was exposed. Although her face was not peerlessly beautiful, it was still a beautiful face. She might only be wearing simple clothing, but she gave off an elegant vibe. It would have been great if I met that lass earlier. Her departure is going to make me feel sad and reluctant, the beautiful woman muttered to herself. A hint of reluctance could be clearly seen in her eyes. "Lady Seer," a respectful female voice sounded from outside. "Who?" When the beautiful woman heard this, she moved and vanished from her previous spot and reappeared outside the altar. A young woman dressed in green stood in front of her. The beautiful woman asked indifferently, "What's the matter?" The woman dressed in green was humble and respectful toward the beautiful woman. "Lady Seer, Senior Prophet is here. He's waiting outside the Phoenix clan's estate." "N." The beautiful woman nodded with a knowing look. "I know. I'll bring the girl out in a minute." The woman dressed in green was not surprised when she heard the beautiful woman said she had already known about the matter. It seemed as though she was already accustomed to it. After all, the beautiful woman in front of her was the Phoenix clan seer who could predict the future. She was invincible in the eyes of the Phoenix clan's members. Even the clan leader of the Phoenix clan was humble and respectful toward Lady Seer. After the woman dressed in green left, the beautiful woman moved and vanished again. When she reappeared, she had returned to the altar. She moved to the back of the Phoenix statue. Suddenly, the beautiful woman raised her hand. Walala! As the beautiful woman raised her hand, a tear appeared in the air. Following that, she moved and flew straight into the tear she made in the air. As soon as she entered, the tear closed up. People would be shocked if they had witnessed this. It looked as though the beautiful woman had been pulled in by the tear in the air. Naturally, that was not the case. She had entered the tear in the air on her own accord. Currently, the beautiful woman had entered the sacred place of the Phoenix clan. The Phoenix clan's sacred place was a pseudo-realm like the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. However, its size was small, so it could not be compared to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. This place was called the Place of Rebirth by the members of the Phoenix clan. Generally, all talented members of the Phoenix clan members would have to undergo rebirths. After going through rebirths, they would become stronger. Their cultivation base would also become stronger. For instance, a Phoenix clan member who could not break through to the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage due to their innate talent would be able to make a breakthrough after going through a rebirth. In the Phoenix clan's place of rebirth, all there was to be seen was a flaming red sea and red sky. The temperature was outrageously high compared to the temperature outside. People with weaker cultivation base would definitely be burned into ashes in just a blink of an eye, let alone an ordinary person. The beautiful woman stood unaffected in mid-air. Upon closer inspection, one would see the flaming red sea was magma. The magma was boiling and bubbling. Based on this, one could just imagine how high the temperature was. This was the reason why it was so hot in here. Currently, the beautiful woman hovered in midair as she looked down at the sea of magma as though she was looking for something. "Lass," the beautiful woman suddenly said to someone in the sea of magma. Her voice was not loud, but it seemed as though anyone would be able to hear it. Based on the beautiful woman's words, there was someone bathing in the sea of magma? Burble, 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 burble. Moments after the beautiful woman spoke, the magma that was boiling and bubbling began to bubble violently. At this moment, Boom! Magma exploded with a loud noise as a fiery red figure emerged from the sea of magma. From a distance, the figure looked as though it was made of magma. The person who emerged from the sea of magma was a girl dressed in fiery red clothing. She emitted a strong and scorching hot aura. Senior. The girl approached the beautiful woman and greeted her respectfully with a bow. Her voice was gentle and pleasant to the ears. Her body was voluptuous and perfect. Others would not be able to help themselves from wanting to indulge in pleasurable activities with her. The red-clad girl had long hair, cascading hair over her shoulders and on her back. It was like a waterfall. Her hair framed an extremely beautiful face. She had beautiful eyebrows, bright eyes, a sharp nose, pink lips and white teeth. Her expression was calm. She looked breathtakingly gorgeous. She was like a fairy who had descended on earth. If Duan Ling Tian was here, he would be able to tell the fiery elf was none other than Feng Tianwu. Lass, you've completed your rebirth at our Phoenix clan's place of rebirth. I'm sure you know it's time for you to leave. The beautiful woman sighed softly. Senior, is the old prophet here? When Feng Tianwu heard the beautiful woman's words, she instantly figured out the situation. Back then, the old man who brought her here told her he would come back for her once she completed her rebirth in the Phoenix clan's place of rebirth. Yes. The reluctance in the beautiful woman's eyes intensified when she saw how clever Feng Tianwu was. It was obvious she did not want Feng Tianwu to leave. When Feng Tianwu saw the reluctance in the beautiful woman's eyes, she quickly comforted her. Senior, if there's time in the future, I'll come back and visit. The beautiful woman was happy when she heard Feng Tianwu's words, but she shook her head. That's unlikely. Previously, you were allowed to enter the place of rebirth due to a debt owed by the ancestor of the Phoenix clan to sect leader Feng Qingyang of the Seven Absolutes sect. Moreover, we also allowed you in because the blood of the Phoenix clan seer runs in you. Now that the Phoenix clan has returned the favor to the Seven Absolutes sect, it won't be possible for you to return. Senior, didn't you say I have your blood running through me? Can't I be a member of the Phoenix clan? Feng Tianwu asked in confusion. If you want to be a member of the Phoenix clan, you're not allowed to leave the Phoenix clan. The beautiful woman looked at Feng Tianwu. Are you willing to stay in the Phoenix clan forever until either you die of old age or ascend to heaven and become an immortal? Feng Tianwu fell silent when she heard this. If she decided to stay in the Phoenix clan for the rest of her life until she died of old age or ascend to heaven and become an immortal, did it not mean she would not be able to see the man she missed anymore? Naturally, she could not accept that. Hence, she shook her head. The beautiful woman was not surprised by Feng Tianwu's response. I won't be able to see Senior Seer anymore in the future? Feng Tianwu began to feel reluctant to part with the beautiful woman once she found out she would not be able to see the Phoenix clan seer again. Although she had not spent a long time with the Phoenix clan seer, she had cared for Feng Tianwu like an elder. It was the kind of motherly care that Feng Tianwu lacked since she had lost her mother at a young age. I'm afraid there won't be any chance unless, the Phoenix clan seer said before she paused. Unless what? Feng Tianwu was curious. Unless a human devil era comes again. Apart from that, we probably won't meet again since it's impossible for the human devil era to come again, the Phoenix clan seer said with conviction. Human devil era? Feng Tianwu was extremely curious about this. The Phoenix clan seer patiently explained to Feng Tianwu about the human devil era. This was how Feng Tianwu learned there was a human devil era before the Dao Martial Saint land was split into two. During that era, the devil clans crossed over from the land of exile to the Dao Martial Saint land. During the human devil era, the ancestors of the Phoenix clan had killed countless devils, but it had severely damaged the foundation of the clan as well. Since then, the ancestor had laid down a strict rule that members of the Phoenix clan can't simply leave the clan. They would be hunted down by our enforcement elders or expelled. The Phoenix clan's seer said the only people who can leave the Phoenix clan without violating the rules are the enforcement elders. However, there's a condition for enforcement elders to leave the clan. They can only leave if a member of the clan leaves the clan without permission. Generally, no one would leave the clan. Even if they leave, they would be quickly found by the enforcement elder since they were born with a mark that makes pursuit easier. In the Phoenix clan, no one would be so stupid to leave the clan just to see the outside world, since they know it would very well lead to their deaths. The beautiful woman paused for a moment before she continued to say, "Naturally, if the human devil era arrives again, the member of the clan won't have to abide by that rule any longer, since we'll have to leave the clan to hunt the devils that come from the land of exile. That's the rule and mission left behind by the ancestor of the Phoenix clan for the clan members." Based on the Phoenix clan seer's words, it was obvious members of the Phoenix clan were not allowed to leave unless the human devil era came again. There might not be another human devil era? Feng Tianwu looked disappointed. According to the Phoenix clan's seer's words, the last human devil era occurred more than 100,000 years ago. It would take at least 1 million years before the devils would be able to make a tear in the space barrier and cross over to the Dao Martial Saint land. For this reason, it was clear to Feng Tianwu that she would not be able to see the Phoenix clan seer again, since the devils would not be able to break the barrier in her lifetime. However, sometimes things worked in mysterious ways. The impossible would sometimes become possible. They thought it was impossible that the human devil era would descend in this lifetime. It was undoubtedly not the case in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint land. It could be seen that the Phoenix clan's seer's predictions were not absolutely accurate. As the saying went, not everything can be predicted. The old prophet, that old fart, is waiting for me to send you out. The Phoenix clan's seer raised her hand and brought Feng Tianwu out of the place of rebirth to the altar of the Phoenix clan. Following that, she brought Feng Tianwu to the border of the Phoenix clan's estate. Naturally, she could not violate the clan's rules and leave the estate even with her lofty status as the seer of the Phoenix clan. She could only send Feng Tianwu to the edge of the Phoenix clan's estate. Throughout the journey, Feng Tianwu stayed close to the Phoenix clan seer. She felt as though she was dreaming when she thought about seeing the old prophet again, who claimed to be her senior uncle. Back then, when she left the fifth-rate force in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint land, the Greenwave Han mansion, to look for the man she dearly missed, the old man who claimed to be her senior uncle appeared before her. He had revealed to her that she was the heir to the Blazing Phoenix progeny and mentioned the 7 Absolutes sect that her master had mentioned before. That was why she believed the old man's words. Naturally, even if she did not believe him, she was in no position to resist even if he wanted to take her away. In the beginning, she had rejected him because of Duanling Tian. However, the old man told her if she wanted to be reunited with Duanling Tian, she must head to the upper province of Dao Martial Saint land. He promised her that she would be able to meet Duanling Tian in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint land. In order to see Duanling Tian, Feng Tianwu left the lower province and followed the old man to the upper province. Moreover, she obediently followed the old man's arrangement for her and went to the Phoenix clan. I didn't expect that grandmother and I have the blood of the Phoenix clan seer running through our veins. My grandmother's blood should be much purer than mine. When Feng Tianwu arrived at the Phoenix clan, she learned that she was part of the Phoenix clan seer's bloodline. In every generation, there would be a seer in the Phoenix clan. The seers were extremely noble in the Phoenix clan. They were revered by the members of the Phoenix clan. After all, a seer could predict the future. Back then, grandmother, who was a diviner, managed to foretell my encounter with Brother Duan. If it was not because of her, I wouldn't have met Brother Duan back then. Feng Tianwu thought to herself with a radiant smile on her face. Due to Feng Tianwu's grandmother's interference, her father had brought her to the city at the border of the Darkstone Empire and changed the name of the city to Phoenix Nest City. According to her grandmother's instructions, her father had organized a groom search competition, effectively tying her to Duanling Tian and resolving the danger of her possessing a fire spirit body. Fortunately, my grandmother had the blood of a Phoenix clan seer's blood running through her veins. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to meet Brother Duan. Feng Tianwu felt a wave of fear when she thought about what might happen if her grandmother did not intervene. Meeting Brother Duan was one of the greatest things that had happened to her. He was the one for her. The old prophet is also amazing. He even knows I'm from the bloodline of a Phoenix clan seer. In terms of ability, it seems like he's even stronger than Lady Seer, Feng Tianwu thought to herself as she discreetly glanced at the Phoenix clan seer from the corner of her eyes. Naturally, she did not dare to say it out loud. We're here. The Phoenix clan seer stopped moving. They had finally arrived at the edge of the Phoenix clan's estate. With her imminent departure, Feng Tianwu was even more reluctant to part. In her heart, she had regarded the Phoenix clan's seer as her mother. "Senior, go ahead." The Phoenix clan seer felt a sense of sadness when she saw Feng Tianwu's reluctance to part with her. In order to mask her emotions, the Phoenix clan seer lifted her hands and instantly sent Feng Tianwu out of the Phoenix clan's estate. After Feng Tianwu disappeared from her sight, she took a deep breath and shut her eyes. Took a while before she managed to calm down. After spending all those times together, Feng Tianwu had viewed her as her mother. It was only natural that the Phoenix clan's seer had also regarded Feng Tianwu as her daughter. The huge formation that isolated the Phoenix clan's estate was so effective that the outside world seemed like a completely different world. When the Phoenix clan seer made her move, Feng Tianwu's sight went black for a moment. When light returned, she discovered she was no longer in the Phoenix clan's estate. She was currently hovering above a mountain range. When Feng Tianwu regained her senses, she saw an old man flying toward her from the distance, and she greeted him respectfully, "Senior Uncle Prophet." The old man was none other than the old prophet who had come from the northern region to pick Feng Tianwu up. The old prophet had come to bring Feng Tianwu back so he could open the 6 Absolutes' heaven-defying fate-changing grand formation left behind by 7 Absolutes' sex prodigy, the Sword Saint, to help the 6 successors to the 6 Absolutes, including Feng Tianwu, to defy heaven and change their fate. "Tianwu, your rebirth is successful?" When the old prophet arrived before Feng Tianwu, he sensed the change in her aura. He was clearly surprised. When he brought her to the Phoenix clan, he was not sure she would be successful, he was only hoping for the best. It was a coincidence that the ancestor of the Phoenix clan owed the 7 Absolutes sect a favor, and the current successor of the blazing Phoenix progeny, Feng Tianwu, possessed the blood of a Phoenix clan seer. For that reason, the old prophet had sent Feng Tianwu to the Phoenix clan and asked them to allow Feng Tianwu to enter the Phoenix clan's sacred place, the place of rebirth. If Feng Tianwu was successful with the rebirth, her innate talent and strength would improve significantly. Yes, Feng Tianwu nodded in response to the old prophet's question. However, her reluctance to leave was evident on her face. "If Lady Seer didn't spare any efforts in helping me, with my diluted bloodline from the Phoenix clan, it would have been impossible for my rebirth to be successful. The Phoenix clan seer indeed treats you very well." The old prophet nodded and said excitedly, "Since your rebirth is successful, you'll just have to wait until you experience the 6 Absolutes' heaven-defying fate-changing grand formations regeneration. In the future, you might even be the strongest person in 7 Absolutes sect after the current successor of the first Absolute, the Fog Rain progeny. There are 7 Absolutes in the 7 Absolutes sect. Among the successors of the 7 Absolutes, the successor of the first Absolute, the Fog Rain progeny, was destined to be the strongest of them all. He would be the leader of the 7 Absolutes sect. Not all of the 6 Absolutes specialized in combat and offense. For example, the second Absolute, the Prophet progeny. The role of the successor was more like a strategist. Based on the old prophet's words, it was obvious he thought highly of Feng Tianwu's strength. However, upon hearing the old prophet's statement, Feng Tianwu did not seem particularly happy. Instead, she asked without beating around the bush, "Senior Uncle Prophet, I don't care about this. I just want to know, when will I be able to meet Brother Duan again?" From the beginning until then, Feng Tianwu had never forgotten the reason she came to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. She came here to be reunited with Duan Lingtian. She had been doing as the old prophet told her to only because he had promised to help her look for Duan Lingtian. That was the reason she had listened to the old prophet unconditionally. It was time for the old prophet to hold up his end of the bargain. "Tianwu, there's something I need to tell you now," the old prophet said when he saw how solemn Feng Tianwu had become. He knew he could no longer try to pacify the girl or dismiss her questions since it would only be counterproductive. "However, what I'm about to tell you is a secret. Without my permission, you can't reveal this to anyone, including those you're close to." The old prophet's expression had turned solemn when he spoke. "Yes." Feng Tianwu nodded. She was not one to gossip anyway. I came to get you from the Phoenix clan in order to unite you with the 5 other absolute successors in the 7 absolute sect, excluding the successor of the first absolute, the Fog Rain progeny. Once the 6 absolute successors are united, I will open the 6 absolutes heaven-defying fate-changing grand formation left behind by our 7 absolutes sects senior. The old prophet said bluntly. 6 absolutes successors? 6 absolutes heaven-defying fate-changing grand formation. Feng Tianwu was, naturally, confused when she heard the old prophet's words. As the successor to the 5th absolute, the blazing phoenix progeny, of the 7 absolutes sect, Feng Tianwu certainly knew what the 6 absolute successors uniting meant. It meant that she would be meeting the successors of the 5 other absolutes of the 7 absolute sect, excluding the first absolute successor, the Fog Rain progeny. Although Feng Tianwu did not look forward to it, she was still surprised. She did not expect the old man before her would successfully unite the other 5 current successors of the 7 absolute sect. What's the 6 absolutes heaven-defying fate-changing grand formation? Feng Tianwu could not help but ask. The 6 absolutes heaven-defying fate-changing grand formation is a heaven-defying formation left behind by the former successor of the 7 absolutes sect's Fog Rain progeny. The old prophet said with a hint of reverence in his voice when he spoke about the former successor of the Fog Rain progeny. After that, he continued saying, the 6 absolutes heaven-defying fate-changing grand formation is created for the successors of the other 6 absolutes, excluding the first absolute, the Fog Rain progeny. Once the successors of the 6 absolutes enter the formation, their cultivation base and martial Tao innate talent will improve tremendously. That means the cultivation base and innate spiritual roots of you and the successors will improve greatly. My innate spiritual root will improve tremendously? Feng Tianwu looked surprised. It's similar to the Phoenix clan's place of rebirth? Feng Tianwu, who successfully completed her rebirth in the Phoenix clan's place of rebirth, had already improved her innate spiritual root and cultivation base. It's similar, but the formation's effects are much stronger, the old prophet said proudly as though he was the one who had created the 6 absolutes heaven-defying fate-changing grand formation. Its effects are stronger than the place of rebirth? Feng Tianwu was shocked. It took a while before she regained her senses. Since Feng Tianwu had personally and successfully undergone rebirth in the place of rebirth, she knew very well how much improvement she had made. However, the old prophet had just said that the 6 absolutes heaven-defying fate-changing grand formation's effects were even more outrageous than the place of rebirth. Naturally, this isn't the point, the old prophet said. The old prophet's words captured Feng Tianwu's attention immediately. She looked at him in confusion. The 7 absolutes sect's 6 absolutes will assemble soon. Subsequently, the 7 absolutes will assemble as well. However, there's still some time before all 7 absolutes will gather, the old prophet said. The 7 absolutes would assemble. When Feng Tianwu heard the old prophet's words, her eyes were filled with curiosity. She was naturally curious about the identity of the current successor of the first absolute of the 7 absolute sect, the Fog Rain progeny. Back when she was still at the 7th rate force, the Drift Blaze sect in Windfall Nation, she heard from her master Ziyun, the sect leader of Drift Blaze sect, that the most mysterious and powerful of the 7 absolutes was the successor of the first absolute, the Fog Rain progeny. Once the successors of the 7 absolutes gathered, she would be able to meet the successor of the first absolute, the Fog Rain progeny. The day when the successors of the 7 absolutes assemble, the old prophet said, is the day you reunite with your brother Duan? Boom! It was as though a bolt of lightning had struck Feng Tianwu when she heard the old prophet's words. She was shocked and it took her a while to regain her senses. The day when the successors of the 7 absolutes assemble would be the day she would be reunited with Duan Lingtian? Senior Uncle Prophet, what do you mean by that? Feng Tianwu asked after she recovered from her shock. Silly girl, am I not clear with my words? The old prophet shook his head and smiled. Your brother Duan is the current successor of the first absolute of our 7 absolutes sect, the Fog Rain progeny. Feng Tianwu already had an inkling of what the old prophet meant. However, she found it hard to believe that was why she had asked again for confirmation. She was now 100% certain Duan Ling Tian was the successor of the first absolute, the Fog Rain progeny of the Seven Absolutes sect. IID didn't expect Brother Duan is the successor of the first absolute, the Fog Rain progeny. Feng Tianwu's heartbeat quickened. She was extremely excited. That's why Master asked if Brother Duan knew about the Seven Absolutes sect back then. According to Master, the 10,000 Swords territory that Brother Duan cast is exclusive to the successor of the first absolute, the Fog Rain progeny. Feng Tianwu recalled what had happened in the Driftblaze sect back then. At that time, her master Ziyun, the sect leader of Driftblaze sect, saw her brother Duan using the 10,000 Swords territory and asked if her brother Duan knew about the Seven Absolute sect. Duan Ling Tian had said he knew nothing about it. That was why her master Ziyun had determined Duan Ling Tian had nothing to do with the first absolute, the Fog Rain progeny, at that time. Senior Uncle Prophet. I remember my master asking Brother Duan if he knew about the Seven Absolutes sect, and Brother Duan said he doesn't know. Why is that? Feng Tianwu was confused. It's not surprising that he doesn't know about the Seven Absolutes sect. As far as I know, the inheritance of the Seven Absolutes sect's first absolute, the Fog Rain progeny, doesn't mention the Seven Absolutes sect. However, he definitely knows he's the successor of the first absolute, the Fog Rain progeny. The old prophet explained. Feng Tianwu finally had a clear grasp of what was going on. Senior Uncle Prophet. Feng Tianwu seemed to have recalled something. She looked at the old prophet and asked with a straight face. Earlier you said that the six absolutes heaven-defying fate-changing grand formation that was left behind by Seven Absolutes sect's predecessor is meant for the six successors of the six absolutes, excluding the first absolute, the Fog Rain progeny, so we can improve our strength and innate talent, right? Yes. The old prophet nodded with a confused expression on his face. Did he not already explain this to Feng Tianwu? Senior Uncle Prophet. I want to give up my place to enter the six absolutes heaven-defying fate-changing grand formation to Brother Duan, so he can improve his cultivation base and innate talent. Feng Tianwu said without any hesitation as she looked at the old prophet. Upon hearing Feng Tianwu's words, the old prophet was stunned. He realized Feng Tianwu had misunderstood him. He did not correct her misunderstanding. Instead, he asked her, do you really plan to give up your chance to enter the six absolutes heaven-defying fate-changing grand formation for your brother Duan? He continued to say, think about it. If you give him that chance, you'll be at the bottom among the successors of the seven absolutes in the Seven Absolutes sect. That's definitely not good for you. I've made up my mind, Feng Tianwu replied. Nothing was more important to her than Duan Ling Tian. Previously, she did not even hesitate to sacrifice her life for him. You really treat that lad well? The old prophet said with a hint of envy when he saw how devoted Feng Tianwu was to Duan Ling Tian. Back in his prime, why was there no girl who would go that far for him? If there was someone like that, he would not remain single until now. All right, I'll quit joking with you. The old prophet finally decided to tell Feng Tianwu the truth. After that, he said, earlier, I said that the six absolutes heaven-defying fate-changing grand formation was left behind by the former successor of the Seven Absolutes sect's Fog Rain progeny, who is your brother Duan's master. Since he's your brother Duan's master, do you think he will exclude your brother Duan if there are benefits to him? There's probably a reason why he doesn't allow the successor of the first absolutes, the Fog Rain progeny, to enter six absolutes heaven-defying fate-changing grand formation. So there's no reason for you to worry about your brother Duan. After listening to the old prophet's speech, Feng Tianwu finally understood that she had made a mistake. I see. Her face began to blush. The old prophet abruptly changed the topic and said, all right, it's time for us to go now. We'll return to the northern region once we make another stop. Feng Tianwu had calmed down. She was puzzled when she heard the old prophet's words. Where are we going? We'll be picking up my direct disciple, the current successor to the Seven Absolutes sect's second absolute, the prophet progeny. When the old prophet spoke about his direct disciple, a smile appeared on his face. It seemed like he was extremely satisfied with his direct disciple. The current successor of the prophet progeny? Feng Tianwu's eyes shone as she asked teasingly, Senior Uncle Prophet, are you planning to find a little charlatan to inherit your legacy? The old prophet was like an old charlatan in Feng Tianwu's eyes. It was only natural she would think of the old prophet's direct disciple as a little charlatan. My disciple is as pretty as flowers and jade. She's definitely not a little charlatan. In fact, in terms of beauty, she's not inferior to you, the old prophet said as he shook his head and shot Feng Tianwu a disgruntled look. A girl. Feng Tianwu was stunned. She did not expect the old prophet would accept a female direct disciple to inherit the prophet progeny. Did it make her a female charlatan? She was, naturally, extremely curious about the old prophet's female disciple. What kind of woman would the old prophet select as the successor to the seven absolutes, second absolute, the prophet progeny? Although Feng Tianwu did not spend much time with the old prophet, she could tell he was someone with high expectations and was very fussy as well. It would be difficult for one to catch his attention. So, Feng Tianwu followed the old prophet to pick up his female direct disciple. Meanwhile, at the central region in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. After traveling for some time, Duan Lingtian had finally reached his destination. A majestic city that stood in the distance entered Duan Lingtian's sight. From afar, the city seemed like a gigantic beast lying prone on the ground. It gave off an impressive vibe. As for the open gates, they resembled the mouth of a beast that seemed to devour those who were going in. It's so lively? When Duan Lingtian was approaching the city, he could see many people going in and out of the city. It was extremely busy. So this is Sin City? Based on its appearance, it doesn't seem special apart from the fact that it's bigger than the other cities I've been to, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. All of a sudden, so. The sound of wind whistling reverberated from Sin City, and Duan Lingtian instinctively turned over to look. He saw three figures rapidly flying toward him. The figure in the lead was an old man dressed in blue. He had an anxious expression on his face and his eyes were tensed. It was obvious he was nervous about something. This was probably due to the two middle-aged men who were chasing closely after him. Moreover, the two middle-aged men's speed was far faster than the old man. They were quickly closing in on him. When the old man was near Duan Lingtian, the two middle-aged men finally caught up to the old man. It seems like the two men are cultivators from one of the sectless cultivators' alliances in Sin City. Duan Lingtian came to this conclusion when he saw both the middle-aged men were dressed in similar long green robes with an axe embroidered in the chest area. When Duan Lingtian was in Clarity City, he had learned from Wang Efo, the leader of the sectless cultivators in Clarity City, that there were many alliances for sectless cultivators in Sin City. The sectless cultivators would band together since there was strength in numbers. The average sectless cultivators who wanted to settle down in Sin City would usually join a sectless cultivators alliance to obtain shelter and protection. In turn, they would be expected to contribute something to the alliance. Old man Shui, are you still trying to escape? One of the middle-aged men flew to the front and blocked the old man's path, effectively cutting off the old man's route to escape. The old man, known as Old Man Shui, looked distressed. He quickly took off his spatial ring after taking a deep breath and threw it to the middle-aged man who was blocking his path. Old Man Shui quickly said in a submissive manner, "My friends from Ground Axe Alliance, the thing you're looking for is inside the spatial ring I've given to you. I've already removed my ownership on the ring. I only hope you'll let me go since I've cooperated and given you what you want." Duan Lingtian, who was standing nearby, could not help but stop and watch the scene before him. He was completely unaffected. At this moment, he did not realize that apart from him, no one had stopped to look. In fact, people took great care to avoid the two people from the Ground Axe Alliance and the old man like a plague. It was as though they would attract trouble if they lingered around. Ground Axe Alliance? Among the sectless cultivators' alliances that Wang Efo mentioned, I don't remember him mentioning this alliance. If that's the case, this alliance must be a small and unknown alliance in Sin City. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. He was certain Wang Efo did not mention the Ground Axe Alliance. Back in Clarity City's Emerald Clouds Pavilion, when Wang Efo was informing him about Sin City, he had spoken briefly about the powerful sectless cultivators' alliances in the city. Duan Lingtian had remembered the strong sectless cultivators' alliances that he mentioned. Since Wang Efo did not mention the Ground Axe Alliance, so Duan Lingtian was quite certain it was a small and unknown alliance in Sin City. This old man Shui must have obtained something of value and attracted the two members of the Ground Axe Alliance. They finally caught him, and he has no choice but to remove ownership of his spatial ring and pass it to them. Duanling Tian could roughly guess the situation. After the man who had blocked old man Shui's path caught the ring, he inspected it for a moment before he nodded at his companion. The thing is inside. Duanling Tian saw the man from the Ground Axe Alliance's eyes turned cold as soon as he finished speaking. The eyes of the other man from the Ground Axe Alliance had also turned cold. Swish! Show! In an instant, the screech of a blade and the cry of a sword rang in the air simultaneously. Blood splattered everywhere. Old man Shui was dead. Duanling Tian was shocked by the bloody scene that unfolded before his eyes. So, this is what Sin City is like? Duanling Tian finally witnessed firsthand the viciousness of people in Sin City who would kill over a minor argument. He no longer thought Sin City was just like any other city. Duanling Tian took a deep breath before he prepared to continue his journey into Sin City. However, as he was about to move, two divine consciousness shrouded him in unison, trapping him. So, the sound of wind whistling in the air sounded in unison. In just a blink of an eye, two figures appeared in front of him. It was obvious they had no intention of letting him leave. It did not take long for Duanling Tian to figure out that the two divine consciousness belonged to the two men from the Ground Axe Alliance who had just killed old man Shui. The two men blocked his path as they stared at him as though he was their prey. I don't know that old man Shui, Duanling Tian explained with a frown. He thought the two men from the Ground Axe Alliance members had blocked his path because they thought he was acquainted with old man Shui. We're aware you don't know old man Shui. After Duanling Tian explained himself, one of the men from Ground Axe Alliance smirked and said, "Your cultivation base is at the Mastery Exemplary Saint stage. Boy, it's your first time in Sin City, isn't it?" The two men from the Ground Axe Alliance had obviously probed Duanling Tian's cultivation based with their divine consciousness. Duanling Tian's expression darkened when he realized the two men from the Ground Axe Alliance did not stop him because they thought he was acquainted with old man Shui. So what if it is? When the two members from Ground Axe Alliance heard Duanling Tian's words and saw his darkened expression, both of them could see the incredulity and disbelief in each other's eyes. How dare an exemplary saint stage martial cultivator act so arrogantly in front of them? Boy, do you know who you're talking to? One of the members of the Ground Axe Alliance said angrily. He was dissatisfied with Duanling Tian's arrogance. I don't even know you. How would I know who I'm talking to? Duanling Tian frowned as he looked at the Ground Axe Alliance member who had spoken as though he was an idiot. The two members of the Ground Axe Alliance members were dumbfounded when they heard Duanling Tian's words. After a few moments, one of the Ground Axe Alliance's members regained his senses and sneered. It seems like this kid is really a newbie who has never been to Sin City. He can't even tell who we are from our clothes. I don't have a lot of hobbies. The only hobby I have is to teach newbies who have just arrived at Sin City a lesson. The member from the Ground Axe Alliance who had spoken up first finally regained his senses. His eyes glinted with ill intent as he smirked. His eyes were cold and cruel as he said, "Boy, I'll give you a chance. Remove the ownership on your spatial ring and hand them over. I really can't stand the look in your eyes. If you gouge your eyes out, I might consider letting you live." The member of the Ground Axe Alliance spoke commandingly as though he was sure he had Duanling Tian's life in his hands. It was only natural he felt that way since he had used his divine consciousness to probe Duanling Tian's cultivation base and discovered it was only at the Mastery Exemplary Saint stage. It would be easy for him to deal with a cultivator at the Exemplary Saint stage. Boy, I advise you to cooperate with me. It's in your best interest after all. The other member of the Ground Axe Alliance said mockingly. It was obvious he did not think highly of Duanling Tian at all. Although your cultivation base is only at the Mastery Exemplary stage, I don't doubt it took a lot of effort for you to achieve this. It's much better to be blind than to lose your life, don't you think? Once you die, it's not like you can take your spatial ring with you. Why don't you just hand it over to us? The member of the Ground Axe Alliance seemed as though he was advising Duanling Tian, but it was clearly to remind Duanling Tian that he was not strong enough to oppose them. You want me to hand my spatial ring over and gouge my eyes out? Duanling Tian narrowed his eyes and said with a slight smile, I'm afraid that won't do. I don't have a habit of harming myself. From the beginning until the end, Duanling Tian remained calm even as the two members from the Ground Axe Alliance threatened him. It was clear he was not affected by their threats at all. Duanling Tian's calmness made the two members of the Ground Axe Alliance feel uneasy. How could the purple-clad young man remain so calm even after they threatened him? There were only two possibilities. 1. The purple-clad young man had an extraordinary background and was not afraid of them. 2. He was just trying to call their bluff. A hint of wariness could be seen in the eyes of the two members from the Ground Axe Alliance. They feared the possibility that Duanling Tian had an extraordinary background. If you really want my spatial ring and my eyes, you'll have to get them yourselves, Duanling Tian said indifferently. He saw a hint of fear in their eyes when he finished speaking. He sneered at them. If you're afraid to do it, then it's best if you leave. Don't block my way. Duanling Tian's words instantly ignited the anger the two members of the Ground Axe Alliance was trying to suppress. Boy, do you think we don't know you're calling our bluff? How dare a brat at the Mastery Exemplary Saint stage act so arrogantly in front of us? Both members of the Ground Axe Alliance were furious. Had there ever been a cultivator at the Mastery Exemplary Saint stage who had treated them so indifferently? It had never happened before they joined the Ground Axe Alliance, let alone after they had joined the Alliance. With the Ground Axe Alliance supporting them, was there anything they had to fear? Even if the purple-clad young man in front of them had connections, would it be stronger than the Ground Axe Alliance? Even if the purple-clad young man's connections were stronger than the Ground Axe Alliance, it had to be forces from outside Sin City. Forces outside of Sin City would not dare to simply intervene in matters in Sin City even if they were stronger. After all, there are alliances that were much stronger than the Ground Axe Alliance. In Sin City, ordinary sectless cultivators' alliances would make connections or ally themselves with a stronger alliance. In exchange for protection from the latter, a levy would have to be made every year. With that thought in mind, the two members of the Ground Axe Alliance straightened their backs, no longer afraid of the possible force supporting Duanling Tian. They were certain even if Duanling Tian had some sort of backing, it would be outside of Sin City. He was here alone after all. Most people would not come to Sin City if they had a choice. Only those who were oblivious and had never been to Sin City would come to this place where even angels fear to tread. Boy, since you're seeking death, I'll grant you your wish. The member from the Ground Axe Alliance who had been questioning Duanling Tian said with a sneer before he made his move. He raised his hand and a gleaming sword appeared. He instantly made his move and charged toward Duanling Tian. Xiao! The sword gleamed and moved rapidly like a shooting star as it headed for Duanling Tian. Swoosh! The other member of the Ground Axe Alliance struck at the same time as well. He held a saber that was as bright as the moon as he slashed it at Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian merely narrowed his eyes and scoffed when he saw the members from the Ground Axe Alliance made their moves. He mobilized the Sun Saint energy that was boiling underneath his skin. As soon as the Sun Saint energy surged out of Duanling Tian's body, whirlpools appeared around him. It was the elementary devouring tactic. In just a blink of an eye, a sword appeared in Duanling Tian's hand. The sword was his prize for killing Yang Wu, the second son of Yang Chong, the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect, when he first arrived at the Black Turtle Sanctum. 100 inscriptions, Saint Sword. Duanling Tian did not bother using the Jasper Celestial Sword since he thought it was an overkill. Earlier, he had already asked Elder Hua to probe the cultivation base of the two members from the Ground Axe Alliance. Elder Hua had informed him the two members from the Ground Axe Alliance were at the peak of the quintessential Saint stage. With Duanling Tian's current cultivation base, he could even kill a powerhouse at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage without using the Jasper Celestial Sword. Two martial cultivators at the peak of the quintessential Saint stage, who had yet to reach the Saint Celestial stage, was not worthy of him using the Jasper Celestial Sword to deal with them. Xiao! 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 The sound of swords whistled in the air as Duanling Tian cast the 10,000 Swords territory to shroud himself and the two members of the Ground Axe Alliance from prying eyes. Although Elder Hua had told him there were not many people paying attention, Duanling Tian decided to cast the 10,000 Swords territory just to be safe. Territory? The two members from the Ground Axe Alliance sneered when they saw Duanling Tian casting his territory. Was territory useful at their levels? For the reason both members of the Ground Axe Alliance's attention were on Duanling Tian's territory, they failed to notice that Duanling Tian's saint energy was different from the saint energy of a powerhouse at the Mastery Exemplary Saint stage. Moreover, they did not even notice his saint energy had undergone a dramatic change. His Sun Saint energy was currently comparable to the saint energy of a powerhouse at the Mastery Quintessential Saint stage. Since Duanling Tian had cast the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, it further enhanced his Sun Saint energy to the point where it was comparable to the saint origin of a powerhouse at the Saint Celestial stage. Otherworld Celestial. Once the 10,000 Swords territory was completely formed, Duanling Tian cast another divine ability and created 3 clones. Including him, there were 4 Duanling Tians. When the members of the Ground Axe Alliance saw the clones, they sneered. They quickly mobilized their saint energies to attack Duanling Tian. Your divine abilities are pretty good. It's unfortunate your cultivation base is too weak. Killing you will be as easy as slaughtering a chicken. He was not worried about Duanling Tian's clones at all. Even if Duanling Tian had mastered the divine ability to the highest degree, he could not threaten him with his cultivation base only at the Mastery Exemplary Saint stage. The 2 members of the Ground Axe Alliance felt the same way. They were at the peak of the Quintessential Saint stage after all. At the moment one of the members of the Ground Axe Alliance was about to mock Duanling Tian. He was shocked by the scene unfolding before his eyes, and an expression of despair appeared on his face. What did he see? Xiao! 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 4 sword cries sounded simultaneously as soon as the member of the Ground Axe Alliance finished speaking. Meanwhile, the 100 inscriptions Saint Sword in Duanling Tian's hand and his clones disappeared from the sight of the 2 members of the Ground Axe Alliance. In that next moment, both of their attacks, a slash and a slice, were nullified. They only knew their attacks were nullified, but they could not see what did it. All they heard were 4 short-lived cries of swords. Wait a minute. 4 swords cries? Did that not mean there were an additional 3 attacks? Chills ran up the 2 members of the Ground Axe Alliance's spines when this thought crossed their minds. Thud! Thud! 2 muted noises rang in the air as a horrible and bloody wound appeared on the spot between their eyebrows. The wounds were bleeding profusely. Blood splattered everywhere, looking like freshly bloomed roses. All these happened under the cover of Duanling Tian's 10,000 swords, so the occasional passersby who stopped to watch could not see what was happening since none of them were at the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage. Duanling Tian was not someone who would show mercy to those who intended to kill him. Elder Hua, help me devour their innate spiritual roots, Duanling Tian said to Elder Hua after he killed the 2 members from the Ground Axe Alliance. As the saying went, even the smallest mosquito has some meat. Although Duanling Tian knew these 2 people's innate spiritual roots would not be of a high grade, he did not plan to waste them. Both of them had light green innate spiritual roots, Elder Hua said to Duanling Tian. Subsequently, Duanling Tian devoured their innate spiritual roots with the help of Elder Hua and the elementary devouring tactic. Your innate spiritual root has reached the tipping point. Currently, you only need to devour 1 more green innate spiritual root before your innate spiritual root will turn indigo, Elder Hua said to Duanling Tian. Naturally, Elder Hua's statement excited Duanling Tian. Indigo innate spiritual root. Once I obtain the indigo innate spiritual root, with the time flow on the 4th floor of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, I think my cultivation speed will be comparable to those prodigies with violet innate spiritual roots, right? Duanling Tian thought to himself as he became excited. Those ultimate prodigies with violet innate spiritual roots were the cream of the crop in the Tao Martial Saint land in regards to their innate talent. When Duanling Tian thought about how his cultivation speed would be comparable to the prodigies with violet innate spiritual roots, he was extremely delighted. It took him a while to regain his composure. After Duanling Tian calmed down, he called out, Elder Hua, can the elementary devouring tactic help others to devour innate spiritual roots? For example, would I be able to devour an innate spiritual root and transfer it to another person to improve their innate spiritual root? Duanling Tian had asked this question because he was thinking about his family and friends. If his theory worked, he would be able to help the people he cared about to improve their innate spiritual roots. It would allow them to possess high innate talent to achieve the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage. The seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage was also known as the heaven-defying form. Once one entered the stage, one would obtain immortality. Their lifespans would be equivalent to heaven and earth. There was nothing Duan Tian wanted more than to have the people he cared about to attain immortality. If that was the case, he would not have to watch his family and friends die of old age as he lived on alone. Duan Tian waited for Elder Hua's answer with bated breath. What you said should work theoretically. There's a 90% success rate. However, it'll depend on the circumstances as well. Elder Hua replied, naturally, you'll first have to master the elementary devouring tactic to the highest degree. Otherwise, it would be impossible. Apart from that, your cultivation base has to be at the Saint Celestial stage since you'll have to be able to sense their innate spiritual roots. You can also sense other people's innate spiritual roots without my help to devour them. After listening to Elder Hua's response, Duan Tian's eyes lit up immediately. He was obviously excited. He was even more excited than when he learned his innate spiritual root was going to turn indigo soon. After all, there was nothing more important to him than his family and friends. If that's the case, little Feier, mother, father, Nyener, and Xiling will be able to enter the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage and attain immortality. Duan Tian was excited when he thought about this. As for Kurur, Duan Tian was not worried about her since she already possessed the violet innate spiritual root even though it was temporarily sealed. As long as he managed to rescue her, he would ask Elder Hua to teach her to break the seal. There were two conditions to him improving other people's innate spiritual roots. 1, he had to be at the Saint Celestial stage. 2, he had to master the elementary devouring tactic to the highest degree. Although currently Duan Tian still had not met the two conditions, he was confident he would be able to meet it in the future. Duan Tian quickly regained his senses. He had sensed something. He discovered a strange energy emitting from the robes of the members of the Ground Axe Alliance. It seems to be the aura of a talisman from this mundane realm, Elder Hua said in a timely manner. It was obvious he had also sensed the energy from the robes as well. Talisman? Duan Tian frowned and began to search their bodies. However, after he failed to find anything out of the ordinary, he kept both their spatial rings and disposed of their bodies. Then, Duan Tian withdrew the 10,000 Swords territory and continued flying towards Sin City. While Duan Tian made his way to Sin City, the bodies of the members from the Ground Axe Alliance dropped to the ground and attracted many people's attention. I assent that the bodies of the people from Ground Axe Alliance? 2 members from the Ground Axe Alliance died just like that? Who's that purple-clad young man? He's so bold to openly kill 2 members from the Ground Axe Alliance so close to Sin City? Isn't he afraid of retribution from the Ground Axe Alliance? Sin City is ruthless. Even if you have support, you won't be able to escape death if you offend someone powerful. As the passers-by gossiped among themselves, their eyes were trained on the purple figure who was flying away. From the beginning until the end, no one saw Duan Tian's face. As for those who were closer to the entrance of Sin City, they were unaware of what had occurred, so they did not pay close attention to Duan Tian. Sin City. I'm here at last, Duan Tian thought when he arrived at the entrance of Sin City. Although there were 4 gates in Sin City, not many people used the gates. Most people prefer to fly in and out of Sin City. The gates were almost redundant. Duan Tian followed the crowd and flew into Sin City. It's huge. Although Duan Tian had seen from afar how vast Sin City was, it was even more impressive up close. When Duan Tian entered Sin City, he felt so small like a fish in the ocean. Inside Sin City, there were many main streets. The alleys were many and of numerous sizes. Along the main streets, many stalls were set up at the side. Some of the stalls sold saint weapons, medicinal pills, and talismans. Many people were bargaining in front of the stalls. Duan Tian hovered in the air above one of the main streets as he took the sight in. Sin City was vibrant. Boom! 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 A loud noise suddenly attracted Duan Tian's attention. He turned around and saw 2 people fighting at the northern side of the sky. Both of them seemed strong. Based on their attacks, they had to be at the quintessential saint stage. The people fighting were a martial cultivator and a Dao cultivator respectively. In the beginning, the martial cultivator had the upper hand. However, after the Dao cultivator retrieved several talismans and tore them up, he managed to kill the martial cultivator. Even then, the Dao cultivator was on the verge of passing out. "What an opportune time for me," someone said with a laugh. Following that, Duanling Tian saw a black-clad man with a crow embroidered on his chest shot up into the sky and killed the Dao cultivator who was drained from his fight with the martial cultivator. Duanling Tian could tell how strong the black-clad man was when he attacked. He was much weaker than the Dao cultivator he had killed. He had only managed to kill the Dao cultivator because the Dao cultivator was severely injured and was not at his prime. For that reason, he was killed and his spatial ring and the spatial ring of the martial cultivator he had killed were taken away. Two idiots. What's there to fight about? In the end, I reap all the benefits. The black-clad man cursed openly. He took his time before he left. From the beginning until the end, the people in the surroundings merely watched without saying anything. People from the Black Crow Alliance are really shameless. People who fight in Sin City must be aware of those treacherous people from the Black Crow Alliance. That Dao cultivator was unlucky to meet that man from the Black Crow Alliance. Otherwise, he wouldn't have died. If he was at the peak of his strength, that fellow from Black Crow Alliance is definitely not a match for him. He took advantage of the Dao cultivator's injuries and killed him to reap the rewards. After the black-clad man left, the people in the surroundings began to talk among themselves. People from the Black Crow Alliance? Duanling Tian narrowed his eyes. Through the people's conversations, Duanling Tian learned about the black-clad man. He was a sectless cultivator who was a member of the Black Crow Alliance. It seemed like the Black Crow Alliance had a reputation of taking advantage of others. Nobody dared to speak up because they were afraid of the Black Crow Alliance. It seems like the people from Black Crow Alliance are really loathsome. Duanling Tian did not consider himself to be a righteous person, but the behavior of the people from the Black Crow Alliance had disgusted him. Duanling Tian's eyes gleamed as he flew in the direction where the man from the Black Crow Alliance had left. No one noticed Duanling Tian's departure. After all, there were so many people on the scene. No one would notice if one person left. Based on the way he's strutting around, he seems really smug, Duanling Tian thought to himself. Initially, Duanling Tian was merely trying his luck by following the black-clad man. He did not think he would be able to find him. However, it did not take long before he saw the man strutting around. It seems like even God intends for me to be a hero today. The change of innate spiritual root from dark blue to indigo depends on you. I hope you won't let me down. Duanling Tian thought to himself as he noiselessly landed on the ground in a quiet alley. Duanling Tian looked around and extended his divine consciousness to make sure no one was around before he made his move. Apart from my purple robes, I only have uniforms from the fire worship sect. When Duanling Tian wanted to change his clothes, he realized he only had the uniforms of disciples of the fire worship sect in his spatial ring. He had 3 types of uniforms from the fire worship sect. They were uniforms from the Black Turtle Sanctum, the Saint Land's disciples' uniforms, and the True Disciples' uniforms. He used to have the uniforms from the First Mine's penalty zone, but he had returned it before he left. Whatever, I'll just wear one of these uniforms. Eventually, Duanling Tian decided to change into a Saint Land disciple's uniform. This was his first time wearing it again after becoming a true disciple. An idea suddenly appeared in Duanling Tian's mind. I should change into the true disciple's uniform. Subsequently, he quickly changed into a true disciple's uniform. After that, Duanling Tian used the disguising secret tactic and began to change his face. If there were any fire worship sect's Saint Land disciples around, they would not be able to recognize Duanling Tian. They would have seen Buhong, who was ranked 3rd on the fire worship sect's true ranking. Buhong was originally ranked 2nd on the fire worship sect's true ranking. After he was defeated by Duanling Tian, he had dropped a rank. Buhong was, naturally, unaware of what Duanling Tian was currently doing. If he knew that Duanling Tian had destroyed his innate talent and also disguised himself using his appearance, he would probably throw up blood. Buhong's body is almost similar to mine. I'm certain that even if those who are close to Buhong see me now, they would not be able to tell us apart. Duanling Tian touched his face and nodded in satisfaction. So, since Duanling Tian had changed both his appearance and clothes, there was no reason for him to stay in the small alley any longer. He immediately flew up into the sky to look for the man from the Black Crow Alliance. It did not take long for Duanling Tian to find the man from Black Crow Alliance. Is that person from the fire worship sect? When Duanling Tian flew out, he attracted many people's attention. Most people in Sin City were sectless cultivators. It was definitely not an everyday occurrence for a disciple from one of the three great sects, the fire worship sect, to appear here. Based on his outfit, it seems like he's a true disciple from the fire worship sect. Among the people present, there were some who were knowledgeable, so they managed to identify Duanling Tian's uniform. Who is he chasing? Soon after, a few people noticed Duanling Tian seemed to be in a hurry. Isn't that person from the Black Crow Alliance? The true disciple from the fire worship sect seems to be chasing him. When the sectless cultivators realized Duanling Tian was chasing the man from the Black Crow Alliance, they began to tail after him. They wanted to join in the fun. So, a group of sectless cultivators flew up into the air, causing the wind to whistle. The sound of wind whistling, naturally, alerted the man from the Black Crow Alliance. He instinctively turned back to have a look. A disciple from the fire worship sect? With just a glance, he saw a group of people behind him. Naturally, the most eye-catching person was the person flying in the lead, since he was wearing the exclusive uniform of a disciple from the fire worship sect. A fire worship sect's true disciple? When he saw the embroidery on the uniform, the eyes of the man from the Black Crow Alliance widened. Based on what he knew, all true disciples from the fire worship sect had a cultivation base at the Saint Celestial stage or higher. They were not someone that he, a cultivator at the Mastery Quintessential Saint stage, could compare to. It seems like he's targeting me. The man from the Black Crow Alliance was still surprised by the appearance of a true disciple from the fire worship sect when he suddenly realized he was being pursued. Moreover, he could feel the killing intent radiating from the other party. My friend from the fire worship sect. I'm from Sin City's Black Crow Alliance. I'm Jiao Tuesday. My second brother is Deputy Leader Jiao Zhan of the Black Crow Alliance. Is there a misunderstanding between us? I don't think we've met. The man from the Black Crow Alliance said anxiously when he saw Duanling Tian closing in on him with killing intent. Jiao Tu. As it turns out, it's Jiao Tu. Jiao Tu's a bad man. He has done a lot of nasty things and has gotten away with it because his brother is the deputy leader of the Black Crow Alliance. The group of sectless cultivators tailing Duanling Tian was stunned when they heard the name of the man from the Black Crow Alliance. When they regained their senses, they began to discuss among themselves. Perhaps, not all of them had an encounter with Jiao Tu, but all of them had heard of him. Jiao Tu was infamous in Sin City. To be honest, I don't know you either. Duanling Tian said coldly to Jiao Tu, who was panicking in the distance. When Jiao Tu heard Duanling Tian's words, he sighed in relief. However, his relief was short-lived. Duanling Tian said, however, I hate your face and I feel like killing you. When Jiao Tu heard Duanling Tian's words, he shuddered and his expression changed drastically. At the same time, Duanling Tian sped up using the Sun Saint energy and arrived in front of Jiao Tu in a short time. In fact, the speed Duanling Tian currently exerted was only as fast as Jiao Tu's speed. However, Jiao Tu was so frightened he did not manage to escape in time. He did not try to flee after that because he had a feeling he would not be able to escape from this fire worship sect's true disciple. He thought it would be better to stand his ground and talk his way out of this. My friend from the fire worship sect, your jokes aren't funny, Jiao Tu said as he suppressed the rising panic in his heart. He even forced a smile on his face. You think I'm joking? Duanling Tian's eyes turned cold. Duanling Tian's eyes were cold and he did not bother to conceal his killing intent at all. Even the people who came to watch could feel it. This fire worship sect's true disciple intends to kill Jiao Tu? Many of the sectless cultivators looked surprised. They did not think the true disciple from the fire worship sect had chased after Jiao Tu to kill him. How did Jiao Tu offend him? Some sectless cultivators looked at each other in confusion. Didn't you hear him? He doesn't know Jiao Tuesday. He just dislikes the way Jiao Tu looks, that's why he wants to kill him. You believe his words? I do. After all, people from the Black Crow Alliance are infamous for taking advantage of others in Sin City. Maybe this fire worship sect's true disciple doesn't like that and decides to take matter into his own hands and kill Jiao Tu, who's from the Black Crow Alliance. I feel this reason a little far-fetched. There are so many members of the Black Crow Alliance around. Why is this true disciple from the fire worship sect targeting Jiao Tu? Moreover, Jiao Tu isn't an ordinary member of the Black Crow Alliance. I'm confused as well. Jiao Tu is the younger brother of Deputy Leader Jiao Zhan of Black Crow Alliance. Moreover, Jiao Zhan is at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage and is ranked 566th on the Supreme Saint ranking. With Jiao Zhan's strength, there are only a few fire worship sect's true disciples who are a match for him. This true disciple might not be one of them. By right, he should be afraid of acting against Jiao Tu due to Jiao Zhan's strength. The sectless cultivators who came to watch the show discussed among themselves. All of them were baffled. Naturally, there were a few people who thought things were not that simple. They thought Jiao Tu must have offended this true disciple from the fire worship sect at some point. Otherwise, why was the other party so intent on killing him? My friend from fire worship sect, although I'm just an ordinary member of the Black Crow Alliance, my second brother is Deputy Leader Jiao Zhan of the Black Crow Alliance. Jiao Tu knew Duan Ling Tian was serious when he sensed the killing intent getting stronger. In an attempt to save his life, he brought his brother up. It seemed as though Jiao Tu was worried Duan Ling Tian did not care about his brother being the deputy leader of the Black Crow Alliance, so he quickly said, "My second brother, Jiao Zhan, is one of the strongest among those at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage. He's ranked 566th on the Supreme Saint ranking." Jiao Tu sighed in relief once he finished speaking. In Jiao Tu's opinion, now that he had revealed the ranking of his brother, Jiao Zhan, on the Supreme Saint ranking, the fire worship sect's true disciple would be frightened and would not dare to harm him. He's ranked 566th on the Supreme Saint ranking? Duan Ling Tian said coldly as he narrowed his eyes when he heard Jiao Tu's words. Yes. Jiao Tu nodded proudly, although he was not as smug as he usually was. Although his brother was strong, his brother was currently not by his side. It seems like this guy from the fire worship sect is afraid now that he knows my brother is ranked 566th on the Supreme Saint ranking. Otherwise, he wouldn't ask for confirmation, Jiao Tu thought to himself. Meanwhile, most of the sectless cultivators who came over to watch the show shared the same thought as Jiao Tu. Now that the true disciple from the fire worship sect learns that Jiao Tu's brother, Jiao Zhan, is ranked 566th on the Supreme Saint ranking, he probably won't dare to harm Jiao Tuesday. That's for sure. Moreover, Jiao Zhan is well known for being protective in the Black Crow Alliance. He's usually biased toward members from the Black Crow Alliance, let alone his own brother. It seems like there's nothing worth watching after all. Many sectless cultivators whispered among themselves, feeling disappointed since they did not think the true disciple from the fire worship sect would dare to harm Jiao Tu now that he learned about Jiao Tu's background. However, would Duan Ling Tian fear Jiao Tu and not kill him just because of his background? Absolutely not. If my memory serves me well, I seem to be ranked on the Supreme Saint ranking as well, Duan Ling Tian said offhandedly. Although his tone was casual, the killing intent he radiated was still as strong as ever. In fact, it seemed to have gotten stronger. When Jiao Tu heard Duan Ling Tian's words, his expression turned grave immediately. A fire worship sect's true disciple who's ranked on the Supreme Saint ranking? From what I know, there are only 8 true disciples, including the new prodigy Duan Ling Tian, in the fire worship sect who are ranked on the Supreme Saint ranking. The 8 of them are known as the 8 great prodigies of the fire worship sect among the younger generation. I wonder which of the 8 prodigies this person is. When the sectless cultivators heard Duan Ling Tian's words, their eyes brightened immediately. All of them were curious which of the 8 prodigies Duan Ling Tian was. I didn't know. Why you? Which one of the fire worship sect's 8 great prodigies are you? Jiao Tu asked after he mustered up all his courage. He was frightened and panicking at this moment. It doesn't matter. You're going to die anyway. When Jiao Tu heard Duanling Tian's words, his expression changed dramatically. He finally realized the true disciple from the fire worship sect was determined to kill him. I guess there's no harm in telling you this. I'm Bu Hong, a true disciple of the fire worship sect. Jiao Tu was still in a state of fright when Duanling Tian revealed his name. Bu Hong. Jiao Tu's eyes widened in shock when he heard the name. He was no stranger to that name. In fact, all of the sectless cultivators present on the scene knew this name. In fire worship sect, the 8 great prodigies were led by 3 powerhouses at the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage. Bu Hong was ranked 2nd on the fire worship sect's true ranking. Naturally, these people had not heard the recent news in fire worship sect where Duanling Tian defeated Bu Hong. Otherwise, they would know that Bu Hong was no longer ranked 2nd among the 8 great prodigies in the fire worship sect. From what they knew, Bu Hong, a prodigy from the fire worship sect, was ranked 421st on the Supreme Saint ranking. Many sectless cultivators instantly looked at Jiao Tu disdainfully. Jiao Tu had used Jiao Zhan, who was ranked 566th on the Supreme Saint ranking, to scare Bu Hong off. As it turned out, Bu Hong was ranked 421st on the Supreme Saint ranking. How ironic! Was there a need for Bu Hong to fear Jiao Zihan? I didn't expect him to be Bu Hong. Many sectless cultivators were surprised. Bu Hong, apart from being the 2nd among the fire worship sect's 8 great prodigies, he's also the direct disciple of the sanctum leader of the Azure Dragon Sanctum. Moreover, the sanctum leader of Azure Dragon Sanctum is considered one of the strongest golden flame elders in the fire worship sect. There were some sectless cultivators who knew Bu Hong's background. With Bu Hong's strength and background, why would he be afraid of Jiao Tu? Many sectless cultivators began to look at Jiao Tu sympathetically. Remember to be more humble in your next life. Moreover, on your way to hell, do keep in mind that the person who killed you is me, Bu Hong. Duanling Tian said coldly while everyone was still in shock. Jiao Tu's expression changed drastically. Run! In the next moment, Jiao Tu turned to run. He was no longer arrogant, blatantly taking advantage of others. Currently, he was scampering away like a dog with its tail tucked in between its legs. So, it seemed as though Duanling Tian could foresee what was going to happen. He chased after Jiao Tu as soon as Jiao Tu moved. He maintained the distance between him and Jiao Tu. Naturally, the sectless cultivators who were watching could tell Bu Hong, the true disciple from fire worship sect, was toying with Jiao Tu. It was common knowledge that almost all true disciples in the fire worship sect were at the Saint Celestial stage. They managed to become true disciples due to their high innate talent. It would take a second for ordinary true disciples to catch up to Jiao Tu, let alone someone like Bu Hong. That was why it was clear to them that Bu Hong was only toying with Jiao Tu. However, what they did not know was it was not Bu Hong who was chasing after Jiao Tuesday. It was Duanling Tian, the monstrous prodigy who had quickly risen in ranks in the fire worship sect. The reason Duanling Tian was slow was due to the fact that he did not cast the elementary devouring tactic or the golden crow wings. Otherwise, he would have caught up to Jiao Tu in just a blink of an eye. Duanling Tian did not cast the 2 divine abilities because he would expose his identity. Currently, Duanling Tian's Sun Saint energy was equivalent to the Saint energy of a powerhouse at the Mastery Quintessential Saint stage. Therefore, his speed was on par with Jiao Tu, whose cultivation base was at the Mastery Quintessential Saint stage. Bu Hong, there's no enmity between us. Why do you insist on killing me? Jiao Tu asked in a panic. He had discovered Duanling Tian was chasing him at a leisurely speed. Similar to the others, he thought Duanling Tian was toying with him. I've already told you. I want to kill you because I hate your face. Duanling Tian replied indifferently. Meanwhile, Duanling Tian discovered the sectless cultivators were now quite a distance away. He quickly seized this opportunity and quietly cast the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. Since Duanling Tian had decided to impersonate Bu Hong, he had to be meticulous about it. For this reason, he only cast the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, after he confirmed the sectless cultivators were far enough that they could not see his actions. He did not fully cast the elementary devouring tactic. Even then, Faint whirlpools could still be seen around him as it absorbed the heaven and earth spirit energy in his surroundings. In just a blink of an eye, Duanling Tian's Sun Saint energy had risen to the level of a powerhouse at the peak of the quintessential saint stage. It did not stop there as it continued to rise. Meanwhile, Duanling Tian began to close the distance between him and Zhao Tu. "No! Why you're and not Buhong?" Zhao Tu cried out. Although the sectless cultivators in the distance could not see the elementary devouring tactic that Duanling Tian had cast, Zhao Tu, who was closer to him, could sense the change in Duanling Tian's saint energy. At the same Zhao Tu spoke, Duanling Tian's Sun Saint energy had risen to a level comparable to the saint origin of a powerhouse at the first form of the saint celestial stage. At this point, his Sun Saint energy finally stopped rising. "You only realized this now? It's too late though," Duanling Tian said indifferently. Zhao Tu had an expression of despair on his face as a wave of energy swept toward him as fiercely as a beast on a rampage. Boom! As a loud explosion sounded, Zhao Tu was drowned by the energy. It was as though he had been swallowed by a gigantic beast. When the energy vanished, Zhao Tu vanished along with it. Only a spatial ring was left floating in the air. During that time, before Zhao Tu was killed, Duanling Tian had asked for Elder was help to devour Zhao Tu's innate spiritual root. Yellow innate spiritual root. Elder was words disappointed Duanling Tian. Zhao Tu merely possessed a dark yellow innate spiritual root. Therefore, Duanling Tian's innate spiritual root did not turn indigo after he devoured Zhao Tu's innate spiritual root. Your innate spiritual root is very close to turning indigo. It's enough to turn indigo if you devour another yellow innate spiritual root. Elder Hua's subsequent words lessened Duanling Tian's disappointment slightly. It doesn't matter. It'll eventually turn into an indigo innate spiritual root. I just need a little more time. Duanling Tian consoled himself inwardly. After Duanling Tian regained his composure, he collected the spatial ring. He only spared the sectless cultivators who had finally caught up an indifferent look before he left without a trace. For the sectless cultivators, it was naturally impossible for them to forget about Duanling Tian. There was no doubt they did not know his real identity. They thought he was Buhong, the second strongest among the fire worship sect's 8 great prodigies. Zhao Tu died just like that? Many sectless cultivators were in shock and disbelief. Although they were far away earlier and could not clearly see what the true disciple from fire worship sect had done, they knew he was the only one left on the scene. Zhao Tu had disappeared without a trace. That fire worship sect's true disciple, Buhong, is really domineering. Doesn't he know that this isn't the fire worship sect but Sin City? Moreover, it's very likely that Zhao Zhan will seek revenge from him. There were also some sectless cultivators who marveled at the bravery of fire worship sect's true disciple, Buhong. After all, not just anyone would be so brave as to kill the brother of a deputy leader of an alliance in Sin City. Since Buhong dares to act so boldly in Sin City, he must have some sort of support. I assume his master is in Sin City as well. That's possible. With his master here, even the leader of the Black Crow Alliance can't do anything to Buhong. If it was someone else who was killed, I might have felt pity. However, since it's Zhao Tu, not only do I not feel pity, but I feel glad. I feel the same way. Previously, Zhao Tu killed many people without a reason just because he's from the Black Crow Alliance and his brother is the deputy leader. It's karma. All the sectless cultivators present on the scene did not mourn Zhao Tu's death. Instead, many of them were glad Buhong had killed him. Naturally, they were unaware it was not Buhong who had killed him. It was Duanling Tian who had quickly risen in ranks in the fire worship sect who had disguised himself as Buhong and killed Zhao Tu. Due to Duanling Tian's flawless disguise and his meticulous care to keep up the act, it was destined that he was the only one who knew the truth. Well, apart from Zhao Tu who was dead. After killing Zhao Tu, Duanling Tian left and found a place to change into his purple robe. At the same time, he changed his face to his previous appearance that he had changed on a whim when he was near Sin City. Although he had changed his appearance, there was still a lot of similarities to the disguise he wore in the fire worship sect. He still had sword-shaped brows, still handsome, charming, and attractive. Wang EFO didn't mention the Black Crow Alliance similar to the Ground Axe Alliance. I guess they're not very powerful in Sin City. Since Wang EFO did not mention the Black Crow Alliance, Duanling Tian did not think they were a force to be reckoned with. Let's find a restaurant so I can learn more about Sin City. With that thought in mind, Duanling Tian flew out to the city center of Sin City. He planned to find a busy restaurant to rest and find out more about the place. I still don't know why so many sectless cultivators choose to stay in this dangerous place. Duanling Tian was extremely curious about this. Back then, the leader of Clarity City's Sectless Cultivators Alliance, Wang EFO, had left him in suspense. While Duanling Tian was looking for a restaurant, all was not peaceful in the Black Crow Alliance's estate. As one of the alliances in Sin City, the Black Crow Alliance naturally had an estate of their own in Sin City even though they were just a mediocre alliance. Bang! In the Black Crow Alliance's estate. Upon learning about Zhao Tu's death, Deputy Leader Zhao Zhan was furious. With just a move, he smashed the stone table in front of him. Who is it? Zhao Zhan asked as he looked at the messenger with a terrifying glint in his eyes like a poisonous snake looking at its prey. Zhao Zhan's reaction was only natural. He used to have 3 brothers. Apart from Zhao Tu, who was the youngest, he had another older and younger brother. 4 of them were sectless cultivators and had fended for themselves in this world. Throughout the years, his elder brother, Zhao Da, and his 3rd brother, Zhao Hong, had died, leaving only him and Zhao Tu behind. After that, Zhao Zhan and Zhao Tu came to Sin City and built the Black Crow Alliance with someone else. Ever since then, they found a place where they belonged. Naturally, Zhao Zhan cared about the only brother he had left. However, today, he learned that his only brother, his youngest brother, had been killed. It's the fire worship sect's true disciple, Bu Hong. The messenger quickly replied in a trembling voice as his body shuddered from Zhao Zhan's rage. Bu Hong. Zhao Zhan's eyes narrowed immediately when he heard the messenger's words. He asked in a deep voice, "Are you certain the one who killed my brother is fire worship sect's Bu Hong?" Naturally, Zhao Zhan had heard of Bu Hong. In terms of strength, Bu Hong was much stronger him since Bu Hong was at the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage. However, that was in the past. About half a month ago, Zhao Zhan had managed to break through to the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage. With the various moves he had and the practical combat skills he had mastered as a sectless cultivator, he was not afraid of Bu Hong. In fact, he was confident he could kill Bu Hong. After all, Bu Hong was the weakest among all the powerhouses at the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage. This could be seen from his ranking on the Supreme Saint ranking. He did not fear Bu Hong, but he was afraid of Bu Hong's master, a golden flame elder of the fire worship sect. He was also the sanctum leader of the Azure Dragon Sanctum. Apart from the Black Crow Alliance's estate, things were also not peaceful in the Ground Axe estate as well. That's him? The one who killed 2 of my men and took the spatial ring that held the 1,000 inscriptions Saint Sword. The leader of the Ground Axe Alliance was able to see what had happened after he tore the major mirror image talisman. He saw a handsome purple-clad young man in the picture who was shrouded in golden light with 10,000 swords flying about, killing his men from the Ground Axe Alliance. Moreover, he even took the spatial rings from the 2 men. There were various types of Dao talismans with many uses in the Dao Martial Saint Land. The mirror image talisman was one of them. Moreover, there were 2 types of mirror image talisman. They were ordinary mirror image talismans and minor major mirror image talismans. An ordinary mirror image talisman could be used to record scenes that occurred within a certain period of time in the form of motion pictures. When it was torn up, it would replay the scene it had recorded. The effect was similar to a video camera on Earth where Duanling Tian was from in his past life. The only difference was it did not record sounds. Previously, when Duanling Tian was in the Moon Illumination sect, someone from the Mountain Shade Black Markets branch had plotted against him by using an ordinary mirror image talisman. That person from the Mountain Shade Black Markets branch used the ordinary mirror image talisman and recorded Duanling Tian and broadcasted it through a sky screen mirror image in the sky above Moon Illumination sect. It had shocked the Moon Illumination sect and caused Duanling Tian to leave the Moon Illumination sect. A minor major mirror image talisman was not one but two talismans. They came in a set of two. A minor major mirror image talisman had one minor mirror image talisman and one major mirror image talisman. The minor mirror image talisman would be carried around by a person and would constantly record whatever the person saw. If the person carrying the minor mirror image talisman was killed, the minor mirror image talisman would retain the final scene of the person that was killed and would transmit the scene back to the person holding the major mirror image talisman. Once the major mirror image talisman was torn up, one would be able to view the scenes recorded by the minor mirror image talisman. The leader of the Ground Axe Alliance's expression was extremely grim when he watched the scene transmitted by the major mirror image talisman and saw the handsome and elegant purple-clad young man. "Who's that?" The leader of the Ground Axe Alliance was called Yubuji. He was a middle-aged man with a medium build. He had an ordinary appearance. He would not have stood out in a crowd of people. However, this seemingly ordinary middle-aged man was a leader of an alliance in Sin City. Apart from that, Yubuji was also one of the stronger powerhouses at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage. He was ranked in the top 300 on the Supreme Saint ranking. When Yubuji witnessed two of his men being killed by a young man through the major mirror image talisman, he was obviously upset. However, it was not the death of the two men that caused the loss of his composure. He had lost his composure because he had sent the two men to snatch the 1,000 Inscriptions Saint Sword. The 1,000 Inscriptions Saint Sword was stored in the spatial ring that the Ground Axe Alliance members obtained from the old man before they were killed by the purple-clad young man. Yubuji did not want to attract people's attention. That was why he did not personally make a move or sent elite powerhouses out. Moreover, since the old man was not much of a threat, he had sent two men who were only at the peak of the quintessential saint stage out to snatch the old man's spatial ring that contained 1,000 Inscriptions Saint Sword. He certainly did not expect his plans would be ruined by the purple-clad young man. That two idiots. Must they offend him? Although Yubuji could only watch what happened and could not hear what they were saying, he could easily guess what had transpired from the movements of their lips. He knew the purple-clad young man had killed the two men from the Ground Axe Alliance because they had looked for trouble with him first. Fortunately, I gave that two idiots a minor mirror image talisman each before they left. Otherwise, I wouldn't know who currently possesses the 1,000 Inscriptions Saint Sword. Yubuji thought to himself, feeling lucky. However, Yubuji still found it somewhat wasteful. Ordinary mirror talismans might not be very valuable, but minor major mirror image talismans were extremely expensive. Even as the leader of the Ground Axe Alliance, he only possessed a few of the talismans. This time, he had lost two of them at once. As long as I can find the purple-clad young man, I'll be able to get the 1,000 Inscriptions Saint Sword. The loss of the two minor major mirror image talismans is not such a waste after all. Yubuji consoled himself inwardly. Naturally, the purple-clad young man whom Yubuji saw was none other than Duanling Tian, who had just recently arrived in Sin City. Duanling Tian was, naturally, unaware that the old man who was killed by the two men from the Ground Axe Alliance outside of Sin City possessed something as precious as 1,000 Inscriptions Saint Sword. Moreover, the 1,000 Inscriptions Saint Sword was currently in his possession. To be more precise, it was in the old man's spatial ring that was kept in one of the Ground Axe Alliance's members' spatial ring, and currently it was kept in Duanling Tian's spatial ring. Duanling Tian had no time to look at the rewards he reaped today, so he was unaware that he had unwittingly obtained 1,000 Inscriptions Saint Sword. Currently, Duanling Tian was in a restaurant in Sin City. This restaurant was one of the busiest restaurants in the center of Sin City. He had been in the restaurant for quite some time, so he had a better understanding of Sin City now. No wonder so many sectless cultivators settled down in Sin City. As it turns out, there are powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage and above in Sin City who would occasionally give things to them by literally throwing them around. Duanling Tian learned about this from the conversation in his surroundings. He had chosen to sit by a window in the restaurant. In Sin City, there were a few sectless cultivators above the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage who were not in any alliance. They had a high status in the city and was widely respected. Occasionally, they would throw out some items that ordinary cultivators considered as treasures. The sectless cultivators would fight and kill over it. These items ranged from celestial-grade saint stones to high-grade martial tactics, Dao talismans, and 100 inscriptions saint weapons. These strong powerhouses are treating the other sectless cultivators as a form of entertainment. Duanling Tian shook his head when he thought about this. Based on the sectless cultivators' conversations, Duanling Tian learned the powerhouses above the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage would throw the items around, leading to a bloodbath in Sin City. Many sectless cultivators had died in an attempt to obtain the items. Humans were greedy after all. The items that the powerhouses above the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage casually threw out might not be worth much to them, but to ordinary sectless cultivators, those items were treasures that were worth risking their lives for. Those unfortunate souls would have to fight for the treasure when it's thrown out in a street of people. The ones who are luckier might find the items being thrown in a place where there are no people. Duanling Tian thought to himself. The sectless cultivators gathered in Sin City in hopes of one day getting their hands on the treasures if luck was on their side. This is just like buying lottery on Earth. They all clearly know the chances of hitting the jackpot are low, yet it doesn't stop countless people from buying it. After all, if one hit the jackpot, the monetary reward numbered in the millions. To be fair, compared to hitting the jackpot, their chances are higher when it comes to obtaining the treasures these powerhouses casually throw out, Duanling Tian thought to himself. Soon after, Duanling Tian learned about another attraction in Sin City. There's a treasure vault that was left behind by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage after he passed the heavenly tribulation and ascended. Every once in a while, news would circulate in Sin City about the treasure left behind by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Everybody knew that once one entered the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, they would have to face the heavenly tribulation before ascending to the Devata realm. This applied to martial cultivators, Dao cultivators, devil cultivators alike. The 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage was also known as the Celestial Ascension form. They would only be able to ascend if they passed the heavenly tribulation. They had the option of ascending immediately or wait before they decide to ascend. Naturally, there was a time limit to how long they could wait. Generally, people who passed the heavenly tribulation could not remain in the mundane realm for long. After a period of time, they would be forced to ascend to the Devata realm by the Celestial Ascension force. Naturally, it was not a guarantee that all powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage would pass the heavenly tribulation. The heavenly tribulation was extremely terrifying. Many powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage had died after being turned to ashes by the heavenly tribulation. Powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage from major forces would usually keep saint weapons and Dao talismans that would strengthen them the most. The rest of their belongings would be kept in a spatial ring and left behind in the force they belonged to. The heavenly tribulations were capable of destroying spatial rings after all. Even if they passed the heavenly tribulation, they would not be able to bring anything with them when they ascended. This was because the Celestial Ascension force would repel everything, including 10,000 inscription saint weapons. Powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage from a force would usually leave their belongings to their forces before they faced the heavenly tribulation. However, there were quite a few sectless cultivators who were at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. They did not belong to any force, and most of them did not have family or friends. Before these sectless cultivators pass the heavenly tribulation and ascend, or die in an attempt to ascend, they would mostly hide their spatial rings that contained treasure somewhere. These places were later known as treasure vaults. The possessions of powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage were undoubtedly treasures. It seems like this is part of the reason so many sectless cultivators decide to come to Sin City. Duanling Tian came to this conclusion when he heard there was news being spread occasionally about the location of the treasure vault of a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Even he was intrigued by the treasures left behind by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Would the items left behind by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage be ordinary? Absolutely not. After a while, Duanling Tian discovered there was nothing useful he could learn in the restaurant anymore, so he paid his bills and left after eating. For sectless cultivators who had just arrived in Sin City, there were 3 options when it came to accommodations. First, they could choose to stay in a specially constructed residence built by Sin City. However, one must fight for a place to stay. It was an impossible feat if one was not strong enough. The second choice would be to stay in the residences provided by various alliances. To stay there, one had to join the alliance that the residence belonged to. The third choice was to stay in an inn. The cost to stay in an inn in Sin City was very high. There were many kinds of rooms. Apart from normal rooms, there were rooms with courtyards. They even had mansions. Naturally, the mansions would cost even more. It was not something normal people would be able to afford. Let's just find an inn to stay in. Duan Lingtian made up his mind. He did not even consider the first two options. The inns in Sin City were owned by various alliances. Naturally, they were protected by the respective alliance that owned them. For this reason, this allowed visitors to have a peaceful stay. This was one of the reasons why Duan Lingtian chose to stay in an inn. After leaving the restaurant in the center of Sin City, Duan Lingtian approached an inn nearby that looked luxurious. The name of the inn was Welcome Inn. Behind the reception of the inn, an old man sat there, dozing off. When he heard the noise Duan Lingtian made, he quickly opened his eyes and forced a smile on his face. A guest. A Saint Celestial stage powerhouse. As soon as the old man opened his eyes, Duan Lingtian sensed the aura of a Saint Celestial stage powerhouse from the old man. He's at the first form of the Saint Celestial stage. Elder Hua confirmed Duan Lingtian's guess. Even a mere innkeeper is a Saint Celestial stage powerhouse. It seems that the alliance that owns this inn isn't simple. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Yes, I'm planning to stay here, Duan Lingtian replied to the old man and nodded. The old man's smile widened when he heard Duan Lingtian intended to stay. He asked enthusiastically, "The rooms available in Welcome Inn are similar to most inns in Sin City. There are 3 types of accommodations. We have normal rooms, rooms with a courtyard, and mansions. Which one would you like to stay in? How much do you charge for the different types of accommodations?" Duan Lingtian asked. Although Duan Lingtian had heard accommodations in Sin City were expensive, he did not know how expensive it would be. Duan Lingtian felt as though he had broadened his horizons when he heard the old man speak. For a normal room, it'll be 1 grade 3 Saint Stone per day. For a room with a courtyard, it'll be 1 grade 2 Saint Stone per day. As for the mansion, it'll be 1 grade 1 Saint Stone per day, the old man said with a smile. Although Duan Lingtian knew the rooms were going to be expensive, he could not help but gasp inwardly when he heard the exact prices for the rooms. It was extremely expensive, especially when the price was only for a night. It might not be expensive if one only stayed for a day. However, most people would definitely stay longer than a night. The old man seemed to notice Duan Lingtian's surprise, but he maintained a neutral expression. He asked with a smile, "Is this your first time in Sin City?" "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded. He did not feel there was a need to hide that it was his first time in Sin City. "Dear guest, the prices of the rooms in Welcome Inn are fair. It isn't more expensive than the other inns. Moreover, our services are definitely more superior than most inns in Sin City." The old man said confidently, "Perhaps the rooms in Welcome Inn are similar to other inns in terms of quality. However, in terms of safety, not many inns can compete with us. Welcome Inn is owned by the mighty Tyrannical Alliance. We have Powerhouse from the Alliance standing guard here. If you stay here, there's no need for you to worry about your safety." The mighty Tyrannical Alliance? Duan Lingtian's eyes brightened when he heard the old man's words. This was because he had heard of this alliance before he arrived in Sin City. Based on what Duan Lingtian heard from Wang Efo, the Might Tyrannical Alliance was a fairly strong alliance in Sin City. The old man was very astute. He instantly noticed the change in Duan Lingtian's eyes. "It seems like you've heard of the Mighty Tyrannical Alliance." "Yes, I've heard of it." Duan Lingtian did not bother denying it. He nodded before he took a grade 1 Saint Stone out and placed it on the counter. "Innkeeper, I'll take the room with a courtyard. I'll pay for a 10-day stay." "All right." The innkeeper became more enthusiastic when he heard Duan Lingtian had decided to stay in a room with a courtyard. After registering Duan Lingtian, the innkeeper handed a token marked with the words, "Ground 27." The token was a little heavy. Apart from that, it seemed to emit a strange energy. "There's a formation?" It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to figure out the energy was from a formation. "Please wait a minute." I'll have someone lead you to your room, the innkeeper said before he tore a Dao talisman up. After a span of 3 breaths had passed. Pooh! A gust of wind blew in, bringing a short but nimble manservant with it. He took the token marked with the words Ground 27 from Duanling Tian and began to lead Duanling Tian to the back of the inn. Soon after, Duanling Tian arrived at a spacious courtyard. There were flowers and grass in the courtyard. It was exquisite and pleasant to look at. It had a separate room at the back. Esteemed guest, this is your room. This token serves as the key to your room. You can easily pass through the formation that shrouds this place with this key, the manservant said as he returned the token to Duanling Tian. At the same time, Duanling Tian saw a sign above the courtyard that said, Ground 27. The manservant took his leave after he watched Duanling Tian enter the courtyard. As soon as Duanling Tian stepped into the courtyard, he realized it was extremely quiet. It seems like the formation that shrouds this place includes a noise-canceling formation. However, it's still expensive for them to charge a grade 2 saint stone per night, Duanling Tian thought to himself. A noise-canceling formation could be easily created with a few low-grade saint stones. Nonetheless, Ground 27 in Welcome Inn would be Duanling Tian's temporary residence in Sin City. Meanwhile, the leader of Ground Axe Alliance had a portrait drawn out and made many copies of it to be distributed to members of the alliance. Yao Buji had announced that they had to find the person in the portrait regardless of the cost. Anyone who had clues about the whereabouts of this person would be rewarded with 100 grade 1 saint stones. If they managed to bring him to the alliance's estate, they would be rewarded with 100 quasi-celestial grade saint stones. As the saying went, a generous reward will rouse the people's enthusiasm. The members of the Ground Axe Alliance were buzzing with excitement when they heard their leader's order. Even Saint Celestial stage powerhouses in the Ground Axe Alliance brought along the portrait as they searched around Sin City. For the reason Duanling Tian was using the same disguise he had used when he killed the 2 men from the Ground Axe Alliance, it did not take long for members from the Ground Axe Alliance to find out that he was in Sin City. They even found out which restaurant he had been to and which table he had sat at. Moreover, they even discovered the inn he was staying in. Upon learning that Duanling Tian was staying in Welcome Inn, Yao Buji, the leader of the Ground Axe Alliance, frowned. He did not think the matter would be so tricky. Welcome Inn. Yao Buji was not worried about Welcome Inn. However, he was wary of the mighty tyrannical alliance that owned the inn. After all, he and the Ground Axe Alliance were not a match for the mighty tyrannical alliance at all. As for accommodations in Sin City, it was safer to stay in an estate of an alliance or an inn owned by an alliance. Naturally, among the two, it was much safer to stay in an inn. There were, naturally, differences in strength between the alliances in Sin City. One's safety could not be guaranteed if one was to stay in an alliance's estate. However, it was different if one was to stay in an inn. Although there was a number of inns in Sin City, there were not many of them. Not every alliance could afford to open an inn. Even if third-tier alliances such as the Ground Axe Alliance and the Black Crow Alliance opened an inn, not many people would dare to stay in their inns since their safety was not guaranteed. After all, leaders from third-tier alliances would mostly have a cultivation base at the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage at most. The deputy leaders and members were, naturally, even weaker. If alliances like that opened an inn, only the leaders would be able to deter others from seeking trouble. However, it was clearly not practical for the leaders to stay at the inn at all times. On the other hand, alliances like the mighty Tyrannical Alliance were not alliances like the Ground Axe Alliance and Black Crow Alliance could compete with. The mighty Tyrannical Alliance was famous in Sin City. Moreover, the leader of the mighty Tyrannical Alliance was a powerhouse at the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Even the powerhouses tasked with guarding Welcome Inn was at the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage. For this reason, Yao Buji, the leader of the Ground Axe Alliance, would not gain any advantage even if he decided to barge into Welcome Inn. He might even offend the leader of the mighty Tyrannical Alliance. It seems like I can only wait until he leaves Welcome Inn. Once he leaves the inn, he would no longer be under the protection of the mighty Tyrannical Alliance. Yao Buji's only option was to wait for Duanling Tian to leave. I don't believe you'll stay in Welcome Inn forever. Yao Buji's eyes glinted coldly when he spoke. Since Yao Buji had decided on his plan, there were many people loitering around Welcome Inn. There would be a change of people every once in a while as though they were on shifts. These men were obviously sent by Yao Buji to monitor Duanling Tian. Once Duanling Tian left Welcome Inn, they would follow him and a few others would return to the ground axe estate to notify the others.
Meanwhile, Duanling Tian was unaware that he had been targeted by the Ground Axe Alliance.
Currently, Duanling Tian was looking at the rewards he had reaped after he entered his room. He took out 3 spatial rings that formerly belonged to the 2 men from the Ground Axe Alliance and the man from the Black Crow Alliance respectively. Upon seeing the number of Saint Stones in the spatial rings, a satisfied smile appeared on Duanling Tian's face. It's pretty decent, although there's nothing extraordinary. Sin City is really the perfect place for me to improve my innate spiritual root. In Sin City, there was nothing wrong with killing people just because of a disagreement. Wicked people accounted for more than half of the population in Sin City. For this reason, Duanling Tian did not feel guilty about devouring their innate spiritual roots and robbing them. Soon after, Duanling Tian discovered another spatial ring in a spatial ring that belonged to one of the men from Ground Axe Alliance. He quickly recalled where he had seen the spatial ring before.
This spatial ring seems to belong to the old man who was killed by the members of the Ground Axe Alliance.
It was obvious the 2 men from the Ground Axe Alliance were after the old man's spatial ring.
Could there be something precious in it? Duanling Tian's eyes lit up when he thought about this. He quickly established blood ownership claim on the ring. A hint of excitement could be seen in his eyes. He quickly looked over the things in the spatial ring before his eyes landed on a sword. The sword appeared ordinary, but there was something special about its vibe that attracted Duanling Tian's attention. As a saint inscription master who practiced the strange inscription Dao, Duanling Tian possessed a very keen sense when it came to saint inscriptions. After Duanling Tian briefly studied the sword, he came to a conclusion. It's a 1,000 inscriptions saint sword. The 2 men from the Ground Axe Alliance had to be going after this 1,000 inscription saint sword. Duanling Tian became even more certain of his theory after he thoroughly looked through the old man's spatial ring and failed to find anything of value. However, based on the old man's strength, I wonder how he obtained the 1,000 inscriptions saint sword. Moreover, how did the 2 men from the Ground Axe Alliance knew the old man possessed 1,000 inscriptions saint sword? Duanling Tian was confused about this matter. Duanling Tian was no longer a newcomer in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. He had learned a lot during his time in the fire worship sect. The 1,000 inscriptions saint weapons were one of the things he learned about. 1,000 inscriptions saint weapon was considered a top-tier treasure even in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. In the fire worship sect, 1,000 inscriptions saint weapon cost about 100 million contribution points. In the fire worship sect, apart from the high-ranking officials at the rank of a golden flame elder or above who possessed 1,000 inscriptions saint weapons, there were only a few silver flame elders who possessed 1,000 inscriptions saint weapon. This showed how precious 1,000 inscriptions saint weapon was. How did a precious 1,000 inscriptions saint weapon end up in the possession of an old man whose cultivation base was only at the quintessential saint stage old man before it was forcefully taken away by the 2 men from the Ground Axe Alliance who were also at the quintessential saint stage? If those 2 men from the Ground Axe Alliance did not look for trouble with Duanling Tian, he would not have obtained this 1,000 inscriptions saint sword. I guess I have those 2 men to thank for taking the initiative to provoke me. Duanling Tian thought to himself and laughed. That was probably what people meant when they said life was like a box of chocolates. One would not know what one would get. Duanling Tian no longer paid attention to how the 1,000 inscriptions saint sword ended up in the possession of the old man who was only at the quintessential saint stage. After all, the 1,000 inscriptions saint sword was currently in his possession. That was all that mattered. With this 1,000 inscriptions saint sword, I no longer have to use the 100 inscriptions saint sword. In the future, I can use the 1,000 inscriptions saint sword during a fight. I'll avoid using the Jasper Celestial Sword if possible. Duanling Tian thought to himself with a satisfied smile on his face. Although it's only 1,000 inscriptions saint sword, it would still attract unwanted attention. The most important thing is to get stronger. As long as I'm strong enough to wield the 1,000 inscriptions saint sword, no one would dare to covet it, Duanling Tian thought. Subsequently, Duanling Tian entered the 4th floor of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda with just a thought and began to cultivate. 9 dragons were sovereign technique.
As he cultivated using that method, the heaven and earth spirit energy surged into Duanling Tian's body freely. At this time, he could clearly feel that his cultivation speed had improved by leaps and bounds.
Duanling Tian was not surprised since he had anticipated this. After all, his current innate spiritual root was different from before. He was only a step away from possessing an indigo innate spiritual root.
With my current cultivation speed, I'll definitely be able to break through to the peak of the exemplary saint stage within 2 months. Once he had broken through to the peak of the exemplary saint stage, his strength would improve significantly as well. Time continued to pass as Duanling Tian immersed himself in his cultivation. His strength kept increasing. In the beginning, the improvements were not noticeable. Gradually, the improvements became more and more obvious. In the western region, in the fire worship sect, no! A hysterical voice tinged with desperation could be heard from one of the floating islands in the Saint Land. The howl sounded like it came from a beast, shocking the people nearby.
It's senior brother Buhong. The people hovering near the floating island were fire worship sect's true disciples. All of them looked at the floating island in shock since they knew the master of that floating island. It belonged to Buhong, who was ranked 3rd on the fire worship sect's true ranking.
Although Buhong was defeated a while ago by Duanling Tian, the new prodigy who had quickly risen in ranks, it did not mean that Buhong was weak. To the other true disciples, Buhong was still superior to them. When they heard Buhong's hysterical scream, they were shocked. What's wrong with senior brother Buhong?
I don't know. Ever since he was defeated by senior brother Duanling Tian, he hasn't left his residence. I suspect something must have happened today.
Based on his voice, it seems like he has suffered a blow. Could it be that he still can't accept that he was defeated by senior brother Duanling Tian? That's possible. The few true disciples discussed among themselves and reached a conclusion that they all agreed on. All of them thought Buhong could not accept his defeat by Duanling Tian. However, were they right in their speculations? No, it's impossible. MIC cultivation speed.
Why has it become so slow?
How's it possible? Buhong was lying prone on the floor in one of the rooms in the mansion on the floating island. His eyes were lifeless and his face was pale as he alternated between mumbling to himself and growling. It was as though he had gone insane. He was in a wretched state. Ever since Buhong was defeated and knocked out by Duanling Tian, the new monstrous prodigy who had quickly risen in ranks in the fire worship sect, he was very determined to cultivate to get stronger when he woke up due to the humiliation he had suffered. He needed to get stronger.
Being defeated and knocked out by Duanling Tian in public was a huge humiliation to him. He had sworn to redeem himself. Buhong planned to challenge Duanling Tian to a death duel so he could kill Duanling Tian in the Palace of Death to wash away his humiliation.
However, when Buhong was trying hard to cultivate, he discovered he could not sense any heaven and earth spirit energy. After a while, with much effort, he finally managed to sense heaven and earth spirit energy again. Unfortunately, he discovered he could only faintly sense the heaven and earth spirit energy. As for his cultivation speed, it was as slow as a snail when he tried to absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy. Even the idiots with red innate spiritual roots can cultivate faster than this, Buhong thought to himself at that time.
In the beginning, Buhong thought his slow speed when absorbing the heaven and earth spirit energy was only a side effect from being knocked out by Duanling Tian. He thought he would recover after a few days. However, as the days passed, things remained the same. Buhong's heart sank. At that point, he realized he had a problem. He was completely ruined. Buhong had regained some strength at this time and his eyes gleamed sinisterly. It was filled with hatred as though he could not wait to tear Duanling Tian into 1,000,000 pieces. What did Duanling Tian do to me?
Master! I have to see Master. After taking a deep breath, Buhong remembered his master, the sanctum leader of the fire worship sect's Azure Dragon Sanctum.
The true disciples who were hovering near Buhong's residence after they heard him scream were surprised when they saw him flying out of his residence and disappeared from their sight in just a blink of an eye. Even then, they could vaguely determine the direction he was heading toward. It seems like senior brother Buhong is heading to the Azure Dragon Sanctum, a true disciple said once he regained his senses.
Is he planning to look for his master? Another true disciple asked. Is he going to look for his master to ask him to avenge him? Another one of the true disciples said as he shook his head. There was a hint of disdain in his eyes when he looked at the direction Buhong was headed in. As a true disciple, not only did Buhong not diligently cultivate to get stronger after he was defeated, but he even went to his master to whine and complain. How embarrassing!
The fire worship sect had a rule that forbade Saint Lan disciples from going to the four symbols sanctums regardless if they were true disciples or Saint Lan disciples unless they had permission from the sanctum leaders. People who violated that rule would be severely punished.
Nevertheless, that rule did not apply to a few people. These people were the direct disciples of the sanctum leaders of the four symbols sanctums. The direct disciples of the sanctum leaders would certainly be protected by their masters, even if they enter the four symbols sanctums without prior permission or notification. Their masters would definitely cover for them by saying they had invited their direct disciples over. Since Buhong was the direct disciple of the sanctum leader of the Azure Dragon Sanctum, he naturally enjoyed this privilege. Upon leaving the fire worship sect Saint Land and entering the Azure Dragon Sanctum, Buhong easily entered the place of cultivation for high-ranking officials from the Azure Dragon Sanctum. The place of cultivation for high-ranking officials from the Azure Dragon Sanctum was similar to the other three sanctums. It was located in a quiet area and was forbidden to most people. Buhong's arrival had surprised one of the Azure Dragon Sanctum's Silver Flame Elders. His expression had turned grim when he saw a disciple barging into the forbidden area. However, when he realized it was Buhong, his expression changed immediately.
A fawning smile appeared on his face when he saw Buhong. After all, Buhong was not only the direct disciple of the sanctum leader of Azure Dragon Sanctum, but he was also the first direct disciple of the sanctum leader. With Buhong's monstrous innate talent, his future achievement would definitely surpass the sanctum leader of Azure Dragon Sanctum. At the very least, he would become a vice sanctum leader. It would only do him good to flatter Buhong. Soon after, the Azure Dragon Sanctum's Silver Flame Elder realized that Buhong seemed to be in a hurry and had ignored him. He caught a glimpse of Buhong's grim expression and pale face. The Azure Dragon Sanctum's Silver Flame Elder was, naturally, not annoyed. However, he was confused. What happened? As the first direct disciple of the sanctum leader of Azure Dragon Sanctum and one of the fire worship sect's prodigies, what could have caused Buhong to lose his composure? Could it be because of Duanling Tian again? The Azure Dragon Sanctum's Silver Flame Elder suddenly remembered the incident where Buhong was defeated and knocked out a while ago.
After that incident, Buhong had remained quiet. Now that he has come to the Azure Dragon Sanctum to look for Lord Sanctum Leader, don't tell me Duanling Tian has provoked him again. The expression on his face was interesting, to say the least, when he thought about this. Duanling Tian is really a freak. I don't know which hole he came from. He managed to rise to the second place among the young prodigies in less than a year after joining the fire worship sect. The Azure Dragon Sanctum's Silver Flame Elder fell into a daze when the thought about Duanling Tian's meteoric rise in the sect. Nobody had risen so quickly in ranks in the history of fire worship sect. Master! Buhong called out respectfully after he rushed to the Azure Dragon Sanctum from the Saint Land when he arrived at the doorstep of his master's residence.
Come in. A booming voice rang from inside the mansion soon after.
Based on the voice, it definitely belonged to a man. Not only was the voice loud, but it was also hoarse. Buhong entered the mansion and reached the familiar front yard. He stood respectfully in front of a pavilion. A middle-aged man with a strong build stood in the pavilion. His muscles made the robe he was wearing seem tight. The middle-aged man was as solid as iron. His face was angular.
He had bushy eyebrows and thick lips, making him look fierce. This was the sanctum leader of the Azure Dragon Sanctum, Lu Tai.
Bang! A loud noise rang in the air as Buhong kneeled in front of Lu Tai.
After Buhong kneeled down, he lowered his head and said in a hoarse voice, "I have embarrassed you, master."
"Stand up," Lu Tai said indifferently. It was difficult to tell what he felt based on his words alone.
"Yes, master." Buhong did not dare to disobey Lu Tai. He stood up immediately, but his head was still lowered. It was as though he was ashamed to face his master. "I heard about what happened from Yenner," Lu Tai said indifferently, just like before. "It's not unreasonable that Duanling Tian defeated you. However, with your martial Dao innate talent and your indigo innate spiritual root, it won't take long for you to surpass Duanling Tian if you cultivate diligently. At that time, you can get even with him and wash away the humiliation that you've suffered. Lu Tai's voice turned gentle when he spoke. There was a hint of encouragement in his tone as well. Lu Tai was extremely satisfied with his first direct disciple. He was lucky that Bu Hong had accepted him as his master, since he possessed an indigo innate spiritual root. With Bu Hong's innate spiritual root, he was certainly qualified to be the direct disciple of one of the vice sect leaders or even the guardians and the sect leader himself. Among all the fire worship sect's golden flame elders, Lu Tai was the only one whose direct disciple possessed an indigo innate spiritual root. The other golden flame elders greatly treasured their disciples with blue innate spiritual roots, let alone him who had a direct disciple with an indigo innate spiritual root. Master, I'm afraid there's no chance for me surpassing Duanling Tian, Bu Hong said helplessly. His body trembled when he heard Lu Tai's words that contained high hopes for him. He clenched his hands tightly and veins were prominent on his forehead. It was obvious his emotions were in turmoil. Upon hearing Bu Hong's words, Lu Tai's expression darkened. He looked at Bu Hong as though he was about to lose his temper. What do you mean? Just because you're defeated once, you've decided to give up. Bu Hong only smiled bitterly. With his current cultivation speed, how could he avenge himself? The gap between him and Duanling Tian would only grow wider and wider. He would never be able to catch up to Duanling Tian. At this moment, Lu Tai realized that his first direct disciple was acting strangely. His expression darkened even more. What's the matter? Bu Hong took a deep breath before he recounted everything about his current condition to Lu Tai. He did not dare to hide it from his master. What you're saying is that your innate spiritual root seems to have disappeared? Lu Tai's expression changed drastically. He said, I'm going to take a look at your innate spiritual root in the depth of your soul with my divine consciousness. Don't resist it. After Bu Hong nodded, Lu Tai extended his divine consciousness to enter Bu Hong's body and soul to try and sense his innate spiritual root. Lu Tai seemed as though he had been struck by lightning after he tried to sense Bu Hong's innate spiritual root with his divine consciousness. His eyes were wide open and an expression of disbelief and horror appeared on his face as he cried out, how this possible? Upon seeing Lu Tai's reaction, Bu Hong trembled in fear. Master, is there something wrong with my innate spiritual root? If there was something wrong with his innate spiritual root, it would make sense why his cultivation speed was so slow. What mattered the most was if he could fix his innate spiritual root. If it could be fixed, he would be able to regain his innate talent and his cultivation speed would return to normal. He would still be a prodigy in the fire worship sect with his indigo innate spiritual root. As long as he had time, he would be able to avenge himself and kill Duanling Tian in the future. There's nothing wrong with your innate spiritual root, Lu Tai answered as he shook his head stiffly. Bu Hong's eyes lit up immediately when he heard Lu Tai's words. There's nothing wrong with my innate spiritual root? In his opinion, as long as there were no problems with his innate spiritual root, there would certainly be a way to resolve the issue regarding his cultivation speed. He sighed in relief. There's nothing wrong with your innate spiritual root? Lu Tai hesitated for a moment before he eventually said in a low voice, because you no longer have an innate spiritual root. Your innate spiritual root is gone. Your innate spiritual root is gone. When Bu Hong heard these words, it was as though he had been struck by lightning. He was so shocked that he crumpled to the ground in despair. Earlier, although he was afraid and uncertain, he still held a sliver of hope in his heart. However, Lu Tai's words had completely cut off all his hopes. He had lost his innate spiritual root and innate talent. How's that possible? Now that Bu Hong had lost all hopes, he had fallen to the depths of despair. At this moment, Bu Hong heard his master, Lu Tai, growled as he said through clenched teeth, Duan, Ling, Tian. This was his first time seeing his master so angry. Don't worry, Honger. I'll avenge you, Lu Tai promised Bu Hong solemnly as his eyes glinted coldly. Master, why you think the disappearance of my innate spiritual root is related to Duanling Tian? Bu Hong heard the hidden meaning behind Lu Tai's words. It has to be him. Lu Tai said in a cold voice. Previously, when Duan Tian was still in the Black Turtle Sanctum, First Silver Flame Elder Lian had brought his direct disciple, Gu Chun, to question Duan Tian. He had accused Duan Tian of destroying Gu Chun's innate spiritual root. At that time, no one, including me, believed Duan Tian's capable of that. After all, apart from the fact that cultivators below the Saint Celestial stage aren't able to sense innate spiritual roots, even powerhouses at the Saint Celestial stage can only sense innate spiritual roots. They can't destroy them without damaging the owner's soul. Lu Tai paused before he continued to say, since Lian and Gu Chun have no evidence, and Gu Chun wasn't entirely sure Duan Tian had destroyed his innate spiritual root, Gu Chun didn't dare to swear on the lightning penalty oath. The matter ended just like that. Originally, I thought it was just a joke and Lian and Gu Chun were trying to frame Duan Tian. However, it seems like Duan Tian knows a technique to destroy innate spiritual roots. I don't believe it's a coincidence that your innate spiritual root has disappeared after you fought him. Lu Tai was right in his speculations. Apart from me, he has also destroyed someone else's innate spiritual root? After listening to Lu Tai's explanation, Bu Hong was certain Duan Tian had used the same technique to destroy his innate spiritual root. Honger, I'll seek revenge for you. Stay here and wait for my good news, Lu Tai said before he vanished into thin air. He did not even wait for Bu Hong to respond to him. Lu Tai left in a rage. Although he had 2 direct disciples, he had high hopes for Bu Hong. However, everything was ruined now. When Lu Tai left, his anger was at its boiling point. Currently, there was nothing he wanted more than to kill Duan Tian to vent his anger, since he was certain Duan Tian was the one who destroyed his direct disciple's innate spiritual root. There was no need for him to tread carefully. Whether he had to forcefully use the soul-searching secret tactic or some other techniques, he must destroy Duan Tian. Unfortunately, Lu Tai was destined to be disappointed. Currently, Duan Tian was not even in the fire worship sect. He had to wait for Duan Tian to return before he could seek revenge from him. And that was how Lu Tai discovered Duan Tian had left the fire worship sect. Meanwhile, Dong Yuanjin, one of the Vice Hall Masters of the Enforcement Hall, also learned about this. Duan Tian has left the fire worship sect? How's that possible? He found it hard to believe. He had ordered his men to keep a watch on Duan Tian, who had humiliated his son, Dong Lin, several times. How did he manage to leave the fire worship sect without alerting anyone? Even if he refused to believe it, the fact remained that Duan had left. Dong Yuanjin found out about this because Lu Tai, the sanctum leader of Azure Dragon Sanctum, had gone to the enforcement hall to accuse Duan Tian of destroying Bu Hong's innate spiritual root. The enforcement hall had sent enforcement elders along with Lu Tai to break into Duan Tian's residence. But they did not see Duan Tian. They searched for him in the sect, and still they could not find him. They could only come to the conclusion that Duan Tian had indeed left the fire worship sect despite Dong Yuanjin's men keeping a watch on him. Don't worry, father. Since we are sure Duan Tian has destroyed Bu Hong's innate spiritual root, he won't be able to escape the severe punishment that awaits him when he returns. Dong Lin laughed sinisterly. Moreover, according to Sanctum Leader Lu, Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder Li An's direct disciple, Gu Chun, also had his innate spiritual root destroyed by Duan Tian back then. With these 2 crimes, it's enough for us to sentence him to death. Dong Lin paused for a moment as though he had recalled something. He said warily, however, many people from the enforcement hall know about Duan Tian destroying Bu Hong's innate spiritual root. If word of this spread out and Duan Tian learns about it, I'm afraid he won't return to the sect. If Duan Tian did not return to the fire worship sect, regardless of how serious his crime was, there was nothing the enforcement hall of the fire worship sect could do. They could not even convict him of being guilty before they confront him, which meant they could not simply send men out to hunt for him. After all, it's impossible to convict Duan Tian based on the words of one man. Linner, I'm pleased that you thought about this. Dong Yuanjin looked delighted when he heard Dong Lin's words. I've thought about this too. I've already issued a gag order on our men. News of this will not spread beyond the enforcement hall before Duan Tian returns.
As long as we contain the news, Duanling Tian will be unaware of it. Dong Yuanjin said confidently.
Father, you're brilliant. Dong Lin's eyes brightened and he had a reverent expression on his face.
After a while, a frown appeared on Dong Yuanjin's face. However, I still can't figure out how he managed to leave the sect without alerting anyone. Dong Yuanjin was hung up over the fact that Duanling Tian managed to leave without his knowledge even though he had his men keeping watch over him. Currently, Duanling Tian, who was in Sin City, was unaware that a trap had been set for him in Fire Worship Sect. They were just waiting for him to fall into the trap. I've finally broken through. It was just as Duanling Tian had expected. He had taken almost 2 months to break through to the peak of the exemplary saint stage. Naturally, for Duanling Tian to be able to break through so quickly in an environment without a spirit-gathering formation was all due to his innate spiritual root that was close to turning indigo, the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, and his hard work. About 50 days have passed on the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. This means a little more than 5 days have passed in the outside world. Duanling Tian thought to himself. In the next few days, I'll work on mastering the divine abilities. Once the 10 days I paid for are up, I'll leave the inn and look for my next prey.
It's about time for my innate spiritual root to turn indigo. The 10 days he meant clearly referred to the time in the outside world. For days in the outside world were equivalent to more than a month on the 4th floor of 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. After a month, Duanling Tian left the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda.
Although Duanling Tian did not break through again while he mastered his divine abilities, he became extremely skilled. Moreover, he was also very close to another breakthrough. Duanling Tian walked out of the room and breathed in the fresh air that contained the smell of flowers. He had a contented expression on his face. After a while, he left the room with a courtyard that he had been staying in for 10 days to check out. He left welcome in immediately after he checked out.
After Duanling Tian left the inn, he was deeply aware of a few people surreptitiously looking at him. They would look at him briefly before turning away. If Duanling Tian was not a weapons specialist who mastered the art of reconnaissance in his past life, he would not have been able to notice the malicious gazes that were trained on him even though he had an extraordinary cultivation base.
Is it possible that they're planning to rob and kill me? Duanling Tian thought to himself, but he was naturally not worried. It would do those people good if they left him alone. If they provoked him, he would devour all their innate spiritual roots.
Duanling Tian's innate spiritual root was very close to turning into an indigo one after all.
Elder Hua, what are these people's cultivation bases like? Duanling Tian asked Elder Hua for his help to probe these people's cultivation bases for his own safety. They had been staring at him sinisterly for a while now.
Elder Hua replied to Duanling Tian immediately, they're all at the quintessential saint stage. There's nothing to worry about. Quintessential saint stage cultivators? Duanling Tian said with a laugh when he heard Elder Hua's words, do I look so weak that even weaklings at the quintessential saint stage dare to target me?
It was fortunate that these people who were keeping an eye on Duanling Tian were not aware of his thoughts. Otherwise, they would have been infuriated.
Although quintessential saint stage cultivators were not at the top of the food chain in Dao Martial Saint Land, they were still considered to be above average. However, to Duanling Tian, they were only weaklings.
It seemed like Duanling Tian had forgotten he was merely at the peak of the exemplary saint stage. Any quintessential saint stage cultivator would not pay much attention to him when they discovered what his cultivation base was. It was only natural for them to assume he was a regular cultivator at the exemplary saint stage. Duanling Tian no longer worried about those people who were keeping an eye on him when he found they were only cultivators at the quintessential saint stage cultivators. Following that, he instantly left welcome in. If Elder Hua had told him those people posed a threat to him, he would have extended his stay in welcome in. If I can't defeat you, I'll just avoid you. Although it's important to improve my innate spiritual root, it's even more important to preserve my life. When Duanling Tian left welcome in, leaving.
He's leaving. You and your team will continue tailing him. My team and I will return to the Alliance to report this matter to our leader.
All right.
The group of people who were spying on Duanling Tian split into groups of 2s. One group continued to follow after him while the other group headed in the opposite direction. It was clear these people were from the Ground Axe Alliance.
The other group, who was headed in the opposite direction, was making their way back to the Ground Axe Alliance's estate to inform their leader that their target had left Welcome In. They did not dare to slack since their leader had emphasized on the importance of their target.
Huh?
Not all of them came along. Soon after, Duanling Tian noticed that the people who were following had split into two groups. Not all of them had followed him. This made him feel suspicious. He only snorted before he flew out of Sin City.
Although he did not travel faster than the speed on an ordinary cultivator at the peak of the exemplary saint stage, he left Sin City quite quickly. He has left Sin City. The members from the Ground Axe Alliance exclaimed when they saw Duanling Tian leaving Sin City. Should we continue following him?
Of course. Leader has given the order to follow him closely once he leaves the inn. Naturally, we'll have to follow him even if he leaves Sin City.
Judging by his speed, I think his cultivation base is at the exemplary saint stage at most. I don't understand why Leader places such great importance on him and is even willing to give out such great rewards just for this person. In my opinion, Leader is going to arrive soon.
The people from the Ground Axe Alliance discussed among themselves as they continued to follow Duanling Tian even after he left Sin City. Naturally, they maintained a certain distance from Duanling Tian to avoid alerting him.
However, they were unaware that Duanling Tian was already aware of their presence.
Duanling Tian moved north after he left Sin City. When he saw a mountainous forest with a complex terrain, he thought it was a suitable place to carry out his plan. This is a good place. Duanling Tian had planned this before he left Sin City. He planned to make the people who were following to show themselves. At that time, he would interrogate them about their intention of following him. If it was proven they were following him with ill intent, he would not hesitate to devour their innate spiritual roots. Duanling Tian began to descend as he approached the mountainous forest. Show! Duanling Tian abruptly descended into the mountainous forest, completely disappearing from the sight of the members from the Ground Axe Alliance.
Why did he come here?
Is it possible there's something valuable here? See, could it be the treasure vault from the powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage? The members from the Ground Axe Alliance began to discuss among themselves when they saw Duanling Tian disappearing into the mountainous forest. Their eyes shone brightly when they discussed the possibilities of him being here and the importance their leader had placed on him.
They believed there had to be a special reason for their leader to order them to follow a cultivator who was only at the exemplary saint stage. Our Ground Axe Alliance will hit the jackpot if it's truly the treasure vault left behind by the powerhouse of 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. The eyes of the people from the Ground Axe Alliance members shone even more brightly as they continued to think about it.
Although they knew they would not be able to partake in a share of the treasures the powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage had left behind, there was no doubt their leader would greatly reward them.
He has already entered the mountain forest. We should keep up.
We don't want to lose him now, one of the members of the Ground Axe Alliance suddenly reminded.
Yes.
We should hurry in case we lose track of him.
Show.
Show. Show. Show. Show. In just a blink of an eye, everyone from the Ground Axe Alliance who had been following Duanling Tian descended into the mountainous forest as well. However, they were surprised when they landed since they seemed to have lost track of Duanling Tian. They did not see him at all.
It was as though he had vanished into thin air after entering the mountainous forest.
He has disappeared? We were just right behind him before he entered the forest. How did he disappear so quickly? He shouldn't have been able to disappear so quickly based on his speed. The people from the Ground Axe Alliance were shocked. They found the entire matter baffling.
After all, it was impossible for an ordinary cultivator at the exemplary saint stage, or even if he was at the peak of the exemplary saint stage, to disappear from their sight so quickly without leaving a trace. What happened? Did we really lose him? If Leader finds out we lost him, we're going to be severely punished based on the importance placed on him.
Being punished is the least of our worries. I'm more worried the Ground Axe Alliance will miss the chance to obtain the treasures left behind by the powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage.
The members of the Ground Axe Alliance became anxious and worried when they discovered they had lost Duanling Tian.
Should we split up and search for him? One of the Ground Axe Alliance's members suggested. That's a good idea. There are 9 of us here. We'll split into groups of 3s. We'll search in the north, east, and west directions respectively to look for that purple-clad young man. What do you think? Another Ground Axe Alliance's member began to plan. The other 8 members agreed to his plans. There's no need to search for me. I'm right here. A cold voice rang in the air just as the members from the Ground Axe Alliance were about to leave.
All of the members from the Ground Axe Alliance clearly heard the voice, causing them to turn to look at the owner of the voice. Their eyes widened in shock when they saw a person materializing out of thin air.
That's amazingly fast, one of the Ground Axe Alliance members said. Naturally, they were not stupid to think he had really appeared out of thin air. Due to this reason, they were instantly wary. The strongest among them were only a few people at the peak of the quintessential saint stage, while the remaining ones were at the intermediate and mastery quintessential saint stage.
Not a single one of them was aware when the purple-clad young man had appeared.
Saint Celestial Stage Powerhouse.
The 9 members of the Ground Axe Alliance all shared the same thought. Their expressions changed immediately. The person they had been tailing was a Saint Celestial Stage Powerhouse. They had assumed that Duan Tian was an exemplary Saint Stage cultivator based on his speed. However, it seemed like Duan Tian had intentionally misled them. It was entirely possible that he had noticed their presence since earlier and had planned to lure them out.
All of you are from the Ground Axe Alliance? Duan Tian asked. He had been hiding close by earlier, so he heard their conversations. As Duan Tian spoke, his son's saint energy that had been raised by the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, was emitting a terrifying aura that made the people from Ground Axe Alliance feel suffocated. With Duan Tian's current cultivation base at the peak of the exemplary saint stage, his son's saint energy was similar to the saint energy of a powerhouse at the quintessential saint stage. However, with the help of the elementary devouring tactic, it was comparable to the saint origin of a saint celestial stage powerhouse. For this reason, the men from Ground Axe Alliance were trembling violently in fear when they felt Duan Tian's son, saint energy shrouding them and pressuring them.
The few Ground Axe Alliance members with weaker cultivation bases were the first to give in. One of them said in a trembling voice, "Yes, my lord." Their heads were lowered in a submissive gesture. They did not even dare to look at Duan Tian in the eyes. The remaining members from the Ground Axe Alliance did not put up a fight when they discovered that Duan Tian was a Saint Celestial Stage powerhouse. At this moment, all of them resented the leader of the Ground Axe Alliance. If they had known that the purple-clad young man before them was a Saint Celestial Stage powerhouse, they would not have dared to follow him even if the rewards that were offered were amazing.
Things were, naturally, easier when dealing with a group of scared people. No matter what Duan Tian asked, they answered him honestly.
The leader of the Ground Axe Alliance has his eyes on me? Duan Tian finally learned these people were sent by Yu Buji, the leader of the Ground Axe Alliance, to spy on him. However, none of them knew why Yu Buji had asked them to tail him.
However, they had speculated that Duan Tian must have information regarding the treasure vault that was left behind by the powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial Stage. Duan Tian was rendered speechless when he heard the speculation of the Ground Axe Alliance's members. He thought that they were very imaginative to come up with such a conclusion.
How strange. Why is the leader of the Ground Axe Alliance keeping an eye on me? Duan Tian was confused. He was certain no one had seen his face when he killed the 2 members from the Ground Axe Alliance outside of Sin City.
That's right. After I killed those 2 people, there was a strange energy from the Tao talismans they carried on their bodies. Is there something to do with that? This was the only possibility that made sense to Duan Tian.
Duan Tian quickly asked Elder Hua's opinion regarding this matter.
That's possible, Elder Hua said. The Tao talismans they carried disappeared after they died. It could be a sign that the Tao talismans had been activated, and the catalyst for the activation of the talismans is their deaths. It's likely the Tao talismans are similar to a mirror image talisman that can record the carrier's surroundings. You've probably been recorded in the act of killing those 2 men. The Tao talismans probably transmitted the scene to the leader of the Ground Axe Alliance. There are Tao talismans like that? Duan Tian was shocked when he found out about the existence of such a talisman from Elder Hua.
Of course, Elder Hua answered with so much conviction that Duan Tian did not even doubt him.
Duanling Tian thought to himself, I'll have to study up on the various types of Dao talismans when I return to Sin City.
That aside, there's no reason for the leader of Ground Axe Alliance to involve so many people when I've only killed 2 men from the Alliance. Could it be because of the 1,000 Inscriptions Saint Sword? Duanling Tian mulled over the matter for a moment when he remembered the 1,000 Inscriptions Saint Sword that he found in one of the spatial rings of the members of the Ground Axe Alliance. The 1,000 Inscriptions Saint Sword used to belong to an old man who was killed by the 2 men from the Ground Axe Alliance.
Duanling Tian was quite certain that the conclusion he came to was right.
Subsequently, Duanling Tian looked at the people from the Ground Axe Alliance and asked in a deep voice, what's the cultivation base of the leader of the Ground Axe Alliance?
Apart from him, what are the cultivation bases of the high-ranking officials in the Alliance? Based on what the people from the Ground Axe Alliance told him, Duanling Tian learned that their leader, Yao Buji, was the strongest in the Ground Axe Alliance. He was the only one at the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Ground Axe Alliance.
Apart from that, Yao Buji's strength could be considered to be above average among powerhouses at the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, even if he was not on the top of the list. For example, Buhong, whom Duanling Tian previously defeated, was also at the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage. He was ranked at the 421st place on the Supreme Saint ranking before he was defeated. On the other hand, Yobuji, who was also at the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage, was ranked at the 266th place on the Supreme Saint ranking. Based on this alone, one could see the difference in their strength.
The strongest person in the Ground Axe Alliance is only a powerhouse at the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage? Duanling Tian was not afraid at all when he learned that Yao Buji was a lot stronger than Buhong.
With Duanling Tian's current strength, along with the Jasper Celestial Sword, it would only take a split second for him to kill Yao Buji as long as Yao Buji was not at the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage or above. Yao Buji was the only person at the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage, the spiritual I form, in the Ground Axe Alliance.
This meant no one, apart from Yao Buji, in the Ground Axe Alliance would be able to capture Duanling Tian's movement if used the Jasper Celestial Sword with the Sovereign Heart Sword's 3rd technique. Yao Buji might be able to faintly see the Jasper Celestial Sword, but he would have died after that. Duanling Tian looked at the 9 members from the Ground Axe Alliance before he asked indifferently, So, do the 9 of you want to live or die? He sounded emotionless when he spoke. My lord, I wish to live. My lord, I wish to live as well.
When the 9 Ground Axe Alliance members heard Duanling Tian's words, they quickly answered him.
What a joke. Why would they choose to die if there was a chance they could live?
Then, lead the way to the Ground Axe Alliance's estate. Duanling Tian said indifferently again. However, a hint of killing intent could be seen in his eyes this time. It was obvious he was furious and planned to storm the fort.
The 9 men from the Ground Axe Alliance could not help but gasp when they heard Duanling Tian's words. Did he mean to go to the Ground Axe Alliance's estate? Was he planning to turn himself in?
However, the purple-clad young man did not seem like he intended to do that.
If that was the case, there was only one possibility left. He's not afraid of leader. The 9 members of the Ground Axe Alliance shared the same thought as bitter smiles appeared on their faces. They wondered what kind of person their leader had offended. They knew the person did not ask about the cultivation bases of the leader and high-ranking officials of the Ground Axe Alliance for no good reason. It was obvious he was investigating them. Naturally, the 9 men from the Ground Axe Alliance did not dare to reject Duanling Tian's request. They immediately led Duanling Tian out of the forest and returned to Sin City. Soon after they left the forest, one of the members of the Ground Axe Alliance said hesitantly, My lord, I used a communication jade token earlier before entering the forest. I'm afraid that at this moment, our leader should be making his way here. Almost as soon as that person finished speaking, Duanling Tian seemed to sense other people's presence. He stared into the distance, in the direction of Sin City. They're here. Whoosh!
Along with the sound of wind whistling in the air, a swift figure was approaching them at a high speed. The figure was extremely fast. His speed far surpassed a powerhouse at the 2nd form of the Saint Celestial stage. After a few moments, the figure appeared in front of the group of people from the Ground Axe Alliance. It seemed like the appearance of that figure had roused the morals of the people from the Ground Axe Alliance. All of them bowed and greeted the figure simultaneously, Lord Leader. The figure was none other than the leader of the Ground Axe Alliance, Yu Buji. Meanwhile, Duanling Tian studied the person who had just appeared. Yao Buji was a middle-aged man with an average appearance. He would not stand out in a crowd. Yao Buji did not bother with the group of people from the Ground Axe Alliance when he arrived. He only looked at Duanling Tian with a piercing gaze. After all, Duanling Tian was the person who had killed his men and taken the spatial ring that contained 1,000 inscriptions saint weapon. He had seen this through the major mirror image talisman. Yao Buji said coldly, "You." However, he was interrupted by the sound of a sword cry. "Show!" The short-lived sound disappeared as soon as it appeared. Yao Buji's eyes widened in fear as he could see a sword moving toward him at lightning speed. It was so fast that it seemed impossible to dodge it. Stab! The men from the Ground Axe Alliance heard the soft noise of a sword penetrating the flesh after they heard the sword cry. They all trembled in fear. Subsequently, all of them witnessed a scene they would not forget for the rest of their lives. The leader of the Ground Axe Alliance, Yao Buji, a powerhouse at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage, who was ranked at the 266th place on the Supreme Saint ranking, was killed in just one blow. There was a wound between his brows. Duanling Tian moved to Yu Buji's body. His eyes shone brightly and he was thrilled when he discovered Yu Buji possessed an indigo innate spiritual root. Indigo spiritual root. Duanling Tian was delighted by this. His innate spiritual root would definitely turn indigo if he devoured a yellow innate spiritual root. Although Yao Buju was only a sectless cultivator, he was still the leader of an alliance in Sin City. With his cultivation base at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage, his innate spiritual root would definitely not be bad. At least it would definitely be better than a yellow innate spiritual root. Before arriving at Sin City 10 days ago, Duanling Tian had disguised himself. His current disguise was different from the ones he used at the Fire Worship Sect and Clarity City. Since the members of the Ground Axe Alliance who were present were merely quintessential saint cultivators, Duanling Tian did not think it was necessary to use the 10,000 Swords territory to block the sight of the members of the Ground Axe Alliance's members when he devoured Yao Buji's innate spiritual root. Under the horrified gazes of the Ground Axe Alliance's members, Duanling Tian called out to Elder Hua and quickly devoured Yao Buji's innate spiritual root with Elder Hua's help. Elder Hua. Indeed, Yu Buji did not disappoint Duanling Tian. Yao Buji possessed a blue innate spiritual root. After devouring Yu Buji's innate spiritual root, Duanling Tian's innate spiritual root successfully transformed into an indigo innate spiritual root just like Elder Hua had predicted. Your innate spiritual root is now an indigo innate spiritual root. When Duanling Tian heard Elder Hua's words, he instantly tried to sense the heaven and earth spirit energy in his surroundings. He used his cultivation method, the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, to absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy and circulated it a few times in his body. This cultivation speed is more than 1 time faster than my previous speed. Duanling Tian's eyes shone as bright as the stars when he discovered his new cultivation speed. Subsequently, Duanling Tian took Yu Buji's spatial ring and dropped his body to the ground. Thud! Yao Buji's body fell on the ground and turned into a bloody pulp. When the members of the Ground Axe Alliance heard the sound of their leader falling to the ground, they quickly regained their senses. Their eyes were filled with terror when they looked at Duanling Tian as though they had seen a ghost. When they recalled what had just happened, they still found it hard to believe. Am I dreaming? Someone as strong as our leader was killed in just a move. He didn't even have time to finish his sentence. That man didn't even launch a sneak attack. He directly attacked our leader, and yet, our leader didn't even stand a chance to react before he was killed. The 9 Ground Axe Alliance's members whispered among themselves with trembling voices. The purple-clad young man's strength was out of their expectations. No matter what, their leader was still a powerhouse at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage who was ranked 266th on the Supreme Saint ranking. Someone like that was killed in just a move by the purple-clad young man. The purple-clad young man had to be terrifyingly strong. Was he at the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage or higher?
Duan Ling Tian overheard the conversations between the Ground Axe Alliance's members and glanced at them indifferently. He planned to leave them alone. His body moved as he prepared to leave. In his opinion, these Ground Axe Alliance's members were sent by their leader Yao Buji to follow him. They did not intend to kill him, so he had no reason to kill them as well. Since Yao Buji was dead, there was less of a reason for him to make things difficult for them.
Just as Duan Ling Tian was about to leave, one of the Ground Axe Alliance's members mustered up his courage and called out, "My lord."
Took Duan Ling Tian by surprise, and he came to a halt. Duan Ling Tian glanced at the man from the Ground Axe Alliance who called him. He asked with a slight frown, "Is there anything else?"
The other Ground Axe Alliance's members were just about to sigh in relief when they saw Duan Ling Tian was preparing to leave and had no intention of making things difficult for them. However, their hearts jolted in fear when they heard their companion calling out to Duan Ling Tian,
"Idiot!
What do you think you're doing?
Damn it!
This jinx was about to leave. Why are you stopping him?
What if he regrets letting us go and decides to kill us?"
Don't drag us along with you if you want to die. The other Ground Axe Alliance's members were sending angry voice transmissions to the Ground Axe Alliance's member who stopped Duan Ling Tian from leaving. How they wished they could turn back time and seal his mouth.
However, the Ground Axe Alliance member who had spoken up ignored them. He looked at Duan Ling Tian respectfully as he asked, "My lord, may I know your name? Is there a reason why you're asking?" Duan Ling Tian said coldly, as though he had no intention of revealing his name.
"My lord."
Previously, Yao Buji, the former leader of the Ground Axe Alliance, was ranked 266th on the Supreme Saint ranking. The Ground Axe Alliance's member said solemnly, "Today we're lucky enough to witness your strength when you killed Yao Buji. If we know your name, we can help spread the news of you replacing Yao Buji on the Supreme Saint ranking. However, if your rank's already higher than Yao Buji, then please treat it as though I didn't say anything." The Ground Axe Alliance's words sounded sincere, as though he was saying it for Duan Ling Tian's benefit. Upon hearing this, the other Ground Axe Alliance's members felt vexed. Why did they not think of this? If they had spoken up, they would be able to flatter this powerhouse.
They might not have to worry about him regretting his decision and coming back to kill them.
"My lord, he's right. If you tell us your name, we'll definitely spread word about the incident today."
"Don't worry, my lord. If there's anyone who doesn't believe it, we're willing to swear on the lightning penalty oath to prove that we're telling the truth."
Although the other 8 Ground Axe Alliance's members were slower on the uptake, it did not stop them from fawning over Duan Ling Tian like the other member of the Ground Axe Alliance. Duan Ling Tian looked at the Ground Axe Alliance's members and nodded slightly as he said, "I'm Li Feng." As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished before the 9 members of Ground Axe Alliance like a gust of wind.
After Duan Ling Tian's departure, the 9 Ground Axe Alliance's members sighed in relief when they thought about how they managed to escape death.
"Li Feng, is there anyone like that on the Supreme Saint ranking?" One of the Ground Axe Alliance's members asked curiously. "I pay very close attention to the Supreme Saint ranking. I don't think there's anyone called Li Feng that's ranked on the Supreme Saint ranking. It seems like Li Feng is a reclusive, sectless cultivator," another Ground Axe Alliance member said.
Although the Supreme Saint ranking was a list of 1,000 strongest people in the Dao martial land, there were many powerful reclusive people who preferred to stay hidden. Therefore, they were not ranked on the Supreme Saint ranking regardless of how strong they were. In the Ground Axe Alliance's members' opinion, Li Feng, who had killed the leader of the Ground Axe Alliance, Yu Buji, was probably a reclusive, sectless cultivator. Now that he had made his appearance, he instantly shot up to 266th place on the Supreme Saint ranking. Li Feng's going to be famous in Sin City and the Dao Martial Saint Land after today. All the members of the Ground Axe Alliance were certain of this. The people from the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land had the opinion that the upper province alone was enough to represent the entire Dao Martial Saint Land. This was indeed the truth. Currently, the lower province was much weaker than the upper province. After all the strong ones tended to live in the upper province.
When the group of Ground Axe Alliance's members returned to Sin City, they did not dare to slack and began to spread word about what had happened. The news instantly caused a stir in Sin City.
Yao Buji, the leader of the Ground Axe Alliance, was a cultivator at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage who ranked 266th on the Supreme Saint ranking. He could be considered as famous in Sin City. It was only natural that his death would shock the sectless cultivators in Sin City. A powerhouse called Li Feng killed Yao Buji. Moreover, he killed Yao Buji with a direct attack without using any underhanded methods. Many sectless cultivators were shocked when they learned about this. Yao Buji could be considered as above average among powerhouses at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Someone like that was killed in just one move? Li Feng has to be at the powerhouse at the fourth form Saint of the Celestial stage or above. Many people speculated. They believed that even the strongest powerhouses at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Dao Martial Saint Land would not be able to kill Yao Buji in just a move. As the news spread, Li Feng's name spread like a wildfire in Sin City. The Supreme Saint ranking was widely acknowledged in the Dao Martial Saint Land, and its ranking would be updated once a month. A published list would be released once a month to the people on the Dao Martial Saint Land. It was published in the form of a booklet similar to magazines on Earth where Duan Lingtian was from in his past life. For this reason, Li Feng's name spread in Sin City, the central region, and the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Another sectless cultivator had appeared in the public's eyes. Moreover, he was immediately ranked 266th on the Supreme Saint ranking as soon as he debuted. Everyone who had a copy of this month's Supreme Saint ranking list instantly learned about Li Feng. From a nobody, Li Feng became the most talked about person overnight in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Even Duan Lingtian did not expect this to happen. Ever since he killed Yao Buji, the former leader of Ground Axe Alliance, and returned to Sin City, he had looked for another inn to stay in so he could cultivate. Now that he possessed an indigo innate spiritual root, he wanted to strike while the iron was hot and break through to the quintessential saint stage. I won't come out from closed-door cultivation as long I don't break through to the quintessential saint stage, Duan Lingtian thought to himself as soon as he entered the fourth level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Regardless of what was happening outside and how talked about Duan Lingtian was, it would blow over after a while. Li Feng's name was mentioned several times in Sin City before it gradually died down. Naturally, this was because the incident happened in Sin City and the people there were the first to know that Li Feng had killed Yao Buji, who was ranked at the 266th place on the Supreme Saint ranking. However, outside of Sin City, many smaller cities were still talking about Li Feng. It was during this time that Li Feng's name spread in the central region, at the border of the western region, inside Clarity City's Qiu clan's estate. At dawn, an old voice excitedly broke the silence in Qiu Muqing's residence. "Miss Muqing, there's good news." Naturally, the person was only standing outside Qiu Muqing's residence. He did not dare to enter without her permission. The old man stood outside holding a booklet. On the cover of the booklet, the words, "Supreme Saint Ranking," were written beautifully. It was the latest list of the Supreme Saint ranking. A few moments later, a maid walked out and said to the old man, "Elder Liang, Miss invites you to come in." After that, the old man followed the maid into the residence of the Qiu clan's young Miss, Qiu Muqing. He was led to the pavilion in the front yard of her residence. As usual, Qiu Muqing looked delicate and ethereal like a fairy that had descended to the mortal world. "Elder Liang, what good news did you bring so early in the morning?" Qiu Muqing asked with a smile when she saw the old man walking into the pavilion. The old man was the second elder of the Dongfang clan, Dongfang Liang. He was also one of the few Saint Celestial stage powerhouses living in Clarity City. If people saw how respectful he was to the Qiu clan's young miss, they would be shocked. After all, in Clarity City where Saint Celestial stage powerhouses were rare, their statuses were extremely high. Moreover, he was not just an ordinary Saint Celestial stage powerhouse. He was the second elder of the Dongfang clan. Even the clan leader of Dongfang clan had to be respectful to him. However, he seemed like a servant to the daughter of the clan leader of Qiu clan. Indeed, that was the truth. Initially, Dongfang Liang had been opposed to it. However, when he realized Qiu Muqing did not treat him like a slave and treated him respectfully even though he had sworn on the lightning penalty oath, he gradually began to accept his role. This was probably what the saying,
To win one over with kindness meant. Dongfang Liang passed the latest list of the Supreme Saint ranking to Qiu Muqing and said, "Take a look, Miss Muqing. Look at the second page." Qiu Muqing took the booklet and flipped it to the page that Dongfang Liang mentioned. Soon after, her eyes brightened. This was because she had seen Li Feng's name. Li Feng, a reclusive, sexless powerhouse, currently staying in the north of the central region in Sin City. He killed Yao Buji, who was ranked 266th on the Supreme Saint ranking during a fight, effectively taking over his spot on the Supreme Saint ranking. Apart from that sentence, the entire page was filled Yao Buji's past achievements. It served as a foil to show how amazing Li Feng was. Moreover, the booklet even speculated that Li Feng's true strength could probably rank in the top 200 of the Supreme Saint ranking. Central Region, Sin City. Li Feng, a Saint Celestial stage powerhouse. Qiu Muqing was extremely certain this Li Feng was the man she missed. Naturally, she knew the name Li Feng was just a pseudonym. Li Feng's real name was Duan Ling Tian. He was one of the fire worship sect's 8 great prodigies. He was already famous prior to this. It has been quite a while since he has left, but I feel like I've just met him yesterday. Qiu Muqing mused inwardly as complex emotions could be seen in her eyes. If it was before, she would never believe that she would like a man whom she had only met for a day. In fact, she thought she would gradually forget about him after everything had died down and time had passed. However, it seemed like she had a hard time forgetting about him. For so many years, she had never been interested in a man. But now there was a man who was entrenched deeply in her heart. She could not let him go at all. Perhaps it's time for me to leave Clarity City. Qiu Muqing thought to herself as her eyes gleamed. Miss Muqing, do you think it's Lord Li Feng? Dongfang Liang could not help but ask when he saw Qiu Muqing had finally regained her senses. His instincts told him it was the same Li Feng who had behaved so domineeringly in the Qiu clan back then, but he was not entirely sure. It's him, Qiu Muqing said with a nod. Before he left, he told me he was going to the central region's Sin City. Dongfang Liang could not help but gasp when he heard the confirmation from Qiu Muqing. It was really him. Meanwhile, in the western region, the latest list of the Supreme Saint ranking was also circulating in the Fire Worship sect, one of the 3 great sects in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Everyone in the Fire Worship sect had heard about Li Feng now. However, none of them would ever imagine, even in their wildest dreams, that Li Feng was Duan Ling Tian, a true disciple of the Fire Worship sect. In Fire Worship sect's Azure Dragon Sanctum, recently, the first direct disciple, Bu Hong of Lu Tai, the sanctum leader of Azure Dragon, had been staying in Lu Tai's mansion. A few days ago, a piece of news from the central region's Sin City further infuriated Bu Hong. In the booklet, it was stated that he had gone to Sin City. When did he go to Sin City in the central region? When did he kill the brother of a deputy leader of an alliance called the Black Crow Alliance and made an enemy out of the alliance? Although Bu Hong was not afraid of the Black Crow Alliance since he had the support of the Fire Worship sect and the sanctum leader of Azure Dragon Sanctum, he was still outraged over being wrongly accused. Li Feng, a reclusive sectless cultivator, had killed Yao Buji, who was ranked 266th on Supreme Saint ranking, and took over his place on the ranking. Bu Hong looked dejected as he pored over the booklet. His ranking had dropped from 421st place to the 537th place. It would be great if I can be like Li Feng and enter the top 300 on the Supreme Saint ranking and be known in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Master would have been proud of me. With my former innate spiritual root, it would only be a matter of time before I enter the top 300 on the Supreme Saint ranking. In fact, it's possible that I could even rank in the top 100, top 50, or top 30 on the Supreme Saint ranking with my indigo innate spiritual root. In the Dao Martial Saint Land, I can be considered as a top prodigy, Bu Hong muttered to himself. His eyes were bloodshot and his body trembled. He felt as though he had fallen from heaven to hell overnight. It's all gone now. All gone. It's Duan Ling Tian's fault. If it's not for him, would I be in this position? Would I lose my indigo innate spiritual root? After a while, Bu Hong fell strangely silent. He could vividly remember the scene when he fought Duan Ling Tian back then. He was extremely calm at this moment, and he was suddenly struck by an important thought. Back then, when Duanling Tian defeated me, even if his strength was enhanced with his assist-type divine ability, it's impossible for him to be stronger than me even if he has mastered all his divine abilities to their highest degrees. However, his attacks seemed to have divine help.
It was so outrageously fast that I didn't even have time to react.
Based on his strength at that time, even if he had used 1,000 inscription saint sword, he still wouldn't be as strong. Now that I think about it, it's likely that he was using a 10,000 inscription saint sword, a super saint weapon on the 10 great saint weapons ranking. Bu Hong's master was Lu Tai, the sanctum leader of Azure Dragon Sanctum. He was also one of the strongest golden flame elders in the fire worship sect. A person like him would, naturally, own 1,000 inscription saint weapon. For this reason, Bu Hong had a better understanding of 1,000 inscription saint weapons compared to others. If the sword he used is merely 1,000 inscription saint sword, even with his assist-type divine ability, and if he used all his martial tactics and divine abilities that he has mastered to their highest degrees, it would still be impossible for his attack to be so fast.
I've already opened my spiritual eyes when I broke through to the third form of the Saint Celestial stage that's also known as the spiritual eyes form. Even then, I barely managed to catch a glimpse of his attack. What does this mean?
Doesn't this mean his sword is of a higher grade than 1,000 saint inscriptions weapon? Bu Hong continued his train of thought. In the Dao martial saint land, swords that are higher grade than 1,000 inscription saint swords are 10,000 inscriptions saint sword. There's a total of 10,000 inscriptions saint weapons in the Dao martial saint land. There are the super saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking. Only 2 of super saint weapons are swords. There are the 9 cloud sword and the traceless sword. I wonder which one does Duanling Tian possess? Bu Hong's breath quickened when he thought about this. If Duanling Tian didn't destroy my innate spiritual root, I won't expose this matter since I'll challenge him to a death duel and kill him in the Palace of Death. That way I'll be able to obtain his 10,000 inscription saint sword for myself. Bu Hong muttered to himself with a vicious glint in his eyes. However, since my innate spiritual root has been destroyed, it's impossible for me to surpass him.
If that's the case, is there a need for me to keep this to myself?
Should I only tell my master or should I spread this news so that everyone will know about it? A hint of hesitance could be seen in Bu Hong's eyes as though he was in a dilemma. If I only tell it to master, there's no way he'll tell anyone about it. It's a 10,000 inscription saint sword, a super saint weapon on the 10 great saint weapons ranking after all. Even master would be tempted by it. Bu Hong knew that humans were selfish. He was certain that if he told his master, the sanctum leader of Azure Dragon Sanctum, his master would definitely choose to keep the news to himself and forbid him from telling anyone about it. Everyone wanted a super saint weapon to themselves. Whatever, I'll tell master about it first. With my master's strength, it shouldn't be hard for him to kill Duanling Tian and snatch that 10,000 inscription saint sword. It can also be counted as seeking revenge from Duanling Tian. Finally, Bu Hong made up his mind to tell his master alone about his suspicion that Duanling Tian owned a 10,000 inscription saint sword. If my master obtains the sword, he'll definitely feel indebted to me since he wouldn't have managed to obtain it if weren't got me. Bu Hong thought to himself. In his opinion, it did not matter who killed Duanling Tian as long as Duanling Tian died. If his master killed Duanling Tian and obtained the super saint weapon, it could be considered as the sword being kept in the family. It would only benefit and not harm him. Since he had made up his mind, he instantly went to look for his master. Master! Bu Hong cried out as he entered the backyard of his master's residence.
Lu Tai, the sanctum leader of Azure Dragon who was gardening, stopped to look at Bu Hong. He instantly asked, "Honger, what's wrong?"
Ever since Bu Hong learned that Duanling Tian had quietly left the fire worship sect, he had shut himself in Lu Tai's residence. In order to relieve Bu Hong's boredom, he had placed the latest list of Supreme Saint ranking in Bu Hong's room.
He did not expect Bu Hong would come looking for him so quickly. "Master, I just remember something important," Bu Hong said solemnly.
"Oh?
What's the matter?" Lu Tai knew direct disciple very well. He was someone who knew how to differentiate between what was important and what was not. If he said there was something important, there was no doubt it was important. "Master, I suspect that Duanling Tian defeated me using a super saint weapon," Bu Hong said without beating around the bush.
A super saint weapon. As soon as Bu Hong finished speaking, Lu Tai's eyes widened in shock, and he had an expression of disbelief on his face. His heartbeat began to quicken as well.
There were only 10 super saint weapons in the Dao Martial Saint Land, and they were known as the Dao Martial Saint Land's 10 Great Saint Weapons.
Even the Fire Worship sect only had one of the super saint weapons that the sect had inherited. It was passed down from the sect leaders of old until it was finally passed down to the current sect leader of the Fire Worship sect.
Based on this, one could see how rare a super saint weapon was. However, Lu Tai's first direct disciple had just told him that Duan Ling Tian possessed a super saint weapon.
How could it not be shocking? Honger, are you sure that Duan Ling Tian has a super saint weapon? Lu Tai's expression was solemn when he looked at Bu Hong. Master, Duan Ling Tian. Bu Hong began to recount everything in detail to Lu Tai about his battle with Duan Ling Tian.
Bu Hong's suspicion was not without basis. Lu Tai had no reason to doubt his words. If it's true, he probably has the 9-Cloud Sword or the Traceless Sword on the 10 Great Saint Weapons ranking, Lu Tai said after he paused for a moment. Based on your words, I think he has the Traceless Sword. The Traceless Sword, like its name, is traceless and impossible to guard against.
Your cultivation base is at the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage, the Spiritual Eyes form. With your Spiritual Eyes, it's only natural that you'll be able to catch a small glimpse of the Duan Ling Tian using the Traceless Sword. It is impossible for those below the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage who haven't awoken their spiritual eyes to see the Traceless Sword. Lu Tai said, the rumor of Duan Ling Tian mastering a mysterious swordplay makes sense if he has the Traceless Sword. Even your junior sister suffered in his hands. Without the sword, he's probably not even a match for her. Lu Tai became more certain the more he spoke. The junior sister he mentioned was obviously Wen Yen. The Traceless Sword. How lucky of him to obtain the Traceless Sword that's one of the super saint weapons on the 10 Great Saint Weapons ranking. An envious expression appeared on Bu Hong's face.
Even Lu Tai, Bu Hong's master, seemed convinced after Bu Hong had told him what had happened. He was extremely certain now that Duan Ling Tian had used the Traceless Sword, one of the 10 Great Super Saint Weapons on the 10 Great Saint Weapons ranking.
He's lucky indeed. However, it's a pity the sword will soon belong to me. Lu Tai sneered as his eyes glinted. Based on his words, it was obvious he was very confident that he would be able to obtain the sword from Duan Ling Tian. Although Duan Ling Tian was strong, he was still lacking compared to Lu Tai. Honger, all credits will go to you if I obtain the Traceless Sword. Lu Tai looked at Bu Hong with a smile. No matter how he looked at his direct disciple, he found Bu Hong extremely pleasing to his eyes.
Master, if you want the Traceless Sword, you must personally act against Duan Ling Tian. If Duan Ling Tian returns now, he'll be brought to the enforcement hall to be questioned about the destruction of my innate spiritual root, Bu Hong said worriedly. Once he's proven guilty,
the enforcement hall will surely punish him even if they don't sentence him to death. However, since he has offended Dong Yuanjin, the vice hall master of the enforcement hall, Dong Yuanjin would surely bring up the case of him destroying the innate spiritual root of Gu Chun, Li An's direct disciple. At that time, it won't be difficult for Dong Yuanjin to deal with him. If he dies in the enforcement hall, I'm afraid you won't have a chance to obtain the Traceless Sword. Upon hearing Bu Hong's words, Lu Tai furrowed his brows. That's true. The enforcement hall's vice hall master, Dong Yuanjin, was a vicious man who would seek revenge for the smallest grievances. Moreover, his position was higher than Lu Tai, and he was stronger than Lu Tai as well. If Dong Yuanjin obtained the Traceless Sword, it would be impossible for Lu Tai to snatch it from him. And in the case of the Traceless being discovered by the enforcement hall, it would be even more impossible for him to obtain it. In just a second, Lu Tai made up his mind. He looked at Bu Hong and said, Honger,
I plan to go to the enforcement hall and drop the charges against Duan Ling Tian. I'll say that your innate spiritual root was destroyed due to your own mistakes during cultivation. However, there's no need for you to worry. Even without the enforcement hall, I'll kill Duan Ling Tian and avenge you. Lu Tai said confidently.
I believe in you, master. Bu Hong nodded. He knew this was the best course of action. This was the only way for his master to obtain the sword in Duan Ling Tian's possession. It was fortunate that Duanling Tian was unaware of what was going on. Otherwise, he would have been rendered speechless. When did he obtain the Traceless Sword, one of the Super Saint weapons on the 10 Great Saint Weapons ranking? How come he himself did not know about this?
The complaint Lu Tai, the sanctum leader of the Azure Dragon Sanctum, had lodged against Duanling Tian for destroying his direct disciple's innate spiritual root was only known to those in the enforcement hall due to the intervention by Dong Yuan Jin,
one of the vice hall masters of the enforcement hall. Not only did it not spread out of the enforcement hall, but it did not spread in the fire worship sect as well, let alone outside of the fire worship sect. Lu Tai understood Dong Yuanjin's purpose in doing so. In fact, he even agreed with it. After all, it would only alert Duanling Tian if word of it got out, and as a result, he might not return to the fire worship sect out of fear. Lu Tai did not want this to happen. Although Lu Tai's action of withdrawing his complaint against Duanling Tian did not affect the fire worship sect since nobody knew about it, it caused quite a stir in the enforcement hall. Lu Tai's actions could be considered as slanderous, so he had to be punished somehow according to the rules of the fire worship sect. However, the enforcement hall elder who was in charge of this was merely a silver flame elder, so he did not have the authority to punish Lu Tai.
Under these circumstances, Dong Yuan Jin, as one of the vice hall masters of the enforcement hall, had to deal with this matter.
Sanctum Leader Lu, are you certain you want to withdraw your complaint against Duanling Tian? Dong Yuan Jin looked at Lu Tai with a frown and asked in confusion, "Can you tell me the reason why?" Naturally, Dong Yuan Jin did not believe Lu Tai's lies about Bu Hong destroying his innate spiritual root while he was cultivating due to a qi deviation. He thought Lu Tai must have an ulterior motive for doing so. Indeed, he had guessed correctly, but he would never be able to guess the reason why.
Faced with Dong Yuan Jin's question, Lu Tai seemed fearless. He answered indifferently, "Vice Hall Master Dong, I've already said everything that has to be said."
Lu Tai, naturally, knew why Dong Yuan Jin was so dissatisfied and kept pressing him for a reason. He knew Dong Yuan Jin was just feeling disgruntled for losing a good chance to avenge his son, Dong Lin.
"Sanctum Leader Lu, I advise that you tread carefully.
You'll be charged for slandering another person." Although Duanling Tian's not in the fire worship sect at the moment, the enforcement hall holds the right to punish you according to the sect's rules, Dong Yuan Jin said in a deep voice. There was clearly a hidden threat in his words.
However, was Lu Tai someone who was easily threatened? "Vice Hall Master Dong, I understand what you're saying. I'll accept the punishment from the enforcement hall.
However, if I'm not mistaken, my punishment should be a light one since I admitted my wrongdoing." Lu Tai maintained his composure from the beginning until the end, as though he did not think much about the punishment he was about to receive. Indeed, he could care less about the punishment. It would only be some insignificant flesh wound. With his cultivation base at the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage, the physical punishment would only feel like scratches to him. Dong Yuan Jin no longer said anything after he saw how determined Lu Tai was. However, a sense of suspicion rose in his heart. He had a feeling that Lu Tai was hiding something. Dong Lin's expression changed drastically when he learned about what happened from his father. He found it difficult to accept, but there was nothing he could do to change it. What?
Sanctum Leader Lu withdrew his complaint against Duanling Tian.
Eventually, Dong Lin could not do anything but accept it. However, it did not stop him from feeling resentful. He finally found a chance to seek revenge from Duanling Tian, but that chance had vanished all of a sudden. How could he not feel resentful?
A few days later, the arrival of someone disturbed the tranquility in the fire worship sect. It was none other than Yang Chong, the 5th elder of the Northern Plethora sect, who was a close friend of Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame elder Lian. He had come to see Lian. However, he discovered that Lian was not in the fire worship sect when he went to the Black Turtle Sanctum. Upon Yang Chong's request, a few of Black Turtle Sanctum's Silver Flame elders went to check on Li and Soul Pearl, and they discovered that Li and Soul Pearl had shattered. Moreover, it seemed like it had shattered quite a while ago. Something's gone wrong. Yang Chong's expression turned grim when he saw Li An's shattered Soul Pearl. The Black Turtle Sanctum's Silver Flame elder Tengshan looked at Yang Chong and asked in a deep voice, "What's the matter, Elder Yang Chong?"
Guoxiong and Mengjin, who were also Black Turtle Sanctum's Silver Flame Elders, turned to look at Yang Chong in confusion. They had no idea what Yang Chong meant when he said something had gone wrong. Naturally, they were all inwardly shocked at First Silver Flame Elder Lian's death. Under the watchful eyes of the three Black Turtle Sanctum Elders, Yang Chong began to recount what had happened some time ago. Naturally, Yang Chong did not reveal that Lian had brought several Saint Celestial stage powerhouses from the Northern Plethora sect to investigate Duan Ling Tian's background. He merely said that Lian brought several Northern Plethora sects Saint Celestial stage powerhouses to the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. He realized something was wrong when Lian did not return even after a long time had passed. He became certain something had gone wrong when he discovered the soul pearls of all the Saint Celestial stage had shattered as well. He intended to go to the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land immediately to investigate what had happened, but when he arrived at the nearest inter-province transportation formation, he discovered that the formation could not be activated. At that time, Yang Chong only thought there was something wrong with that specific inter-province transportation formation. However, when he went to other places with inter-province transportation formations, he discovered they were not working as well. Then, he began to hear from people who lived close to inter-province transportation formations say that it had been a while that all inter-province transportation formations had stopped working. This is why I came to the fire worship sect. Indeed, as I expected, Lian had met with an accident. Yang Chong looked distressed as he said, I heard from people who are familiar with inter-province transportation formations in the upper province that connect to the inter-province transportation formations in the lower province say that if there's something wrong with the inter-province transportation formations in the lower province, it would affect the inter-province transportation formations in the upper province as well. Yang Chong took a deep breath before he continued to say, however, if the problems lie with the upper province's inter-province transportation formations, the inter-province transportation formations in the lower province won't be affected. This is because the latter isn't dependent on the former. The lower province's inter-province transportation formations won't be affected because it isn't dependent on the former to activate it, since it transports people from the lower province to random and unspecified locations in the upper province. This was similar to when Duan Ling Tian, Gu Li, and Zhu Luqi were randomly transported to a place in the upper province. They were not directly transported to an inter-province transformation formation in the upper province. This is why I'm certain that something's wrong with the inter-province transportation formations in the lower province. Yang Chong concluded. Something's wrong with the lower province's inter-province transportation formations? Guoxiong said solemnly, based on what I know, the lower province's inter-province transportation formations are more stable than the inter-province transportation formations in the upper province. It's said that when our predecessors laid the inter-province transportation formations, they had merged it with the sealant grand formation that's also used to seal the land of exile. It shares the defensive formation from the sealant grand formation. As for the sealant grand formation's defensive formation, even if several powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage join forces, they wouldn't be able to break the formation, let alone a single Saint Celestial stage powerhouse. Apart from being the Black Turtle Sanctum's Silver Flame Elder, Guoxiong was also the Black Turtle Sanctum's Enforcement Elder. He was a knowledgeable person as well. He studied the history of the Dao Martial Saint Land when he had the time. He had read about the inter-province transportation formations in the lower province, and its merge with sealant grand formation that was set up by human powerhouses to seal the land of exile during the Human Devil era. The sealant grand formation was used to seal the path connecting the land of exile to the Dao Martial Saint Land. The path was, naturally, a tear in the space barrier. Since the tear in the space barrier was sealed, the devil clans from the land of exile had not been able to cross over to the Dao Martial Saint Land for hundreds of thousands of years. Based on this, it could be seen that the defensive formation in the sealant grand formation was extremely powerful. Although there were not many devils at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, there was still a number of them. Even then, they failed to destroy the sealant grand formation. Due to this reason, Guoxiong thought it was unlikely that the lower province's inter-province transportation formations that shared the defensive formation with the sealant grand formation would be destroyed even if several powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage joined forces,
let alone a single Saint Celestial stage powerhouse. However, if it's true that the interprovince transportation formations in the lower province have issues, does this mean there's a problem with the Sealant Grand Formation as well? Guoxiong's face paled instantly when this thought crossed his mind. Various complex expressions flitted across his face. Central region. Sin City. Bang. In a quiet room at an inn, there was an explosion from the 4th floor of the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda that had transformed into a speck of dust in the corner. A violent gust of wind swept out in the room in full force. Loud laughter could be heard accompanying the sound of the explosion. It was none other than Duan Tian who was laughing joyously as he sat cross-legged in the air. There was an air of excitement around him. He had successfully made a breakthrough. After 2 months, he finally managed to break through. Early quintessential saint stage. After Duan Tian stopped laughing, he tried to mobilize the Sun Saint energy in his body and discovered the changes in his Sun Saint energy. Currently, my Sun Saint energy is comparable to the Saint origin of a powerhouse at the first form of the Saint Celestial stage, without the need to use the elementary devouring tactic. There are so many advantages to having a light indigo innate spiritual root. What happens when I improve it to a violet innate spiritual root? How terrifying would my cultivation speed be at that time? Duan Tian thought to himself delightedly. However, Duan Tian's good mood did not last long. When he left the inn, he heard a few sectless cultivators talking. Apparently, there was something wrong with a few interprovince transportation formations in the upper province. It could no longer send people to the lower province. The interprovince transportation formations in the upper province can no longer send people to the lower province? Duan Tian's expression changed drastically when he heard this. The joy he felt from his breakthrough disappeared in just a blink of an eye. Perhaps it did not affect most people from the upper province since most of them did not go to the lower province often. However, this news was like a lightning bolt that struck Duan Tian. Naturally, this was because his family and friends were in the lower province. Maybe it's just a few interprovince transportation formations in the upper province that have problems, Duan Tian thought to himself in an attempt to calm and console himself. How was it possible for all the interprovince transportation formations that connected the upper province and the lower province to have problems? He refused to believe it. He chose to think of it as a baseless rumor. However, as Duan Tian wandered the streets of Sin City, the news he heard made it hard for him to hold onto his belief. Is it really possible that there are problems with all the interprovince transportation formations in the upper province? Duan Tian frowned. If there was really no way to go to the lower province, it meant that he would not be able to see his family and friends ever again. When he thought of this, he became even more anxious and distressed. I heard that it's the interprovince transportation formations in the lower province that have problems. There's nothing wrong with the interprovince transportation formations in the upper province. We can't activate the interprovince transportation formations here because they're affected by the problems with the interprovince transportation formations in the lower province. I've heard about it as well. We need to rely on the lower province's interprovince transportation formations to receive us when we go to the lower province. On the other hand, when one comes to the upper province from the lower province, one doesn't have to rely on the upper province's interprovince transformation formations. It's one-sided and random. Now that there's something wrong with the lower province's interprovince transformation formations, this means people from the lower province won't be able to come to the upper province and vice versa. I've never wanted to go to the lower province anyway. It's so remote that birds don't even shit there. It doesn't bother me that there's something wrong with the lower province's interprovince transformation formations. Similar conversations could be heard all over Sin City. Most people had the mindset where if something did not affect them, the matter would be irrelevant to them. To the people in the upper province, it did not affect them much even if they could not go to the lower province. However, people soon discovered things were not as simple as they thought. Do you really think the matter is so simple and the only consequence is that we can't go to the lower province? Soon after, a terrifying news began to spread in Sin City like a wildfire. It was spread by the sectless cultivators in Sin City. If there's a problem with the lower province's interprovince transformation formations,
It means there's also a problem with the sealant grand formation our predecessors set up hundreds of thousands of years ago. Are you telling me you don't know the purpose of the sealant grand formation that has existed for hundreds and thousands of years?
The sealant grand formation is the formation that seals the land of exile. More accurately, it seals the tear in the space barrier that stands between the Dao Marshall Saint land and the land of exile.
You don't even know what the land of exile is? We'll have to start with the war that happened during the Human-Devil era 100,000 years ago. Human-Devil era.
Land of exile.
Devil clans. These things that were previously not known were made known to the public, causing panic in the city. At this point, many people learned about how dark it was 100,000 years ago during the Human-Devil era. During that era, a group of devil clans invaded the Dao Marshall Saint land from the land of exile through the tear in the space barrier. They massacred everyone they encountered and absorbed their vital essence and lifeblood, turning them into dried corpses. This was 90% of the devil's means to improve their strength. Human-Devil era?
Land of exile?
Devil clans. During this time, Duanling Tian also learned about the Human-Devil era, the land of exile, and the devil clans. There are a few devils at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. The lower provinces' inter-province transportation formations share the defensive formation with the sealant grand formation.
If there's a problem with the lower provinces' inter-province transformation formations, it means there's also a problem with the sealant grand formation.
It's likely that it can no longer seal the tear in the space barrier that stands between the Dao Marshall Saint land and the land of exile. Duanling Tian's expression turned grim.
Previously, when Duanling Tian first learned he might not be able to return to the lower province, his first thought was that he would not be able to see his family and friends anymore. At that time, he was not worried about their safety.
Since his father was at the Azure Cloud Mansion, he believed his father would be able to keep everyone safe. However, that was before he found out the devil clans might invade the lower province.
If the devil clans really invade the Dao Marshall Saint land, they'll invade the lower province first.
100,000 years ago, the Dao Marshall Saint land hasn't been split into the upper and lower province, so there were many powerhouses, including powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. However, currently in the lower province, even powerhouses at the quintessential stage are a rarity, let alone powerhouses at the Saint Celestial stage. If the devil clans invade the lower province, I'm afraid no humans will survive. At this moment, Duanling Tian was about to go crazy from being worried. His family and friends were all in the lower province. If the devil clans invaded, it would be impossible for them to fight back with their strength.
The devil clans will invade the Dao Marshall Saint land again?
They'll only be invading the lower province, right? The upper province is a different realm from the lower province after all.
Doesn't this mean it won't affect us even if the devil clans come from the land of exile through the tear in the space barrier? That seems to be the case. I've wasted my time worrying about nothing. I think we're safe.
If the devil clans really invade the lower province, the people there are finished. However, since there are problems with the lower province's inter-province transformation formations, this means the devil clans won't be able to come to the upper province. Previously, I'd planned to go to the lower province. It's fortunate that I ended up not going. Otherwise, I would have been stranded there.
Many people in Sin City expressed their relief as they discussed among themselves. However, similar to when the first news broke, they were quickly refuted.
You think it won't affect the upper province and they won't be able to come here? Are you dreaming?
That's right. There is no shortage of devils at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage and formation experts in the devil clans. It's within their abilities to repair or even set up a new inter-province transportation formation. At that time, they'll be able to come to the upper province. Are you so naive to think the devils are so useless? As this news circulated, many people in Sin City felt the precarious situation they were in. After all, the devil clans would come to the upper province sooner or later.
We can only hope now that it's just a small malfunction with the inter-province transportation formations in the lower province, and it doesn't affect the space barrier. Otherwise, it won't only be the lower province that would be decimated. Even the upper province would be decimated. The human-devil era.
It's too scary to think about. I hope there won't be an era like that again.
Just hearing about the devil clans send chills up my spine. I really don't want to fight them. If it's possible, I don't want to encounter any of the devils at all.
The atmosphere in Sin City gradually grew tense.
As time passed, almost the entire upper province learned about this matter. Everyone felt a sense of danger. Many people went to the various inter-province transportation formations to see for themselves if it was working or not. Duan Tian was one of these people. For a month, Duan Tian traveled at his fastest speed to various inter-province transportation formations near Sin City. After that, he even went to check on those that were located further away, but the results were the same. It was true that the inter-province transportation formations could no longer send people to the lower province. Is there really a problem with the lower province's inter-province transformation formation?
Have the devil clans invade the lower province?
Is this the dawn of a new human-devil era? Various thoughts flashed in Duan Tian's mind as his heart sank. The more he thought about it, the more worried he became. However, there was nothing he could do no matter how worried he was. At this moment, he felt absolutely powerless.
Elder Hua, is there another way? Duan Tian asked Elder Hua solemnly.
A few days ago, Duan Tian had asked Elder Hua whether there was another way to return to the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land without using an inter-province transportation formation. Elder Hua had told him it was only possible if Duan Tian was at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage and had passed the heavenly tribulation. At that time, he would be able to tear the space barrier between upper and lower province by sheer force.
Naturally, this was not the most realistic solution. Even with a violet innate spiritual root, Duan Tian would require quite a long time to break through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, let alone the fact that he currently only possessed an indigo innate spiritual root. As the saying went, water from a distance won't be able to put out a fire nearby.
If too much time passed, there would not be any living person left in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land.
Duan Tian was worried sick. On the other hand, many people in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land were also almost driven mad by the anxiety by the thought of the devil clans invading the upper province. They did not know if they would survive the invasion. At that time, hiding would be useless. If the human-devil era dawns again, the devils will ran amok the upper province. Humans would be found regardless of where they hide.
Damn it! Why do devils even exist? If it weren't for this, I wouldn't know that devil cultivators originated from the devil clans. The devil clans during the human-devil era are too terrifying. I honestly hope these are just speculations and the lower province's inter-province transportation formations weren't destroyed. Similar discussions could be heard all over Sin City. As time passed, people began to relax a little even though they were still worried about the devil clans invading the upper province. After all, the devil clans had yet to invade the upper province and everything was pure speculation at this point.
There was a chance the inter-province transportation formations in the lower province were not destroyed and merely encountered a problem. Naturally, even if the speculations were true, there was nothing they could do now. They could only wait.
It's useless to worry about it now. I can only hope it's all just baseless speculations. Duan Tian silently prayed in his heart as he returned to Sin City. He began to calm down as well. As time went by, the atmosphere in Sin City began to change as well. People were no longer as anxious. However, with the influx of people from various major forces caused the atmosphere in Sin City to turn tense again. These people from the major forces had come to Sin City to collect all sorts of resources. The reason was obvious. They had come to prepare for the devil clan's invasions. With enough preparation, they could defend their estate when the devil clans invade. If they stocked up on resources, there was one less thing for them to worry about while they fought the devils.
This was currently the best solution. Recently, quite a number of people from the Black Kshetra sect came to collect resources in Sin City. I heard they're offering double the price offered by ordinary forces.
Other forces also followed suit and increased their price. However, not many people are willing to sell even with the price increase. Obviously, although it's not certain the devil clans would invade, it would be much better to be prepared for it. At such a time, only idiots would sell their resources. Many patrons were gossiping in a restaurant in Sin City.
Based on their words, it could be seen they despised the actions of the major forces like Black Kshetra sect. Duan Tian was seated near the window of the restaurant as he listened to the conversations in his surroundings. He narrowed his eyes that were gleaming coldly when he heard people mention the Black Kshetra sect. He was instantly reminded of the time when Xiezong, an elder from Black Kshetra sect, snatched his devil seal tablet away. The world was indeed small. Speaking of the Black Kshetra sect, I saw Black Kshetra sect's elder Xiezong earlier in the city. Duan Tian heard one of the patron's words and his eyes narrowed again. His eyes were cold. Xiezong is in Sin City? At this moment, Duan Tian felt like he had seen his chance to seek revenge. Xiezong? The son of the Golden Lion King, one of Black Kshetra sect's 4 great Kamapas. Yes, that's him. Speaking of, he's really lucky. I heard he managed to get his hands on the Devil Seal tablet from someone in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land not too long ago. The Devil Seal tablet isn't so special at that time, since it's only effective against devil cultivators. However, now that the devil clans might invade the upper province, the Devil Seal tablet is going to be extremely useful. The Devil Seal tablet is even better at killing devils than ordinary devil cultivators. If the sect leader of Black Kshetra sect uses the Devil Seal tablet, even a devil at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage wouldn't be able to win. If the human devil era dawns again, the Devil Seal tablet will be the most useful super saint weapon among the 10 great saint weapons. Even if it's not ranked in the top 3 of the 10 great saint weapons ranking, it's destined to shine during the human devil era. Soon after, the patrons in the restaurant changed their topic to the Devil Seal tablet that was one of the super saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking. They spoke about it for a long time. When Duan Tian heard the patrons discussing the Devil Seal tablet, his expression turned extremely dark. The Devil Seal tablet originally belonged to him and Xiezong had forcefully taken it away from him. Xiezong, since you left the Black Kshetra sect and came to Sin City, don't ever think about going back. Duan Tian's gaze turned colder. People would shudder if they saw the look in his eyes. Duan Tian thought to himself, I hope he still has the Devil Seal tablet with him. In that case, I'll regain the Devil Seal tablet after I kill him. Naturally, Duan Tian knew there was a slim chance that Xiezong had the Devil Seal tablet with him. After all, the Devil Seal tablet was a super saint weapon. Xiezong would have probably given it to his father, one of Black Kshetra sect's 4 great Kamapas, when he returned to the Black Kshetra sect. The Black Kshetra sect's 4 great Kamapas shared the same fame as the 3 guardians of the fire worship sect. All of their cultivation bases were at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage or higher. Regardless if the Devil Seal tablet is with him or not, I must kill him since he came knocking on my door. Otherwise, I won't be able to live with myself for getting Elder Ku and 10 of our Azure Cloud Mansion's black armor guards killed. Duan Tian thought to himself as a hint of killing intent appeared in his eyes. Soon after, Duan Tian paid his bills and left the restaurant. After that, he began to investigate Xiezong's whereabouts. After 15 minutes, he did not find anything. After 30 minutes, he still did not find anything. Only after an hour had passed did Duan Tian manage to find where Xiezong was. Xiezong's already at the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage. Moreover, there's a Black Kshetra sect elder at the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage following him around. Although the elder would leave him alone occasionally, he didn't go far. If you act now and kill him, the Black Kshetra sect elder at the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage will kill you, Elder Hua said to Duan Tian, reminding him to not act recklessly. Earlier, Duan Tian had asked Elder Hua to investigate the cultivation bases of Xiezong and the man near him. He could hear the eagerness in Duan Tian's voice when he spoke about killing Xiezong. It seemed as though Duan Tian could not even wait a second longer to kill Xiezong. It's better for you to wait for the right opportunity. Wait for them to be further apart before you attack. Elder Hua continued to say, as though he was afraid Duan Tian would impulsively rush forward and kill Xiezong. Don't worry, Elder Hua. Xiezong isn't worthy for me to lose my life over. Duan Tian responded immediately. His heart felt warm when he heard the concern in Elder Hua's voice. 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage. Apart from that, from what Elder Hua said,
He has just broken through to the third form of the Saint Celestial stage. Duan Ling Tian sneered. Xiazong, it seems like you didn't improve at all. Perhaps it didn't even cross your mind that someone whom you used to treat like an ant is already strong enough to kill you with just one move. Duan Ling Tian meant what he said to Elder Hua. Xiazong was not worthy for him to lose his life over. However, 2 hours had passed, and Duan Ling Tian was feeling more and more frustrated as he watched Xiazong and the Black Kshetra sect elder went to buy resources. All this while, they were never too far from each other. Every time Xiazong moves a little further away, the Black Kshetra sect elder would, intentionally or unintentionally, draw closer to him again. He must be subconsciously protecting Xiazong. Duan Ling Tian was certain of this. It's pointless to wait. It's time I make a move, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian was not so reckless as to directly rush towards Xiazong and attack him. If he had done that, he might be able to kill Xiazong with a move, but it would be nigh impossible for him to escape from the Black Kshetra sect elder who was at the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage after that. Put aside the fact that Duan Ling Tian would have exhausted all his Sun Saint energy wielding the Jasper Celestial to kill Xiazong with one move, even if he still had plenty of Sun Saint energy. He was no match for the Black Kshetra sect elder who was at the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage. Duan Ling Tian could kill Xiazong with one move. Similarly, the Black Kshetra sect elder could also kill him with one move. I need a plan to lure the Black Kshetra sect elder away. Otherwise, I need to think of a way to get Xiazong to willingly leave the elder's side. That'll give me the perfect opportunity to kill him, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as he tried to come up with a plan. That's it. As the saying went, good things come to those who wait. After about 15 minutes, Duan Ling Tian finally came up with a good plan. Recently, the news about the possible invasion of the upper and lower province by the devil clans had spread to the Black Kshetra sect. The sect was naturally shocked when they heard about this. However, they maintained their composure, unlike the masses. After all, the Black Kshetra sect was one of the 3 great sects in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. It was a top-tier force in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Ordinary people might fear the devil clans and the invasion. However, it was different for people from the Black Kshetra sect. Although the devil clans were terrifying, the Black Kshetra sect was not weak either. They stood a chance in defending against the devil's clans. If the devil clans invaded the upper province, the Black Kshetra sect, along with the other 2 great sects, would be humanity's last hope. For this reason, whether it was just a speculation or not, the Black Kshetra sect had to make preparations. This was why they had come to Sin City to buy resources. Coincidentally, Xiazong was one of the people who came to Sin City. Humph! There are fewer and fewer people who are willing to sell their resources to us. Xiazong grumbled as he flew next to a Black Kshetra sect elder along the west side of Sin City. His expression was grave. If it were up to me, I'll just kill whoever who refuses to sell us their resources. Xiazong continued ranting. If the devil clans really invade the upper province in the future, the Black Kshetra sect will be the main force in defending all of humanity. These sectless cultivators in Sin City are just cannon fodder. It's a waste to leave them with their resources. A hint of killing intent could be seen in his eyes when he spoke. The Black Kshetra sect elder flying next to him shook his head and said, Elder Xiazong, even if what you said is right, there'll be consequences if we kill them. Those sectless cultivators in Sin City might kill among themselves, and the sectless cultivators at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage or above wouldn't care. However, if the Black Kshetra sect kills the sectless cultivators, the powerhouses would definitely seek revenge from us. The Black Kshetra sect elder's expression turned solemn when he spoke. Elder Chu, are there really so many sectless cultivators at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage or higher in Sin City? Xiazong asked skeptically. I'm afraid the number of powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage or higher in Sin City is not any lesser than the powerhouses in our sect. Otherwise, why do you think our Black Kshetra sect tolerates such a chaotic city next to our estate? A hint of wariness could be seen in the Black Kshetra sect elder's eyes. Xiazong fell silent immediately when he heard this. The Black Kshetra sect elder next to him was not an ordinary Black Kshetra sect elder. His rank was a level above Xiazong. Moreover, his cultivation base was at the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage.
Therefore, he listened to this elder's words. Meanwhile, both Xiezong and the Black Kshetra sect elder were unaware that someone was staring at them from a great distance. It was none other than Duan Ling Tian, who was determined to kill Xiezong. Previously, Xiezong, an elder from Black Kshetra sect, had gone to the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land and the Azure Cloud Mansion to forcefully take the Devil Seal Tablet from Duan Ling Tian. Most importantly, he had killed Duan Ling Tian's father's right-hand man, Elder Ku, and a team of black armored guards. Ever since then, Duan Ling Tian had considered Xiezong as his mortal enemy. Since Duan Ling Tian managed to meet Xiezong in Sin City, he knew this was the best chance for him to kill Xiezong. If he waited until Xiezong returned to the Black Kshetra sect, it was uncertain when Xiezong would come out again. Since the Black Kshetra sect had to make preparations for the possible invasion by the Devil's clans, they had sent people to Sin City to gather resources. Once Xiezong returned to the Black Kshetra sect, it was almost certain it would take a long while before he came out again. Due to this reason, Duan Ling Tian was unwilling to miss this opportunity. I'll just wait for them to split up again. As soon as they split up, I can put my plan in motion. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself while he spied on Xiezong and the Black Kshetra sect elder from afar. As the top weapons specialist on Earth in his previous life, Duan Ling Tian had extraordinary tracking skills. Although the Black Kshetra sect elder next to Xiezong was a powerhouse at the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage, he did not detect Duan Ling Tian's presence at all. About 15 minutes later, perhaps God overheard Duan Ling Tian's silent prayer. The Black Kshetra sect elder finally split up with Xiezong. The distance between them grew wider and wider. However, when it reached a certain distance, the Black Kshetra sect elder would automatically draw closer to Xiezong again. It seemed like he kept Xiezong within a certain range so that Xiezong would not wander out of the range of his divine consciousness. Xiezong was the son of one of Black Kshetra sect's 4 great karma paths, the Golden Lion King. Since the Black Kshetra sect elder had come on this trip with Xiezong, it was only natural that he had to look out for Xiezong. If anything happened to Xiezong, things would not end well for him when he returned to the Black Kshetra sect. Although he was at the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage, he was like an ant in front of the Golden Lion King. The Golden Lion King was a karmapa of the Black Kshetra sect. All the karmapas in the Black Kshetra sect were at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage or higher. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian discovered that Xiezong and the Black Kshetra sect elder were quite far from each other and instantly made his move. It's time. Duan Ling Tian's speed was neither too fast nor too slow. It was just the right speed for an ordinary martial cultivator at the early quintessential saint stage. So, after a few moments, Duan Ling Tian arrived near Xiezong, and he flew about 10 meters away from Xiezong. Xiezong, naturally, noticed Duan Ling Tian's presence immediately. However, after he saw Duan Ling Tian's speed, he no longer paid any attention to Duan Ling Tian since he thought Duan Ling Tian was merely a martial cultivator at the early quintessential saint stage. He did not think Duan Ling Tian posed a threat to him. Who? Just as Duan Ling Tian and Xiezong were about to come face to face, Duan Ling Tian suddenly raised his arms as though he was about to catch something before he stopped moving completely. Duan Ling Tian's sudden movements made Xiezong put up his guard. Xiezong stopped moving and glared at Duan Ling Tian angrily. Moreover, Xiezong extended his divine consciousness to check Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base. Early quintessential saint stage? After Xiezong found out about Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base, he felt at ease. He chided himself for being overly cautious. A mere cultivator at the early quintessential saint stage posed no threat to him at all. He didn't stop moving because of me. After that, Xiezong noticed Duan Ling Tian did not even look at him after he stopped moving. Xiezong shook his head and prepared to leave. Suddenly, "Azura saber!" Duan Ling Tian exclaimed. Xiezong's eyes lit up immediately. Azura saber? Was it not one of the super saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking? Why did the young cultivator at the early quintessential saint stage suddenly scream Azura saber? Was there something going on? After that, Xiezong discovered the early quintessential saint stage cultivator, who did not even spare him a glance earlier, began to look around sneakily after his exclamation. When he saw Xiezong looking at him,
His expression changed slightly. Subsequently, Xiezong saw the early quintessential saint stage cultivator took a deep break before he began to run in the west direction.
First, he shouted out Azure Saber, and now he's running to the west?
It seems like he raised his arms earlier. He was probably receiving a voice transmission jade token. Could it be about the Azure Saber?
A while ago, I heard that the Azure Saber has appeared in the western region and now he's coincidentally running west. Various thoughts appeared in Xiezong's mind. I must follow him. It's possible he has information about the Azure Saber. If I manage to obtain the Azure Saber for my father, he'll definitely be very happy.
A hint of greed appeared in Xiezong's eyes as he followed the early quintessential saint stage cultivator closely. The cultivator was a handsome man with bright eyes and sword-shaped brows. He was dressed in purple.
Why do I feel like I've seen this figure before? Xiezong thought to himself as he continued to follow the purple-clad young man. However, he could not figure out where he had seen this man before. Xiezong was certain he had never met this person before. Otherwise, he would have recognized him. Elder Chu, there's some matter I must attend to. I'll see you in a bit. Xiezong sent a message to the Black Kshetra sect elder through voice transmission before he left the range of the Black Kshetra sect elder's divine consciousness as he chased after the purple-clad young man.
He did not want the Black Kshetra sect elder at the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage to find out about the possible information on the Azure Saber. Otherwise, he would not be able to get his hands on the saber. Although in regards to strength and status, the Black Kshetra sect elder was no match for Xiezong's father. The elder had another Karmapa backing him. If the elder decided to snatch the Azure Saber from Xiezong and gave it to the other Karmapa, there would be nothing left for him and his father. He was naturally unwilling to see that happen. For this reason, he temporarily got rid of the Black Kshetra sect elder and followed the purple-clad young man to see if he really had information on the Azure Saber.
Chu Tanxing, a cultivator at the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage, was the Black Kshetra sect elder who had been beside Xiezong. He was constantly using his divine consciousness to monitor Xiezong for safety purposes even though he was not directly next to him.
If there was a threat against Xiezong, he would be instantly made aware of it so he could rescue him. However, since his divine consciousness was constantly focused on Xiezong, he was less focused on Xiezong's surroundings. In other words, Chu Tanshang would only be alerted if Xiezong was in danger. However, he would not know where he was or who was with him.
Elder Chu, I have some matters to attend to. I'll see you in a while. Chu Tansheng was surprised when he received Xiezong's voice transmission. Then he noticed Xiezong had left the range of his divine consciousness when he regained his senses.
He could not locate Xiezong's whereabouts even after he used his divine consciousness to search for him.
The Golden Lion King has really spoiled Xiezong rotten. Doesn't Xiezong know that danger lurks everywhere in Sin City? Chu Tanxing's expression turned grim when he discovered he could not locate Xiezong. I hope he stays safe. Otherwise, the Golden Lion King will kill me when I return to the Black Kshetra sect.
The Golden Lion King was the most violent among the 4 great Karmapa in Black Kshetra sect. Most of the people who were killed by the Golden Lion King did not have an intact corpse when they died. I should continue searching. Chu Tanshang had lost all motivation to buy resources once he imagined the wrath from the Golden Lion King that would befall him if Xiezong was harmed. In the end, he decided to search for Xiezong in Sin City. It was unfortunate for him that he began his search on the wrong side of the city. Xiezong had already left Sin City through the west gate when Chu Tanshang realized Xiezong was not in the eastern part of Sin City. Xiezong had left Sin City following the tracks of the purple-clad young man.
Xiezong had decided to follow the purple-clad young man when he heard the purple-clad young man exclaimed out loud, Azure Saber. He thought it was likely the purple-clad young man had received information about the location of the Azure Saber.
He felt even more certain he was right when he saw the purple-clad young man heading west. Xiezong's target was the Azure Saber, one of the Super Saint weapons on the 10 Great Saint Weapons ranking. The purple-clad young man that Xiezong was tailing was none other than Duanling Tian.
Success! Duanling Tian almost could not contain his excitement when he saw Xiezong had taken the bait that he had carefully laid out. He had planned to make Xiezong voluntarily leave the side of the Black Kshetra sect elder who was at the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage.
This was the only way to guarantee his own safety after he killed Xiezong.
Duanling Tian needed something that would pique Xiezong's interest, something he would not be willing to share with other people. At that time, the Azura Saber appeared in his mind. The Azura Saber was a famous super saint weapon on the 10 great saint weapons ranking.
Duanling Tian decided to use the Azura Saber to lure Xiezong away. He knew rumors had it that the Azura Saber had appeared in the western region. Naturally, the Black Kshetra sect would hear about it as well. That was why he decided to run west. He knew Xiezong would come to the conclusion that he had information about the Azura Saber. Right before leaving Sin City, Elder Hua informed Duanling Tian that Xiezong had left the protective range of the Black Kshetra sect elders' divine consciousness. Duanling Tian knew he could kill Xiezong once they left Sin City, but he was in no hurry to act. The further he went, the safer he would be. Xiezong, you're going to die today. You have no one to blame but yourself. Among the 10 Super Saint weapons in the Dao Martial Saint land, you already own one, but you still want another one?
Who do you think you are?
Do you think you have God on your side? Duanling Tian thought to himself as he continued making his way west. Duanling Tian knew very well that Xiezong had come after him alone because he wanted the Azura Saber all to himself. He had used Xiezong's greed against him and lured him into a trap. After all, based on what he could see, Xiezong was an extremely greedy person.
Duanling Tian came to a halt after he was 10,000 miles away from Sin City. He did not waste any time before he began to mobilize his Sun Saint energy without restraint.
Elementary Devouring Tactic. Duanling Tian instantly cast the divine ability, the Elementary Devouring Tactic, and whirlpools began to appear around his body. Then, it began to absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy in his surroundings. His Sun Saint energy was rising at an unbelievable speed. Initially, Duanling Tian's Sun Saint energy was comparable to the Saint origin of a cultivator at the first form of the Saint Celestial stage. Although Duanling Tian's Sun Saint energy could not compare to the Saint origin of a cultivator at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage, he was quite close to it. His Sun Saint energy was currently stronger than the Saint origins of most cultivators at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage. Since breaking through to early quintessential Saint stage, my Sun Saint energy has improved by quite a bit. With my divine abilities and skills, an ordinary cultivator at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage is not a match for me even if I don't use the Jasper Celestial Sword. Duanling Tian felt strength surging through his body after the Elementary Devouring Tactic raised his Sun Saint energy. He could not wait to fight someone to try out his new strength. If I use the Jasper Celestial Sword, I'll be invincible among cultivators below the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage. In fact, I'm certain I can kill an ordinary powerhouse at the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage if I use the Jasper Celestial Sword. Duanling Tian's confidence grew as he thought about this. What a coincidence that I don't want Xiezong to die a quick death. I can take my time and test my divine abilities and skills on him to see the changes after I've broken through to the early quintessential saint stage. I will teach him the meaning of regret and despair. Duanling Tian muttered through clenched teeth when he recalled how Xiezong killed Elder Ku and the team of black armored guards. He felt as though all his pent-up anger would explode at any minute now. Why did he stop moving so suddenly?
What's he doing? How did his power increase so dramatically in such a short time?
Did he cast an assist-type divine ability? Xiezong's mind was filled with countless questions. When he saw Duanling Tian had stopped moving, he stopped moving as well. Xiezong discovered the changes in Duanling Tian when he used his divine consciousness to probe Duanling Tian again. He was shocked to find that the purple-clad young man whose cultivation base was supposed to be at the early quintessential stage seemed to have an energy that was stronger than the saint origin of a powerhouse at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage. Although it was not as powerful as the saint origin of a powerhouse at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage, it was still pretty close to it. This young man seems really mysterious. Even after discovering the changes in Duanling Tian, Xiezong was not worried nor did he feel threatened. This was because he was still stronger even without using any techniques compared to Duanling Tian who had used all his techniques. He was confident he could easily defeat the man before him if he used his divine abilities. Xiezong, A booming voice sounded when Xiezong was deep in his thoughts. The voice sounded familiar to him even though he could not remember where he had heard it before.
After Xiezong regained his senses, he saw the purple-clad young man whom he had been following had turned back and flew to stand opposite him.
"Why, you noticed me?" Xiezong's expression changed when he realized the purple-clad young man had discovered his presence. More importantly, it seemed like the purple-clad young man knew him. Otherwise, how would the purple-clad young man know his name? "It's my plan to lure you out here all along. How can I not know you've been following me?" Duanling Tian said disdainfully as he looked at Xiezong coldly. "Why you lured me out?" If Xiezong was still clueless about what was happening after listening to Duanling Tian's words, he would have lived his life in vain. Duanling Tian had intentionally used the Azura saber to lure him out.
Xiezong instantly studied his surroundings intently. He thought the purple-clad man must not be alone since he did not think the purple-clad young man was a match for him.
"Don't bother. There are only both of us here," Duanling Tian said with a sneer. He could easily guess what Xiezong was thinking based on Xiezong's actions. "It's just us." Xiezong was unconvinced when he heard Duanling Tian's words. He continued to scan his surroundings. He used his divine consciousness to check every nook and cranny in his surroundings as though he would not rest until he found the person he was convinced was still hiding. Duanling Tian was rendered speechless by Xiezong's action, but he no longer said anything. His gaze was cold as he stared at Xiezong. Xiezong shuddered when he felt Duanling Tian's gaze on him. He quickly regained his senses and turned to look at Duanling Tian. At this moment, he could feel the intense killing intent radiating from Duanling Tian.
"Who are you? Why did you lure me out?" Xiezong asked in a deep voice. At the same time, he was still looking around warily, afraid that someone would sneak up on him. Whether it was the figure or the voice of this purple-clad young man, Xiezong thought he looked and sounded familiar. However, he could not remember when he had met the purple-clad young man before. However, he was certain of one thing. He had never seen this man's face before.
The man's face was not familiar at all. He was certain the purple-clad young man did not disguise his appearance. For this reason, he felt extremely baffled. Who the hell was this purple-clad young man?
Why did he lure him out here? Why did he feel so familiar? Duanling Tian laughed loudly when he heard Xiezong's question. His laughter was unrestrained. "Who am I?"
Duanling Tian's laughter made Xiezong feel uneasy. He cried out, "Why are you laughing? Brat, do you know I am? I'm black."
Before Xiezong could finish his sentence, Duanling Tian interrupted him and said, "I know you're a Black Kshetra sect elder, and I know your father's the Golden Lion King, one of the 4 great Karmapa of the Black Kshetra sect.
There's no need for you to give me a rundown of your background. I know all about you. Otherwise, why would I lure you out here?" Duanling Tian stared at Xiezong intently with a sneer.
"You? Who the hell are you?" Various expressions flitted across Xiezong's face as his voice turned lower and lower. He felt an inexplicable sense of danger even though he knew the purple-clad young man was not a match for him.
He thought the sense of danger he felt came from the person hiding in his surroundings. Therefore, he kept using his divine consciousness to search his surroundings. "Xiezong, open your eyes and take a good look at me." Duanling Tian's voice changed. At the same time, the muscles on his face began to shift before it finally turned into a different face. Duanling Tian finally revealed his true appearance.
When Xiezong saw Duanling Tian's true appearance, his eyes widened in disbelief and an expression of incredulity appeared on his face. He felt as though something was stuck in his throat. He could not speak at all. For a moment, it felt as though time had stood still.
Xiezong, naturally, recognized Duanling Tian the moment he revealed his true appearance. Previously, he had forcefully taken the Devil Seal Tablet, one of the 10 great Super Saint weapons, from Duanling Tian. Xiezong would have killed him then if Duanling Tian was not a 9-clawed dragon warrior, since he did not want trouble with the Dragon Clan. Apart from that, he did not kill him because he did not think Duanling Tian would amount to much even if he was a 9-clawed dragon warrior. When he was at the Azure Cloud Mansion, he had checked Duanling Tian's innate spiritual root and confirmed that Duanling Tian merely possessed a yellow innate spiritual root. In his opinion, Someone with a yellow innate spiritual root was a nobody even if they were considered talented in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. At that time, he thought Duanling Tian would never be a threat to him.
Duanling Tian?
How's this possible? How can it be you? Xiezong regained his senses after a few moments. He looked at Duanling Tian in shock and horror. A hint of disbelief could be seen in his eyes as well. Not even in his dreams did he imagine that the purple-clad young man whose strength was almost on par with his strength after the purple-clad young man had cast his divine abilities was Duanling Tian, whom he had encountered in the Azure Cloud Mansion in the lower province of
the Dao Martial Saint Land.
In the past, Xiezong, though it would nigh impossible for Duanling Tian, who possessed a light yellow innate spiritual root, to break through to the quintessential saint stage even if Duanling Tian came to the upper province.
He thought Duanling Tian's limit would be at the peak of the exemplary saint stage at most. Even if Duanling Tian managed to break through to the quintessential saint stage by chance, it would be extremely difficult for him to progress any further. As a saint celestial stage powerhouse, Xiezong thought Duanling Tian would still be like an ant even after Duanling Tian had grown stronger. In his opinion, Duanling Tian was worthless and would not pose a threat to him at all.
It was completely out of his expectation that the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, whom he considered to be like an ant, would grow so strong in just a year or two. Duanling Tian was almost as strong as him. Duanling Tian ignored Xiezong's surprise. His gaze turned colder as he said indifferently, "Xiezong,
back then you killed Elder Ku in my Azure Cloud Mansion and snatched the Devil Seal tablet away from me. You even planned to destroy the Azure Cloud Mansion even though you failed to do so in the end. At that time, I swore to myself that if I don't kill you, then I'm a useless person. Today will be the day I fulfill my promise to myself." Duanling Tian's voice gradually turned calmer as he spoke. However, his killing intent grew stronger and stronger in his eyes.
Xiezong laughed uproariously when he heard Duanling Tian's words, and after he confirmed there was truly no one hiding in his surroundings. Duanling Tian only continued to look at him calmly. After a while, Xiezong finally stopped laughing. He looked at Duanling Tian disdainfully as he said, "Duanling Tian, although I don't know what fortuitous encounter you had to grow so strong with your lousy innate spiritual root.
Do you think you really got me trapped?" Although Xiezong was shocked by Duanling Tian's improvement within these 2 years, he did not think much of it. He remained calm because there was nothing he could do about Duanling Tian's growth in strength. He speculated that Duanling Tian was so bold to act at this time because he had gotten stronger and he was a 9-clawed dragon warrior. In Xiezong's opinion, judging by Duanling Tian's current strength, if he transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior, he might be a match for Xiezong. However, it would be difficult for him to defeat Xiezong. Therefore, Xiezong was not afraid.
Xiezong was the son of the Golden Lion King, one of the 4 great Karmapa in the Black Kshetra sect. Moreover, he was the Golden Lion King's only son. His strength was not the only thing he could rely on.
If he transforms into a 9-clawed dragon warrior, I should still be a match for him. I suppose I'll toy with him for a while. I'll send a message to Elder Chu once I get bored of toying with him. Even if he's stronger than me and Elder Chu can't reach me in time, I still have a Dao talisman that can send him to hell in just an instant, Xiezong thought to himself. He did not fear Duanling Tian at all.
"You'll see soon enough," Duanling Tian said before he made a sudden move. In just an instant, the majestic sun saint energy surged out of Duanling Tian's body and transformed into a pair of flaming wings that sprouted from his back.
The wings were extremely lifelike.
Even the fire on the wings made the surroundings hotter. The Golden Crow's wings. Duanling Tian cast his high-grade movement divine ability. As soon as Duanling Tian cast his movement divine ability and a pair of flaming wings appeared on his back, Xiezong, who was looking at him disdainfully just a few moments ago, cried out, "Why, you're the fire worship sect's prodigy, Duanling Tian?" If one listened carefully, one could hear a slight tremble in Xiezong's voice when he spoke. When Xiezong saw the flaming wings and recalled the assist-type divine ability that Duanling Tian had cast earlier to raise his strength, the puzzles began to fall into place for Xiezong. He instantly recalled Duanling Tian, the new prodigy from the fire worship sect who had recently become famous in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Duanling Tian, the new prodigy from fire worship sect.
He managed to defeat Buhong, who was ranked second, and took Buhong's place as the second strongest prodigy in the fire worship sect. Moreover, Duanling Tian was also ranked at the 421st place on the Supreme Saint ranking. As Duanling Tian rose to fame in the fire worship sect, news about him mastering 4 high-grade divine abilities had spread like wildfire in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint land, shocking everyone. It was not uncommon for powerhouses from the older generation to master 4 high-grade divine abilities. However, it was almost unheard of for someone so young to master 4 high-grade divine abilities. It was extremely rare even in the history of the Dao Martial Saint land. For this reason, news of Duanling Tian successfully mastering 4 high-grade divine abilities was a well-known fact in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint land. Even Xiezong, who was in the Black Kshetra sect, had heard about it. Xiezong instantly recognized the high-grade movement divine ability that Duanling Tian cast due to its extraordinary characteristics. Golden Crow's Wings? Xiezong knew instantly that Duanling Tian was the second strongest prodigy in the fire worship sect when he saw the flaming wings on Duanling Tian's back. Although he had seen the portrait of Duanling Tian from the fire worship sect, Duanling Tian's appearance was completely different from earlier and when he was in the Azure Cloud Mansion. Moreover, the people from the fire worship sect even confirmed Duanling Tian was not in a disguise. However, Xiezong had just personally witnessed Duanling Tian disguising himself with a mystical secret tactic. It was not difficult for him to guess that Duanling Tian had also disguised himself in the fire worship sect even though he used the same name. I didn't expect you to be able to guess that I'm Duanling Tian from the fire worship sect just by looking at my 2 divine abilities. If Xiezong still could not piece the puzzle together after Duanling Tian cast 2 of his divine abilities, then he must be extremely ignorant or stupid. Xiezong had taken a little longer to realize this because the news of Duanling Tian, the prodigy from the fire worship sect, being a 9-clawed dragon warrior, had not spread out yet. Even if word of it leaked out, not many people believed it. Therefore, the news died down before it gained any momentum. After all, a 9-clawed dragon warrior was like a mythical creature. It was only natural people were skeptical. If news of Duanling Tian from the fire worship sect being a 9-clawed dragon warrior had spread out, Xiezong would have been able to make the connection that the Duanling Tian from the fire worship sect was the same Duanling Tian from the Azure Cloud Mansion in the lower province whom he had snatched the Devil Seal tablet from. I didn't expect this either. Xiezong's eyes turned cold as he said in a deep voice, "If I knew you would grow so strong in such a short time, I wouldn't have shown mercy back when I was in the Azure Cloud Mansion." Duanling Tian laughed when he heard Xiezong's words. "Show mercy? Xiezong, if my memory serves me well, you didn't kill my back then because you're wary of my status as 9-clawed dragon warrior, right? Moreover, with my innate talent, you didn't think I'll be able to catch up to you. Otherwise, would you have shown mercy?" How funny. Duanling Tian's words exposed Xiezong's thoughts back then. It caused Xiezong's expression to change. Duanling Tian asked, "Don't you regret not killing me back then?" When he saw the various expressions flitting across Xiezong's face and how quiet he was, he continued to say, "Are you thinking that if you had killed me back then, I won't be standing here now? It's too bad there's no cure for regret. Today, I will fulfill my promise and kill you to avenge Elder Ku and the 10 black armored guards from the Azure Cloud Mansion." His voice turned thunderous as he spoke. Regret? Duanling Tian's thunderous voice caused Xiezong to snap back to reality. He quickly regained his composure. He sneered as he said, "Duanling Tian, don't you think you're overestimating yourself? I'll admit that you're quite strong. However, it's still uncertain which one of us is stronger. Are you so certain of your victory?" Xiezong chuckled after he finished speaking. "You'll see soon enough if I win or not." Duanling Tian decided not to waste words with Xiezong any longer, and he began to make his move. He flapped his golden crow's wings. In the next moment, boom, 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 boom. The sound of air explosions rang in the air as Duanling Tian's body moved. He vanished from his spot and charged toward Xiezong at an extremely fast speed. His speed was comparable to powerhouses at the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage. "I'd like to see how strong is the second strongest prodigy in the fire worship sect," Xiezong said indifferently. He was fearless when faced with Duan Ling Tian, who was charging toward him at lightning speed. The saint origin that he had been accumulating surged out of his body in an instant. In the next moment, Xiezong shot up into the sky quickly. His speed was not any slower than Duan Ling Tian's speed. Currently, he had also cast an assist-type divine ability and a movement divine ability. That was why his speed was so fast. Not too long ago he was just like an ant before me. Currently he's as strong as I am, Xiezong thought to himself. When he discovered Duan Ling Tian's speed was not any slower than his speed, his heart sank and his expression turned gloomier and gloomier. After all, Duan Ling Tian had not even transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior yet. Once he transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior, his speed would be further enhanced. It was not impossible for Duan Ling Tian to surpass Xiezong at that time. Damn it! How did Duan Ling Tian master these two powerful high-grade divine abilities in such a short time? Moreover, he has also mastered a high-grade offensive divine ability and a high-grade defensive divine ability. The high-grade defensive divine ability that he has mastered has to be the number 1 defensive divine ability in the fire worship sect, the Black Turtle's Barrier. Xiezong felt annoyed when he thought of this. Duan Ling Tian was slightly surprised when he saw Xiezong's speed. He's indeed worthy of being the son of the Golden Lion King, one of Black Kshetra sect's 4 great Karmapa. Although Xiezong has just entered the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage, in terms of speed, Buhong, who's at the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage, is inferior to him. Duan Ling Tian knew Xiezong had also cast a high-grade movement divine ability. As for the assist-type divine ability Xiezong had cast, it seemed like it was only a medium-grade divine ability. 9-clawed dragon warrior. Although Duan Ling Tian did not plan to use the Jasper Celestial Sword to kill Xiezong with just one move, it did not mean he would not use other means at his disposal. When he discovered Xiezong was as fast he was, he instantly transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. In just a blink of an eye he turned into a humanoid dragon. His head was human but his body was that of a dragon. This was the form of a 9-clawed dragon warrior. There's no need for me to hide anything now. Today, I'll teach Xiezong the meaning of despair. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as he unleashed the full power of a 9-clawed dragon warrior. Currently, Duan Ling Tian was using all the moves he had in his arsenal except for the Jasper Celestial Sword. Earlier, Duan Ling Tian's speed was on par with Xiezong. Now that he had transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior, his speed became even faster. He had completely surpassed Xiezong. Duan Ling Tian shouted, "Xiezong!" He charged toward Xiezong quickly, closing the distance between them. Damn it! Xiezong spat out when he saw Duan Ling Tian's enhanced speed. He knew he had no advantage when it came to speed. Therefore, he decided to stop moving. After that, he raised one of his hands and a 7-foot-long spear appeared in his hand. Wang! When the long spear moved, it stirred the air around it. It emitted a piercing aura. The aura clearly did not belong to an ordinary saint weapon. 1,000 inscriptions saint weapon. Duan Ling Tian cried out immediately. He did not expect a mere Black Kshetra sect elder at the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage would possess 1,000 inscriptions saint weapon. After a while, he realized he was being naive. Xiezong was the only son of the Golden Lion King after all. As one of the 4 great Karmapa in the Black Kshetra sect, it would not be difficult for him to obtain 1,000 inscriptions saint weapon for his son. I didn't think you'll be able to recognize 1,000 inscriptions saint weapon. Xiezong sneered as he spun the long spear around as his saint origin skyrocketed. At this moment, Xiezong unleashed all his strength, including the martial tactics and divine abilities he had mastered with the 1,000 inscriptions saint weapon in his hand. Boom! Xiezong thrust the long spear forward as the sounds of explosion rang in the air, overwhelming all other noises. Show! Almost at the same time, a short-lived sword cry rang in the air. The gleam of a sword could be seen soaring through the sky toward the 1,000 inscriptions saint spear. When Duan Ling Tian made his move, Xiezong caught a brief glimpse of the sword gleam. 1,000 inscriptions saint sword. With Xiezong's spiritual eyes, it was easy for him to discern that Duan Ling Tian's sword was extraordinary.
He could sense an aura from the sword that was similar to his 1,000 inscriptions saint spear. That was how he instantly knew Duanling Tian had a 1,000 inscriptions saint sword. Xiezong's expression changed drastically when he discovered Duanling Tian had a 1,000 inscriptions saint sword. He thought he would have an advantage since he possessed a superior weapon. Clang!
The sound of metal clashing rang in the air as the 1,000 inscriptions saint sword clashed with the 1,000 inscriptions saint spear. The forces contained in the weapons clashed, causing explosions in the air.
The sound of the forces from the weapons clashing was nothing compared to the sound of metal clashing.
After a few moments, Xiezong fell into a disadvantageous position. He was affected by the forces from the saint weapons clashing. He was sent flying back. When he landed, his face was pale as he threw up a mouthful of blood.
The sight of his blood splattering in the sky was dazzling and eye-catching. The fight between Duanling Tian and Xiezong happened so quickly, and the winner and the loser of the fight became apparent just as quickly. Duanling Tian had completely overpowered Xiezong. I didn't even use my offensive divine ability, Duanling Tian said to Xiezong through voice transmissions. Xiezong felt humiliated when he was sent flying from the forces of the 1,000 inscriptions saint weapons. He was so angry he threw up another mouthful of blood. Duanling Tian's words undoubtedly enraged Xiezong even more. He was already in such a wretched state, but Duanling Tian told him that he did not even use his offensive divine ability. If Duanling Tian had used his offensive divine ability, did it mean Duanling Tian could easily kill him? After a while, Xiezong finally managed to steady himself. His expression darkened as he looked at Duanling Tian with killing intent. Duanling Tian, do you really think you've defeated me just because you're stronger than me? What?
Are you going to seek for help by sending out a voice transmission jade token? Duanling Tian sneered when he heard Xiezong's words. He knew what Xiezong was thinking, but he was not worried at all. He honestly did not care.
Duanling Tian was much stronger than Xiezong. Even if Xiezong sent a voice transmission jade token to seek help, he would be able to kill Xiezong before help arrived. He would have been long gone when the person Xiezong sought help from arrived.
Suddenly, Elder Hua said, "Don't forget about the minor-major mirror image talisman."
It was clearly a reminder. After Duanling Tian killed Yao Buji, the leader of the Ground Axe Alliance, he returned to Sin City and researched on the various talismans available in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. After Duanling Tian spoke to Elder Hua, Duanling Tian realized it was the minor-major mirror image talisman that exposed his identity to Yao Buji. Upon hearing Elder Hua's words, Duanling Tian nodded before he said, "Don't worry. Before I kill him, I'll retrieve the minor image talisman from him if he's carrying one. However,
I'm not in a hurry to kill him. I'm going to torture him and let him know what despair feels like." Duanling Tian's voice was so cold that it seemed as though the temperature in the surroundings had dropped a few degrees.
The hatred Duanling Tian felt for Xiezong for Elder Ku's death, the deaths of the black armored guards, and for forcefully taking away his Devil Seal tablet was not something he would be able to easily let go.
Minor-major mirror image talisman was a set of 2 talismans. They were the minor mirror image talisman and major mirror image talisman.
If the person carrying the minor mirror image talisman was killed or if it was activated, it would transmit a video of what happened to the person carrying the major mirror image talisman through a mirror image.
All the person needed to do to watch what happened was to crush the major mirror image talisman.
As a Black Kshetra sect elder and the only son of the Golden Lion King, one of the Black Kshetra sect's 4 great Karmapa, it was impossible that Xiezong did not carry a minor mirror image talisman with him.
Duanling Tian had already planned for this. Before he killed Xiezong, he would severely injure him. At that time, he would search and take the minor mirror image talisman from him before killing him.
However, would everything go as smoothly as Duanling Tian had planned?
"I don't need anyone else's help. Just me alone is enough to kill you." Xiezong sneered when he saw Duanling Tian's contemptuous expression.
"Who?" As soon as Xiezong finished speaking, he raised his hand and a talisman glimmering with violet light appeared in his hand. Upon closer inspection, one would be able to tell it was a Dao talisman. The Dao talisman was not violet. It was only surrounded by tiny flashes of violet lightning. Once it was activated, the air and the heaven and earth spirit energy would be sucked dry.
"Violet Myrtle Celestial Thunder Talisman," Duanling Tian exclaimed. His expression changed dramatically when he realized what kind of Dao talisman it was. When he was researching Dao talismans in Sin City, he had also learned about the Violet Myrtle Celestial Thunder Talisman. He knew that the Violet Myrtle Celestial Thunder Talisman was a powerful offensive Dao talisman that could only be created by a quasi-celestial grade Dao talisman's master. The Violet Myrtle Celestial Thunder Talismans were rumored to be able to kill all cultivators below the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage. It did not matter if they were humans or beasts. Even powerhouses at the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage would be severely injured by the Violet Myrtle Celestial Thunder Talisman. Even if they were not killed, they would be on the brink of death. Generally, only powerhouses with cultivation bases at the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage or higher were able to withstand the Violet Myrtle Celestial Thunder Talisman. Xiaozong laughed when he saw Duanling Tian's expression had changed drastically when he realized what kind of Dao talisman it was. It took a while before he stopped laughing.
Duanling Tian, I didn't think you'll be able to identify the Violet Myrtle Celestial Thunder Talisman. Xiaozong sneered. He did not expect a country bumpkin from the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land would recognize a top-grade Dao talisman in the upper province.
Xiaozong's father, the Golden Lion King and one of the 4 great Karmapa of the Black Kshetra sect, had given the Violet Myrtle Celestial Thunder Talisman to him for protection. His father had expended much effort to obtain this Dao talisman.
Duanling Tian, you can consider yourself to have lived a great life if you die from the Violet Myrtle Celestial Thunder Talisman, Xiaozong said again without waiting for Duanling Tian to respond. As soon as he finished speaking, he did not waste any time and threw the Dao talismans that had many flashes of violet lightning around it toward Duanling Tian.
Subsequently, Xiaozong opened his mouth in preparation to say the word activate. Once that word was uttered, the Violet Myrtle Celestial Thunder Talisman would release a destructive force. Tom seemed to have stood still.
At the moment Xiaozong opened his mouth, "Show!" During the crucial moment, before Xiaozong could say the word to activate the Dao talisman, the short-lived sound of a sword cry rang in the air again. At this moment, Xiaozong briefly saw the sword's gleam again.
Wait! This sword isn't the 1,000 Inscriptions Saint Sword. It's much stronger than the 1,000 Inscriptions Saint Sword. This was Xiaozong's last thought before he died. He did not have time to react before blood bloomed from the wound in between his brows.
Slash! A moment after the bloody wound appeared, the sound of a sharp sword slicing into flesh and bones rang in the air.
Blood kept gushing out from the wound between Xiaozong's brows as his body fell to the ground. His mouth was still wide open even though he could no longer speak.
Oh no!
Duanling Tian's expression changed slightly after he successfully killed Xiaozong with the Jasper Celestial Sword. This was because he could feel a wave of energy from a Dao talisman that was clearly the Minor Mirror Image talisman. He was very certain of this. The incident here must have been transmitted to the carrier of the Major Mirror Image talisman. There was no doubt the carrier of the Major Mirror Image talisman was the Golden Lion King, one of the 4 great Karmapa of the Black Kshetra sect.
I couldn't do it in time. Although Duanling Tian felt slightly troubled, he did not give it much thought since there was nothing he could do at this point.
Earlier, Duanling Tian had to act quickly. He had no time to search for the Minor Mirror Image talisman that Xiaozong carried.
Once Xiaozong uttered the word, activate, the Violet Myrtle Celestial Thunder Talisman would release a destructive force that would kill anyone below the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage.
Under those circumstances, Duanling Tian would not have been able to withstand that attack even if he cast all his defensive skills and the defensive divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier. He might be able to block some of the force from the Violet Myrtle Celestial Thunder Talisman if he wielded the Jasper Celestial Sword with all his strength. However, after that he would run out of strength and be left vulnerable.
At that time, even if Duanling Tian managed to survive the Violet Myrtle Celestial Thunder Talisman, he would not have any strength left to fight Xiaozong. Xiaozong would definitely kill him. At the crucial moment, he quickly brought the Jasper Celestial Sword out to kill Xiaozong before he could activate the Violet Myrtle Celestial Thunder Talisman.
It seemed like everything turned out well, but Duanling Tian could not help but feel uneasy. This was because he had taken a huge risk.
If the Violet Myrtle Celestial Thunder Talisman was activated at the same moment Duanling Tian attacked with the Jasper Celestial Sword with the help of the 3rd stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, he would be killed along with Xiaozong. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian sighed in relief. Luckily, Xiezong was a step slower than me. After Duan Ling Tian regained his composure, he put the violet myrtle celestial thunder talisman into his spatial ring. From now on, the violet myrtle celestial thunder talisman would become one of his trump cards. Its strength was comparable to the strength of the Jasper celestial sword. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian did not forget to ask Elder Hua for help in devouring Xiezong's innate spiritual root. Elder Hua, help me devour his innate spiritual root. It was quite a surprise, actually. As the only son of the Golden Lion King, one of the 4 great Karmapa of the Black Kshetra sect, Xiezong only possessed a light blue innate spiritual root. Although Xiezong's light blue innate spiritual root would not improve Duan Ling Tian's innate spiritual root much, since he possessed an indigo one, he was still happy since it was better than nothing. I wonder if the Devil Seal tablet is in his possession. Duan Ling Tian took Xiezong's spatial ring and established ownership over it before he looked at what was inside. With just a glance, he saw there were many things stored in Xiezong's spatial ring. In Xiezong's former spatial ring, high-grade saint stones were piled up as high as a mountain. There were so many treasures in there that Duan Ling Tian fell into a daze for a short moment. When he regained his senses, his attention was quickly caught by something lying in the corner. It was a stone tablet with a chipped corner. The Devil Seal tablet. When Duan Ling Tian saw the Devil Seal tablet, he was surprised and delighted. It was definitely a pleasant surprise. He did not expect that Xiezong did not hand it over to the Black Kshetra sect's Golden Lion King after he had snatched it away from Duan Ling Tian. I didn't expect I'll regain the Devil Seal tablet so easily. With just a thought, Duan Ling Tian retrieved the Devil Seal tablet and reached out to gently touch it. He was very excited that it took him a while to calm down. After a while, he recollected himself and put the Devil Seal tablet away. If the Devil clans really invade the Dao Martial Saint land, the Devil Seal tablet is going to their nightmare. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself with a glint in his eyes. After learning about the existence of the Land of Exile, the Devil clans, and the possibility of the Devil's clans invading the Dao Martial Saint land again, Duan Ling Tian had greatly missed the Devil Seal tablet that was taken away by Xiezong. The power the Devil Seal tablet held over the devils were far stronger than its effect on ordinary devil cultivators. Even so, I wish that it's all just speculations and the Devil clans won't invade the Dao Martial Saint land. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. If the Devil clans had already invaded the Dao Martial Saint land, this meant the lower province was currently like hell on earth. His family and friends would definitely be affected. It's time to go back. After taking a deep breath, Duan Ling Tian came back to his senses. Sun Saint energy surged out of his body as it blew Xiezong's body up into pieces. After that, he returned to Sin City. During Duan Ling Tian's journey back, he reverted back to his human form. Apart from that, he also decided to use a new disguise. His new disguise was not handsome. It was an extremely average face. He would definitely not stand out in a crowd. I'm sure the Black Kshetra sect's Golden Lion King has already found out about Xiezong's death. I'm afraid he's probably making way to Sin City now. It was not difficult for Duan Ling Tian to come to this conclusion. However, he was not afraid. He was very confident about his disguising tactic. Even if he stood in front of the Golden Lion King, he was certain the Golden Lion King would not know he was the one who killed Xiezong. However, the Golden Lion King will find out about my true identity from the major mirror image talisman. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself, feeling slightly worried. Duan Ling Tian was certain when Xiezong took the Devil Seal tablet away from him, he must have told his father, one of the 4 great Karmapa of the Black Kshetra sect, about it. It was very likely the Golden Lion King knew he was a 9-clawed dragon warrior. Moreover, the Golden Lion King would know his true appearance as well through the minor-major mirror image talisman. I hope the upper province's inter-province transportation formations will remain broken for now. Otherwise, the Golden Lion King might find my family to seek revenge for his son. Duan Ling Tian did not doubt the Golden Lion King would look for his family in the lower province to seek revenge. Just as Duan Ling Tian expected, when Xiezong died, an earth-shattering leonine roar sounded from deep inside the Black Kshetra sect's estate that was located inside a forest near Sin City. Zonger! Anger could be heard in that leonine roar. Boom! In the depth of the Black Kshetra sect's estate, a room in the side of a huge mansion was destroyed with a loud sound. As the dust flew up, a tall and strong figure could be seen standing inside the room. It was an old man who was 2 meters tall. He had long white hair that was similar to a lion's mane. Apart from that, he had thick and fierce-looking eyebrows that framed a pair of round, angry eyes. His face was covered with a white and curly beard. He hovered in the air as a terrifying killing intent radiated off him. It seemed that even the air had stagnated around him. This old man was none other than the Golden Lion King, one of Black Kshetra sect's 4 great Karmapa. He was one of the strongest powerhouses in the Black Kshetra sect. His cultivation base was already at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. The 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage was also known as the heaven-defying form. If there were no accidents, they would not die.
Naturally, the Golden Lion King was just a title. This Karmapa had a name. It was Siakong Sun.
Zonger, Zonger. At this moment, Siakong Sun, the Golden Lion King, was trembling violently as he looked at something in his palm. There was a tiny mountain of dust in his palm. It was clearly the shattered remains of a soul pearl. His son had been killed. Siakong Sun quickly raised his arm and a Dao talisman appeared in his hand. It was the Major Mirror Image Talisman that was part of the Minor Major Mirror Image Talisman. This Major Mirror Image Talisman was a set with the Minor Mirror Image Talisman his son, Xiezong, had carried. Siakong Sun tore the Major Mirror Image Talisman as a scene began to play out in front of his eyes. He saw his son, Xiezong, and a purple-clad young man. He witnessed with his own eyes how the muscles on the purple-clad man's face began to shift before it transformed into another face. He could roughly guess what was going by reading Xiezong and the purple-clad young man's lips.
He's the man from the lower province whose Devil Seal tablet was taken away by my son? Siakong Sun knew the purple-clad young man was the young mansion master of the Azure Cloud Mansion in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. His name was Duan Lingtian. His son had taken the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal tablet, away from Duan Lingtian.
Duan Lingtian? Isn't there a prodigy who had quickly risen to fame in the fire worship sect, whose name is Duan Lingtian? Siakong Sun's expression darkened immediately. He did not expect the person from the lower province whom his son robbed the Devil Seal tablet from was the second strongest prodigy in the fire worship sect who had recently risen to fame. Both of them were the same person. How unexpected. Siakong Sun kept watching the scene that was playing out. He saw how his son was killed when he attempted to use the Violet Myrtle Celestial Thunder Talisman. Siakong Sun's expression turned grimmer. The temperature in his surroundings seemed to have dropped by a few degrees. In the next moment, a terrifying killing intent surged out of his body. Revenge burned and raged in his heart. That sword is far stronger than 1,000 inscriptions saint weapon. It's so fast that even the mirror image talisman could hardly capture its movements. It should be the Traceless Sword, one of the super saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking. Siakong Sun took a deep breath to calm himself down. After that he analyzed the scene that he had seen. He would not forget the scene in his entire life. After a while, Siakong Sun was certain the sword Duan Lingtian used in the end was indeed extraordinary. It had to be the Traceless Sword, one of 2 swords on the 10 great saint weapons ranking. It should be the Traceless Sword that's known for its traceless attacks. Siakong Sun thought to himself as his killing intent intensified. The rage in his eyes seemed as though it would burn everything. Zonger, don't worry. I'll look for Duan Lingtian now. I'll kill him to avenge you. Meanwhile, many people had flown over to Siakong Sun's residence when they heard the ruckus. However, when they arrived, they did not see him at all. Siakong Sun had already left the Black Kshetra sect and was making his way to Sin City. As Siakong Sun traveled to Sin City, his rage intensified, showing no signs of dying down at all. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian was a dead man. Duan Lingtian, you dare to kill my child. You'll have to pay for it with your life. Sin City. Duan Lingtian, who guessed that the Golden Lion King, one of Black Kshetra sect's 4 great Kamapas, was about to arrive in Sin City, found another inn to stay in after he returned to Sin City. Elder Hua, Do you have any secret tactic that can help one to change one's body size? Duan Ling Tian instantly asked Elder Hua after he settled down. Although he could disguise his face very well without any flaws, he was not able to change the size of his body.
If the Golden Lion King from the Black Kshetra sect memorized his figure from the scenes shown through the major mirror image talisman, he might be able to identify Duan Ling Tian.
Although there were many people with similar build, who knew if the Golden Lion King would go into a frenzy and kill everyone who had the same build as Duan Ling Tian. There was a saying, "It's better to err on the side of caution and kill 1,000 people than to accidentally miss out one person." A secret tactic that can change one's body size would change everything. Only the Celestials are capable of such a thing, Elder Hua said, mercilessly destroying Duan Ling Tian's hope. His words simply meant that such a tactic existed, but it was not something Duan Ling Tian could master at the moment. Only the Celestials who had successfully passed the heavenly tribulation and ascended to the Devata realms were capable of such a feat. I guess I'll have to think of another way, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself.
Soon after, Duan Ling Tian left the inn to buy a few long and loose black robes with hoods that would fully hide his body.
If I go out wearing these robes, even my father and mother won't recognize me, let alone the Golden Lion King. Duan Ling Tian felt more confident when he looked at the long and loose black robes he had bought. He began to feel more at ease as well. When Duan Ling Tian realized he had forgotten to take away Xiezong's minor mirror image talisman before he killed Xiezong, he was extremely stressed on the inside even though outwardly he remained calm. This was all due to Xiezong's father, the Golden Lion King, one of the 4 great Karmapa of the Black Kshetra sect. The Golden Lion King's cultivation base was at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. If Duan Ling Tian had to fight him, there was no doubt he would die. After Duan Ling Tian made his preparations, he began to relax a little. With my current face and the long and loose robes I bought, the Golden Lion King probably won't be able to recognize me.
Now that Duan Ling Tian had time, he began to think about what had happened today. He thought of how he lured Xiezong out of Sin City and killing Xiezong in just one move with his sword before he could activate the Violet Myrtle Celestial Thunder Talisman. Apart from that, he finally regained the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet.
Duan Ling Tian felt like he was dreaming when he thought about this. When Xiezong came to the Azure Cloud Mansion and treated me like an ant because of his superior strength, I was so helpless. It was true that, at that time, I was like an ant. I wouldn't have been able to endure even a blow from him. Duan Ling Tian's thoughts returned to the time when Xiezong had barged into the Azure Cloud Mansion in the lower province. At that time, Xiezong was extremely domineering. For that reason, he had no choice but to hand the Devil Seal Tablet over to Xiezong. The helplessness he felt at that time was still fresh in his mind.
Apart from that, he reneged on his promise after he killed Elder Ku. He wanted to kill everyone in the Azure Cloud Mansion except for those who have very close ties with me. At that time, Duan Ling Tian was furious and helpless that Xiezong had deceived him. Duan Ling Tian felt helpless more than anything else. Although Xiezong reneged on his promise, he still could not stop Xiezong. He could only silently swear to kill Xiezong one day in the future. After 2 years, I'm finally able to fulfill the promise I made to myself back then. After taking a deep breath, Duan Ling Tian's eyes seemed unfocused as he murmured to himself, "Elder Ku, I've killed Xiezong to avenge you. You can rest in peace now. As for our 10 brothers from the Black Armored Army, this useless young mansion master has finally avenged all of you. You may all rest in peace now." Duan Ling Tian sighed in relief after that. "Xiezong, I'm afraid that until the end, you didn't think I'll be able to kill you so easily, right?" Duan Ling Tian's thoughts went back to Xiezong, whom he killed today. Today, Duan Ling Tian had seized the chance and killed Xiezong in one move with the Jasper Celestial Sword when Xiezong thought he could gain the upper hand by using the Violet Myrtle Celestial Thunder Talisman. From the beginning until the end, Xiezong did not even have time to react. It's a pity I didn't let him feel despair before he died. It was too easy of a death for him. Xiezong had been killed swiftly in just a blow with Duan Ling Tian's sword. Perhaps he did not feel anything at all when he died. After all, Xiezong was certain he would gain the upper hand when he threw the Violet Myrtle Celestial Thunder Talisman out. Duan Ling Tian thought it was a shame that he had died so easily.
Regardless, now that he's dead, there's no more enmity between us. Not only did I regain the Devil Seal tablet, but he had also left behind a violet myrtle celestial thunder talisman for me. Duan Tian muttered to himself as he took the violet myrtle celestial thunder talisman out. Upon closer inspection, the violet myrtle celestial thunder talisman seemed like an ordinary Dao talisman if there were no mini flashes of violet lightning around it. While Duan Tian was studying the violet myrtle celestial thunder talisman, whoosh! A tall and terrifyingly fast figure flew into Sin City and immediately found Chu Tanshang, the Black Kshetra sect elder. Chu Tanshang was the one who accompanied Xiezong today. He was also the leader of the team that Black Kshetra sect sent out to buy resources. Upon seeing the furious expression Xie Kong Sun's face and his sudden appearance, Chu Tanshang's expression changed immediately. An ominous feeling rose in his heart. Great Lord Karmapa! The Golden Lion King had left the Black Kshetra sect to come to Sin City. He would beat himself silly if he thought the Golden Lion King had come for a stroll in Sin City. Pa! When Chu Tanshin respectfully greeted Xie Kong Sun responded by giving him a hard slap across his face. With that slap alone, Chu Tanshang's face became swollen. He was stunned and did not dare to show any hint of resentment. Did something really happen to Xiezong? Chu Tangsheng shuddered. At this moment, the anger the Golden Lion King emitted was palpable. My son, Xiezong, was lured out of Sin City and killed by this person, Xie Kong Sun said as he took out a scroll and quickly used a brush to draw a picture of a young man. This? Chu Tanshang felt a sense of familiarity when he looked at the picture. It was as though he had seen him before. Before Chu Tansheng managed to figure out where he had seen the man before, Xie Kongsun said, "This man is the young mansion master of the Azure Cloud Mansion from the lower province. His name is Duan Tian. Duan Tian, the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion in the lower province." Chu Tansheng finally remembered where he had seen that young man. Duan Tian was the lucky person who obtained the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal tablet. However, his Devil Seal tablet was taken away by their Black Kshetra sect elder, Xiezong. It's him. Chu Tansheng finally realized why the young man on the scroll looked familiar. As it turned out, he had seen portraits of this man circulating in the upper province. The portraits had come from the lower province. Apart from being the young mansion master of the Azure Cloud Mansion, he's also the new prodigy, the second strongest prodigy, in the fire worship sect, Xie Kong Sun said icily, making Chu Tansheng shudder. Upon hearing Xie Kong Sun's words, Chu Tansheng was stunned. Then he asked in disbelief, "Are you sure, Great Lord Karmapa?" "I've seen the portrait of Duan Tian from the fire worship sect. They look different." When Duan Tian, the new prodigy in the fire worship sect, first rose to fame in the upper province, his portraits were circulated among the major forces in the upper province, including the Black Kshetra sect. As it happened, Chu Tangsheng had seen a portrait of the fire worship sect's second strongest prodigy, Duan Tian. This was the reason why he was skeptical. Duan Tian has mastered an undetectable disguising tactic that changes the bone structure of his face. Xie Kong Sun answered Chu Tansheng's question icily. Although Xie Kong Sun only saw Duan Tian's disguising tactic through the minor-major mirror image talisman, as a powerhouse at the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage, a top powerhouse in the upper province, he could tell how extraordinary the technique Duan Tian had mastered was. Such disguising methods exist? Chu Tangsheng was shocked. When he regained his senses, he began to think out loud. I'm afraid even people from fire worship sect won't expect that their strongest prodigy, Duan Tian, is the same lucky person from the lower province who obtained the Devil Seal tablet. Make copies of this portrait and distribute it to all Black Kshetra sect's members who are currently in Sin City. Anyone with any information must report to me immediately. This person is a master of disguise. Even if someone only has the same body size, report it to me as well, Xie Kong Sun ordered calmly as he looked at Chu Tansheng. Yes. Chu Tansheng responded respectfully with a nod before he left to find the others to pass them the portraits. Although he had several questions in mind, he did not dare to ask Xie Kong Sun. I'm afraid Sin City is going to be chaotic for a while, Chu Tansheng thought to himself as he left. based on the conversation Chu Tanshang had with the Golden Lion King, one of the 4 great Karmapa in the Black Kshetra sect. He knew that everyone who shared similar body size to the man in the portrait would not be able to escape death once they were found.
Supposedly, only quasi-celestial grade Tao talisman masters are able to inscribe violet myrtle celestial thunder talismans.
But quasi-celestial grade Tao talisman masters are as rare as a phoenix in the upper province. Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself as he studied the Tao talisman that had many flashes of violet lightning around it. I'm afraid the Golden Lion King of the Black Kshetra sect expended a lot of effort to obtain this Tao talisman for his son, Xiazong. After a while, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself, it's a pity Xiazong was instantly killed by my sword before he could activate the violet myrtle celestial thunder talisman. The Golden Lion King must have been furious when he saw the scene through the mirror image talisman.
Meanwhile, somewhere in Sin City,
Humph! Xiekong Sun, the Golden Lion King who was one of the 4 great Karmapa in the Black Kshetra sect, scoffed with a dark expression on his face after Chu Tanshang, a Black Kshetra sect elder, had left. Duan Ling Tian obtained the violet myrtle celestial thunder talisman too easily. When Xiekong Sun thought about the effort he had expended to obtain the violet myrtle celestial thunder talisman, and how it had fallen so easily into his enemy's hands, he could not help but feel dissatisfied and frustrated. Felt as though he was suffocating.
Duan Ling Tian, it doesn't matter where you hide. I'll find you and tear you into 1,000,000 pieces to avenge my son. Xiekong Sun muttered to himself as killing intent surged from his body, causing passers-by on the street to instinctively avoid him.
During this period of time, many sectless cultivators were violently killed on the streets. All of them shared a common denominator. They all had similar body types. This was obviously because of Duan Ling Tian. The person who had killed all those sectless cultivators was Xiekong Sun, the Golden Lion King who was one of the 4 great Karmapa from the Black Kshetra sect. Although Xiekong Sun had recently killed quite a number of people inside Sin City, none of the sectless powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage in Sin City made a move to stop him. This confused many sectless cultivators in Sin City.
Another person just died a few days ago. The Golden Lion King from the Black Kshetra sect is too outrageous.
Many people shared the same sentiment. Conversations similar to this could heard in various restaurants in Sin City. Prior to this, some of the sectless cultivators in Sin City had heard that the Golden Lion King, one of the 4 great Karmapa of the Black Kshetra sect, had come to Sin City.
I heard that the Golden Lion King is looking for the person who murdered his son, Xiazong. He's killing all those who share the same body type as the killer.
He's killing people based on their body type? Is there something wrong with the Golden Lion King's eyes? How can he only remember the figure of the killer but not his face?
I think it's because the killer has mastered a brilliant disguising technique that can change his facial bone structure. Moreover, the disguise can't be detected by divine consciousness. If that's the case, I can somehow understand why the Golden Lion King is acting this way. I've long heard that the Golden Lion King dotes on his son a lot since he only has one son in his old age. Currently, everyone knew that the son of the Golden Lion King, one of the 4 great Karmapa in the Black Kshetra sect, had been killed and the Golden Lion King had come to Sin City to seek revenge from the killer.
Above the Sin City in the clouds, the Golden Lion King, Xiekong Sun, stood with his back straight and his hands clasped behind him. He looked as sturdy as a tower as he stood there. He naturally emitted a strong and suffocating pressure. Is it possible that he's no longer in Sin City? Xiekong Sun muttered to himself in a low voice.
Xiekong Sun had killed almost 100 people in just a short time. All these people had the same body type as Duan Ling Tian, the person who killed his son.
The time I promised them is almost up. When Xiekong Sun thought about this, his expression darkened immediately. The them he referred to were the sectless cultivators in Sin City who were at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage or higher. Previously, when Xiekong Sun first arrived in Sin City, he paid a visit to the few sectless cultivators who were at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage or higher. To gain permission from these powerhouses to kill sectless cultivators in Sin City, he had to pay a price.
Naturally, there was a time limit to how long he could go on a killing spree. Apart from that, Xiekong Sun could not kill indiscriminately. He could only kill those who shared the same build as the person who killed his son.
Currently, the time limit Xiekong Sun was given was almost at its end. Once the time was up, he could no longer kill as he pleased in Sin City. Duan Ling Tian, do you think you'll be able to get away with this as long as you continue hiding? Xiekong Sun sneered as he narrowed his eyes. It was as though he had just thought of something. That day, a piece of shocking news spread in Sin City. Hey, did you hear about it?
It seems like the person who killed the Golden Lion King's son, Xie Zong, is called Duan Ling Tian. He came from the lower province. Previously, Xie Zong had snatched the Devil Seal tablet from him. I've heard of him. He seems to be the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, a quasi-third-rate force in the lower province. Did you say he killed Xie Zong?
How's that possible? That's right. How's that possible? Since he's from the lower province, it should be impossible for him to kill Xie Zong, right? It doesn't matter if you believe it or not. I personally don't believe it.
News about Duan Ling Tian, the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion in the lower province, killing Xie Zong spread like wildfire in Sin City. It caused a great commotion, but most people did not believe Duan Ling Tian was capable of killing Xie Zong.
What a joke! Although Duan Ling Tian can be considered as a prodigy in the lower province, he's nobody in the upper province. You're telling me in just 1 or 2 years he grew strong enough to kill Xie Zong? That's impossible.
How fake?
This news is obviously fake. I can tell straight from the get-go. What a load of bullshit. If the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion from the lower province is capable of killing Xie Zong, I would be ranked first on the Supreme Saint ranking.
Half a day had passed and still nobody believed a mere cultivator from the lower province like Duan Ling Tian was capable of killing Xie Zong.
However, it did not take long before another piece of shocking news spread in Sin City. Duan Ling Tian, the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion in the lower province, successfully joined the fire worship sect. In less than 2 years since he arrived in the upper province, he became the second strongest prodigy in the sect.
This news shocked the people in Sin City.
Duan Ling Tian, the second strongest prodigy in the fire worship sect, was a hot topic among the people in recent times. There was rarely anyone who did not know about him. However, nobody had made the connection between him and the young mansion master of the Azure Cloud Mansion in the lower province. Everyone thought it was just a coincidence that they shared the same name.
Duan Ling Tian, the second strongest prodigy in the fire worship sect, is the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion?
Is this true? I've seen both portraits of the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion in the lower province and the second strongest prodigy in the fire worship sect. They aren't the same person.
Don't forget that it said that the person who killed Xie Zong has mastered a brilliant disguising technique. It's not surprising if he doesn't look the same. He could have disguised himself. If the young mansion master of the Azure Cloud Mansion and the second strongest prodigy in the fire worship sect are the same person, then he's entirely capable of killing Xie Zong.
It's true? The young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion is the second strongest prodigy in the fire worship sect. It's not just a coincidence that they share the same name. He's the person who killed Xie Zong. I know it's hard to believe, but it seems like that's the truth.
After listening to all the news, the sectless cultivators in Sin City managed to piece the puzzle together.
If the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion in the lower province and the second strongest prodigy in the fire prodigy were the same person, everything made sense. With Duan Ling Tian's strength, it should not be difficult for him to kill Xie Zong. The people from Sin City were shaken by this news.
I didn't expect Duan Ling Tian, the second strongest prodigy in the fire worship sect, is the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion in the lower province. I'm afraid Xie Zong probably didn't expect that as well. That's true. Someone who was like an ant before Xie Zong a couple of years ago, whose super saint weapon, the Devil Seal tablet, had been taken away, did not only manage to come to the upper province, but he even successfully joined the fire worship sect. Moreover, he had risen in ranks so quickly that he's currently the second strongest prodigy in the sect. He even managed to avenge himself and killed Xie Zong.
How did someone from the lower province manages to achieve so much in 2 years since he arrived in the upper province? How monstrous is Duan Ling Tian's innate talent? Is it Is it possible that he possesses the legendary violet innate spiritual root? In Sin City, regardless if it was the sectless cultivators who stayed there or people from the major forces who came to visit, all of them were shocked by Duanling Tian's martial Dao innate talent. Duanling Tian has successfully sought revenge from Xiezong by killing him. I wonder if the Devil Seal tablet was in Xiezong's possession. If it was, then it has finally returned to its original owner. I think it's unlikely that Xiezong carries the Devil Seal tablet with him. It's a super saint weapon on the 10 great saint weapons ranking after all. It's likely that he has handed it to his father, the Golden Lion King, after he brought the Devil Seal tablet back to the Black Kshetra sect. That's what I think as well. Soon after, most people's attention turned to the super saint weapon, the Devil Seal tablet. After all, the enmity between Xiezong, an elder from the Black Kshetra sect, and Duanling Tian from the lower province stemmed from the Devil Seal tablet. New after news that spread like wildfire in Sin City managed to temporarily distract the people from the fact that the Devil's clans had probably invaded the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint land. At this moment, people were more curious if Duanling Tian had reclaimed the Devil Seal tablet that Xiezong had forcefully taken away from him back then. If Xiezong carried the Devil Seal tablet with him, then it was likely Duanling Tian had regained ownership of the Devil Seal tablet. If Xiezong did not have it, it had to be in the possession of the Golden Lion King, one of the 4 great Karmapa of the Black Kshetra sect. Since Xiekong Sun was Xiezong's father, it was possible that Xiezong had handed the Devil Seal tablet to his father. While everyone was still discussing where the Devil Seal tablet was, another piece of shocking news began to spread in Sin City again.
Xiezong had the Devil Seal tablet with him?
Moreover, the sword Duanling Tian used to kill Xiezong is also one of the super saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking, the Traceless sword. This means Duanling Tian possesses 2 super saint weapons. News about Duanling Tian possessing 2 super saint weapons spread immediately and caused an uproar in Sin City. In the entire Dao Martial Saint land, there were only 10 super saint weapons. Currently, there was a person who owned 2 out of 10 super saint weapons. Any normal person would feel jealous. Why?
Why?
Is Duanling Tian that talented that he owns 2 super saint weapons? I refuse to accept this. I want to kill Duanling Tian and take the 2 super saint weapons from him. I'll definitely do it if he's in front of me right now. Me too. Many similar remarks were heard in Sin City. There was a person who owned 2 super saint weapons. Put aside the ordinary people in Sin City, even the sectless cultivators at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage or higher were tempted and felt envious.
So.
One
after another, a swift and violent sound slicing through the wind was heard. 5 rapidly moving figures flew out from various places in Sin City. Their speed was so fast that most of the sectless cultivators in Sin City could barely catch their movements.
All 5 figures were heading in the same direction. They were all making their way to the temporary residence of Xiekong Sun, the Golden Lion King. The Black Kshetra had a mansion in Sin City. Golden Lion King.
Old Man Xie.
Great Karmapa Xie. The 5 figures arrived above the mansion at about the same time. Once they arrived, they looked at each other before they began to call for Xiekong Sun without even greeting each other first. They hovered in the air as they looked down on the mansion below them. It was obvious the person they were looking for was inside the mansion.
Among the 5 people, there was an old man, an old lady, a middle-aged man, a young man, and a beautiful woman. They were all calling for the Golden Lion King, one of the 4 great Karmapa of the Black Kshetra sect.
Xiekong Sun, the Golden Lion King, stepped out of his mansion and flew into the air in just a blink of an eye after they stopped calling out for him. He looked at them and asked, "What's the matter?"
Xiekong Sun did not dare to act arrogantly when faced with the 5 of them. He had spoken politely to them. After all, these 5 people were powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage or higher.
Naturally, there were more than 5 powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage in Sin City. However, only 5 of them came when they heard the rumors of Duanling Tian owning 2 super saint weapons. They knew without a doubt that the news were spread by the Golden Lion King, one of the 4 great Karmapa in the Black Kshetra sect. This was the reason they had come here. The middle-aged man snorted before he said with a frown, Humph! Old man Xia. Stop pretending. You know why we're here.
The other four people turned to look at Xianxia, the Golden Lion King, in unison. Their eyes were gleaming brightly. Everyone, I give you my word that the Devil Seal tablet was with my son, Xiazong. As for the traceless sword, I'm not 100% sure. After all, I've only heard of it. I've not seen it before.
Xianxia knew there was no point in hiding anything, so he said without beating around the bush. However, through the mirror image, I saw the scene of Duanling Tian murdering my son, Xiazong. At that time, my son had taken out the violet myrtle celestial thunder talisman to kill Duanling Tian. As he reached the end of his sentence, his voice turned lower. The violet myrtle celestial thunder talisman?
Old man Xia, you really love your son to have given him a violet myrtle celestial thunder talisman. The middle-aged man said in surprise as he raised an eyebrow.
He's my only son. Naturally, there's nothing I wouldn't do for him, Xianxia said with conviction. When he spoke, his voice was low and his expression was extremely dark, as though he was about to erupt in anger. His only son had died. When Xianxia thought about it, the anger in him boiled so much that it made his body tremble slightly. He looked similar to an enraged lion. His white hair had a tinge of gold in it, making him look like his title, the Golden Lion King.
That was how he had gotten his title.
Just as my son prepared to kill Duanling Tian with the violet myrtle celestial thunder talisman, Duanling Tian made a move. Duanling Tian used some mysterious swordplay technique and killed my son. From the beginning until the end, not only did my son not have time to activate the violet myrtle celestial thunder talisman, but he didn't even have time to react at all. The sword's extremely fast that it's almost untraceable. The 1,000 Inscription Saint sword is like scrap metal compared to it, Xianxia said confidently. When Xianxia finished speaking, the young man could not help but exclaim in a low voice, "Traceless attacks!" His eyes were as bright as stars as he said, "Based on your words, Great Karmapa Xie, the sword Duanling Tian used has to be the traceless sword." The other four people also nodded in assent.
Thank you, Great Karmapa Xie. The young man thanked Xianxia and left like a gust of wind.
Soon after, the other four followed suit and left as well. They came and left as quickly like a gust of wind. At this moment, Xianxia was the only one left in the sky overlooking the huge mansion. Duanling Tian, since you possess 2 super saint weapons, I'm going to make you the public's enemy, Xianxia sneered. I want to see if you're going to give up the 2 super saint weapons. If you don't, you'll have the entire upper province coming after you. Humans were greedy by nature. Once news spread about Duanling Tian owning 2 super saint weapons, everyone would definitely try to take it away from him. Duanling Tian would be the target for everyone in the upper province.
As the saying went, sometimes wealth would bring calamity.
As news of this spread, it seemed like everyone's latest hobby was to search for Duanling Tian. Naturally, they were all looking to get their hands on the 2 super saint weapon in his possession.
The Golden Lion King is really ruthless. It's going to be hard for me to survive in the upper province. A month had passed when Duanling Tian learned about what had been going on.
Currently, his cultivation base had successfully risen to the intermediate quintessential saint stage. However, his joy was short-lived when he learned about the various news that had been circulating. Unless I'm willing to give up the Devil Seal tablet, I'll be everyone's target until I become strong enough to hold on to the Devil Seal tablet. Duanling Tian was aware of the situation he was in. That was why he said the Golden Lion King was ruthless. Apart from that, everyone knows now that I'm the second strongest prodigy in the Fire Worship sect and the young mansion master of the Azure Cloud Mansion in the lower province. I'm afraid it won't be long before news of me being the young mansion master of the Azure Cloud Mansion spreads to the Fire Worship sect. It seems like there's no way for me to return to the Fire Worship sect until I'm strong enough to rescue Kur and our daughter. If I return now, I'll become everyone's target. The Super Saint weapons were huge temptations. Even the sect leader of the Fire Worship sect would covet it. Rumors had spread that Duanling Tian possessed the Devil Seal tablet and the Traceless sword. It would undoubtedly cause trouble for him. That Golden Lion King must have thought my Jasper Celestial sword is the Traceless sword. It's easy to deal with the matter regarding the traceless sword since I can swear on the lightning penalty oath. At that time, people would have no choice but to believe it. However, I do possess the Devil Seal tablet. It's impossible for me to swear on the lightning penalty oath.
If Duanling Tian returned to the fire worship sect just like that, there would be a lot of high-ranking officials in the sect who would plot against him for the supposed 2 super saint weapons in his possession.
Sometimes wealth brings calamity. Duanling Tian had heard of the saying.
Duanling Tian felt pressured. It weighed on his heart like a huge stone. The Golden Lion King wants me to dispose of the 2 super saint weapons he thinks I possess.
Unless I'm willing to give up the Devil Seal tablet, I can't simply reveal myself in public until I'm strong enough to hold on to the Devil Seal tablet. Duanling Tian muttered to himself as his expression darkened. In other words, in the coming days, Duanling Tian would not be able to use his name when he went out. Otherwise, he would be hunted by all the powerhouses in the upper province. As a super saint weapon, the Devil Seal tablet was a huge temptation.
Moreover, the Golden Lion King had even said that Duanling Tian also owned the Traceless Sword. Similar to the Devil Seal tablet, the Traceless Sword was also a super saint weapon ranked on the 10 Great Saint Weapons ranking. There are only 10 super saint weapons in the entire Dao Martial Saint land. Since the Golden Lion King spread the rumor that I own 2 super saint weapons, I'm afraid everyone is jealous of me. Duanling Tian's eyes were cold like a snake that was about to devour its prey. Golden Lion King, I'll remember what you've done today. When I break through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, you'll be able to join your son in hell.
Since Duanling Tian had been forced into a corner by the Black Kshetra sect's Golden Lion King, he had no choice but to go into hiding until he became strong enough to protect himself. For this reason, he hated the Golden Lion King to the core even though he had never met him. Innate spiritual roots. I need more innate spiritual roots. Ever since Duanling Tian's innate spiritual root turned indigo, he could clearly feel the improvement in his cultivation speed. Therefore, he became even more eager to improve his innate spiritual root. As long as my innate spiritual root evolves into a dark violet innate spiritual root, with the help of the time flow in the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, it'll take me a few years at most before I break through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Once my cultivation base reaches the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, there's no need for me to hide anymore. At that time, it doesn't matter if I own the Devil Seal tablet or if I own 2 super saint weapons. Who would dare to offend me? At this moment, as Duanling Tian indulged in his thoughts, he began to feel motivated again. It was as though he could already imagine himself breaking through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Naturally, after he regained his senses, it felt as though someone had poured a bucket of ice-cold water on him. Since I've disguised my face and my body is hidden by the long and loose black robe, no one will be able to recognize me even if my portraits are currently being circulated everywhere. Duanling Tian sighed in relief when he thought about this. I've just broken through to the intermediate quintessential saint stage, and I still need it to stabilize. I should take advantage of this time to wander around Sin City to see if I encounter any more men from the Black Crow Alliance. Duanling Tian muttered under his breath before he left the inn he was temporarily staying in. Fortunately, the men from Black Crow Alliance did not hear Duanling Tian's words. Otherwise, they would have been afraid and they would not dare to take advantage of the situation in Sin City. With Duanling Tian's current strength, he could kill the leader of the Black Crow Alliance with just a strike, let alone the ordinary members. The Black Crow Alliance was of similar strength to the Ground Axe Alliance. Both their leaders were at the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage. The deputy leader of Black Crow Alliance, Zhao Zhan, would never expect that the man who had impersonated Buhong, a true disciple from the Fire Worship sect, and killed his brother Zhao Tu, was planning to act against the Black Crow Alliance. For a period of time, Duanling Tian wandered the streets of Sin City. Whenever he saw members from the Black Crow Alliance trying to take advantage of someone when they were hurt, he would kill the members of the Black Crow Alliance without showing any mercy. Naturally, it was not only the people from the Black Crow Alliance who took advantage of weaker people who were killed. Other people who acted similarly were killed by Duanling Tian as well before he devoured their innate spiritual roots. However, the fact remained that the majority of the people who died in Duanling Tian's hands was from the Black Crow Alliance. There was an uproar in the estate when the Black Crow Alliance found out about this. This black-robed man kills our men whenever he sees them trying to take advantage of the weak.
Moreover, he kills them with just a strike.
This was shocking news to the people from the Black Crow Alliance. Suddenly, everyone in the Black Crow Alliance felt like they were in danger. In fact, many people thought they should stop taking advantage of the weak. Otherwise, they would definitely die if they met the black-robed man. Who the hell is he?
Is he targeting the Black Crow Alliance?
Does he want to make an enemy out of the Black Crow Alliance? One of the Black Crow Alliance members growled. Not only men from the Black Crow Alliance were killed by him, those who bully or take advantage of the weak will be killed by him, another Black Crow Alliance member said. Based on his words, it seemed like he knew quite a bit about the black-robed man's modus operandi.
What's he trying to do?
Does he think he's a vigilante? How funny. Regardless, he has killed a lot of men from our Black Crow Alliance. He owes us an explanation. Owes us an explanation? Are you kidding me?
Generally, people from the Black Crow Alliance wear uniforms that show we're from the Black Crow Alliance. Did it seem like the man gave a shit when he killed our men?
In my opinion, the black-robed man is simply trying to provoke the Black Crow Alliance. If he doesn't die, it'll be hard for our alliance to remain standing in Sin City in the future.
Similar remarks could be heard in the Black Crow Alliance's estate.
Bang!
A sudden loud bang came from the front yard of one of the mansions inside the Black Crow Alliance's estate. The sound was caused by Xianxia, the deputy leader of the Black Crow Alliance, when he destroyed the stone table in his front yard. Not only did he destroy the stone table, but there was a hole where the stone table originally stood. There were dust and debris everywhere. Who gave him the courage to do this? He dares to kill so many of my men, Xiaozhen said angrily as his eyes gleamed coldly. He looked like a poisonous snake at this moment. Since leader and the other two deputy leaders aren't around, I'll deal with you, black-robed vigilante. As soon as Xiaozhen finished speaking, he left his mansion like a gust of wind.
The black-robed man was what people from the Black Crow Alliance called Duanling Tian, since no one knew who he was. Little did they know it was Duanling Tian who was hiding his identity.
It's still too slow. I've killed so many people, but they all had low-grade innate spiritual roots. It's just like a drop of water in a bucket to improve my indigo innate spiritual root. There was a frown on Duanling Tian's face as he wandered around Sin City again.
Hey, did you hear about it? Recently, a black-robed man has appeared in Sin City who seems to very righteous and filled with justice. Duanling Tian suddenly heard people speaking in front of him. Are you talking about that black-robed man who killed a lot of the Black Crow Alliance members for taking advantage of the weak? That's right. You say he's righteous, but why do I feel like it's a dog-eat-dog situation? Well, take makes sense as well. However, even if that's the case, I don't hate him. Because of him, the people from the Black Crow Alliance have toned down a little.
Duanling Tian was not surprised when he heard this, since he had heard conversations similar to this before.
There were people in Sin City who praised and criticized his actions. Some people thought he was like a vigilante, and there were also people who thought it was a dog-eat-dog situation, and he was a wicked man. Regardless of what people said, Duanling Tian only ignored them and continued to wander around Sin City, looking for those wicked men who took advantage of the weak. If one appeared, he would kill one. If two appeared, he would kill two. In other words, he was intentionally looking for trouble with these people to improve his innate spiritual root. Bang! 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 A series of explosions rang in the air suddenly, catching Duanling Tian's attention. He looked over to the source of the commotion and saw two people fighting. Based on what he could see, it seemed like neither would give up until the other died. This fight had attracted many powerhouses' attention. Duanling Tian hid at the side, so there were not many people who noticed him. Otherwise, there would definitely be a commotion since he was famous in Sin City now. His long and loose black robe had become his trademark.
In Sin City, no matter where it was, a commotion would break out if a person in a long and loose black robe appeared, even if the person was not Duanling Tian. There are more and more people fighting death duels recently. Duanling Tian could not help but smile bitterly when he saw those two people fighting in the distance.
Recently, There were a lot of people who managed to stay alive even after losing their death duels due to Duan Ling Tian's intervention. For this reason, many people began to get into death duels since they felt Duan Ling Tian would protect them.